The left's new golden boy Twitch streamer doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hasan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
A noted far-left influencer is declaring the Republican Party the biggest terrorist on earth.
Brett, good evening. Hasan Piker is unapologetic for his controversial comments on a range of issues.
An anti-American far-left commentator who is named Hasan Piker. Now that he's being highlighted, Democrats are flocking to him.
She's not out there on Hasan Piker's show, right? For example, right?
The man to his left is a very controversial guy. Hasan Piker insults just about everyone. Where if you go back and listen to some of the things that he says, Carl, this guy's not going to wear well.
Their so-called Joe Rogan of the left, Hasan Piker, is back in the headlines, this time for calling Republicans terrorists.
Piker has a controversial history, and we've been showing you this all week.
You don't give somebody like Hasan Piker this kind of attention, this kind of platform. It only rewards the kind of rhetoric that I just described.
Hundreds of students lined up and packed into these rallies, and they ate up the anti-war, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment messages.
That's him, Hasan Piker. They should stay away from him.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic moment because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Now, you might be thinking, why is it such a special day? Isn't every day a special day? Well, no, this one is extra special. You might know why. You might not know why, okay? But I'll tell you exactly why. Now, of course, you might be thinking to yourself, oh, is it because the war is over? Well, we don't know if that's the case yet, but potentially that could be the case, right? Or is it because, you worked out this morning, woke up early? Is that the reason why you're feeling pretty good? Because it's my birthday? No, that's not the reason either. That could be part of it, though. I think many of us know exactly why today is a very special day, because it's a very special day every single time this day comes up. It's Friday.
You know we finally here.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
It's Friday.
It's freaking Friday, and
Sunday,
all of you know that Friday means freaky ass Friday. Friday, the day that our forefathers fought long and hard for to ensure that we have a 5-day work week. Trade unionists, socialists, anarchists, communists alike united in arms and fought back with blood, sweat, and tears to ensure that you have a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose in your life, because it's a freaking weekend where you have a little bit of time to yourself. Okay, it's Friday, it's Friday, it's Fry Slay. You already know what it is. It's Mufasa Friday. The vibes are going to be immaculate. The vibes are going to be immaculate until proven otherwise. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I got some immaculate vibes for you on this beautiful Friday. You already know what's up. And it's also my birthday. Okay, happy birthday to every single person that was born on this beautiful Friday. It is Friday, April 17th. 2026, and I am right on time. It's 11:19 a.m. and I'm right on time, coming to you live from sunny Los Angeles, California. 68 degrees and sunny here in one of the greatest cities on the planet, Los Angeles, California, a city with many problems, but with many promises as well. That's right. Coming to you from stolen Tongva land. We're live and we're alive, and I got a lot to tell you. But none of it is about my personal news. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. But there's not really too much going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, because I'm a chud-ass loser. You already know what's up. I am a chud ass loser, as you know. And therefore, there's not much happening in the world of HasanAbi Piker between when I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. But ended the broadcast. Didn't really do much. Hung out with my dad a little bit. Went to sleep early. Woke up early. Feeling pretty refreshed. Did an interview on the phone from the gym. Worked out. Got a lift in. Feeling pretty good about that. There are so many TV shows out, and you'd rather spend your time on Twitter. I mean, what are the TV shows that are out that I must be watching? Did you see the David update? Yeah, I saw the David update. Yeah, he's arrested. Invincible. I haven't really been keeping up with Invincible. The Pit. I haven't watched the season of The Pit. And I haven't watched this latest season of The Pit. I don't know why. I watched the first episode and it felt like kind of corny. And I haven't really watched The Boys at all because like the season 1 of The Boys was excellent, right? But ever since like season 1, I've noticed a downtrend in terms of like the politics of the show. It's gotten like cornier and cornier. I'm on like, I think I stopped like 2 seasons ago on The Boys. It's just gotten lamer in my opinion. And now people have realized that Frenchie is the guy is IDF and everyone's freaking out about it. And they're like, you know, I've noticed that this show that is really good at identifying reactionary political movements in the United States of America is noticeably uncritical of one country that plays a formative role in right-wing politics in this country, that like especially the evangelical right that people obviously rip into, the evangelical right that the show rips into. Weirdly enough, there's one element of their politics, of their culture that is not really represented, which is their unbelievable loyalty to the nation state of Israel. And yeah. But that's not the reason. I don't necessarily care about like how libbed up the show is. I'm not one of those guys at all. I just think that since season 2 and onward, it's just gotten less and less interesting for me. I did love season 1 of The Boys. I thought it was incredible. So GMV saved it and it's good. Every Amazon show sucks past the first season. Have you seen Andor yet? Yeah, of course. Anyway, yeah, and then The Pit is also another one of these shows that like season 1 was a banger and season 2 I was watching and I was like, it's fine. How about DTF St. Louis? I forgot about it. I forgot about that. I've just become such an anime watcher. It's kind of gross. I'll be honest. Kind of lame. Like I've been watching Hell's Paradise. Jujutsu Kaisen is excellent. Excellent. Weebs detected. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, W Anime. There's a new Apple show. FYI. Okay. Unk, you to go. Let me get a follow back on Insta, darling. XX. No. It's crazy. Crazy request in the chat. Okay. Yeah. That's it. That's all I got. That's all I got. And not much else is happening in my life other than that. In any case, let's blast off and let's get right into it. We're going to be talking about ANALILIA winning in the New Jersey 11 special election, putting up numbers on the board. The Strait of Hormuz might be open. Hormuz status? Open, question mark. Lebanon status? Ceasefire, question mark. Is Cuba next? What just happened with the war? Situation still being monitored. Epstein's Fury Day 49. Obviously, we'll be talking about all of that and more. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. And we got some good blast off memes there as well. And yeah. Super Cruise status is off. Super Cruise has been canceled. For all of the Super Cruise enjoyers, I wanted to apologize. I know many of you were excited to see me at the Northern Line Super Cruise, but now that the Strait of Hormuz is open, the Super Cruise has decided to end, which I thought was also strange as well. But I guess like the entire point of the Northern Line Super Cruise was to cut through the IRGC naval blockade without paying a toll, and then cut through the American naval blockade also without paying a toll as well. That was like the entire purpose of it. It was like a big statement that we were all going to make that the waterways where commerce flows through must never be impeded, right? Like that was the entire point. Northern Line's perspective on this, I can speak for it. I can speak on his behalf. He's given me that opportunity to do so, because I was going to be one of the guests on the Northern Line Super Cruise. Basically, we were going to cross through the Strait of Hormuz without paying a toll, and then cross through the American naval blockade as well. It was going to be this like big thing that we were doing. And now that the Strait of Hormuz is open for business, we're no longer in need. You know, we were willing to do it. We were willing to do it. Yeah. Northern Line turns out has a lot of opinions on commerce, on waterways, and who gets to control them. He's a little bit like Singapore in that regard, where he has a lot of opinions on like the Strait of Malacca as well. He's got a lot of takes on that one too. He's a new Super Cruise might start. A new Super Cruise might start if there is any sort of restrictions on the Strait of Malacca. Yeah. Northern Line, that's why they call him Northern Sea Line. Many of you might not have known that. Yeah. People think, oh, like what kind of lion? Like a lion on the land? No, it's a sea lion. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, don't worry. There will be more international conflicts that we can make political statements on. Right? FYI, the northern part of his name refers to the northern coast of the Panama Canal. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. If you recall, he talked about, you know, the conflict between China and Trump. The conflict between China and Trump during the Panama segment, that was a big deal. Right? That was a huge ordeal for the Northern Sea Line community. Anyway, but yeah, we're saddened by it, but also excited that at the very least the straits are open. HasanAbi Cruz when? Always, forever, tomorrow. All right. Anyway, CEO of FDD is openly saying that Israel has to increase war crimes committed until the next presidential election. That's not surprising. We'll obviously get to that. We are Snarlin's Kirk. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. God damn. We got Abbas on the straight. We'll talk about all of that and more. Themasius, do you have a playlist? I'm very offended that you're testing out your new Funny Moms material on us. Yeah. Okay, we got live President Trump delivering remarks at TPUSA's Build the Red Wall event in Phoenix, Arizona. Iran says the Strait of Hormuz is completely open. Let's take a look at what that actually means, because there is a little bit of back and forth and some confusion on what the Strait of Hormuz being completely open actually means. If you ask Donald Trump, it's completely open. If you ask Iran, they're still setting up a toll process. So we'll get into all of that and more. I don't know why I have this up here, but yeah, we've blasted off already. Let the people know we're live. We are alive. Get them in. Let the people know. Get them involved. Hasan Piker says the attack on Bondi Beach was justified activist anti-Zionism. Dude, what the fuck is up with these people, man? Oh, God. It's just, ew, gross. Blue check marks. You're not a victim. You're a communist. A quiet Jackson Hinkle that's being exposed, not a victim. Like, brother, just post that on, like, relevant shit. You know what I mean? What's up with you guys? First time Fox didn't talk about you in weeks, or maybe we missed it. Oh, that's true. For the last 3 weeks, Fox News has talked about me every single day. This is the first day that they haven't. It's kind of sad. Maybe it's because they finally have something to talk about that seems to move the needle in the appropriate direction. Or maybe it's because I've fallen off. Washed, felled off. I done felled off, folks. It's over. It's donezo. I done felled the frick off. Steve Bannon pissed himself. I saw that. That's pretty unbelievable. I guess for him, it's an alpha dog movement. Jonathan Chait is still chirping at me as well. He said, Hasan Piker's an authoritarian, so is Netanyahu. If liberal Zionists want to survive, they must fight both. Jonathan Chait is comparing me to a war criminal. Jonathan Chait is comparing me to a war criminal who is in charge of an apartheid regime that has conducted a genocide that's currently, in the process of also taking over Lebanese territory as well. Just a total psychopath. And then on the other hand, you have a Twitch streamer who believes in Medicare for all, offering more autonomy to the labor class. Who is an anti-Zionist, who doesn't like the things that Benjamin Netanyahu is doing. Obviously, both of these things have the same level of power, right? Both of these guys are illiberal forces that we must combat, right? I guess maybe Jonathan Chait is a Twitch watcher. Like, he might have just been a HasanAbi head, like a former HasanAbi head, who felt like I was ruling this chat with an iron fist and like banned him because he did it. Just curious, right? And then I just hit him with a ban hammer. So now he's like, this is just as authoritarian as Benjamin Netanyahu. I will be sending an email to Chomsky to try to figure out if this was ethical, if this was a justifiable hierarchy by anarchist standards. And Noam Chomsky will reply, it doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe that's the reason why he thinks I'm just as authoritarian, Could be. I bet you feel silly now that you realize that authoritarianism comes in many different forms. Sometimes it's a genocidal country, right? Guy who has done a genocide. And then other times it's a guy who has genocided your feelings, right? Maybe you have a special emotional support country the size of New Jersey, let's say, right? Oh, Majority Report, thank you for the raid. We were just talking about how much of an authoritarian I am. According to Jonathan Chait. Like, think about it this way. One guy actually slaughtering children in real time with my tax dollars. The other guy slaughtering your feelings about your loyalty and your feelings about your emotional support country, your emotional support apartheid, which happens to be the size of New Jersey. Like, why do you care about it so much? Why do you care about it so much? Why do you care about the death and destruction that it's doing, right? Will you acknowledge your gamer genocide? That's true. I have done. That is true. There's a real famine here for all of the gaming watchers, all 12 of them. They have experienced real famine-like conditions. It seems as though, given the lack of gaming that's taking place on this broadcast, it's like we got to get the Human Rights Watch on this, you know? We got to get human HRW on this shit, man. You know how like Amnesty will do like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, where they'll talk about they'll talk about how, like, you know, well, America's done some war crimes, but then also so has Iran, so has Hamas, right? Like, it's kind of like that. Maybe they'll finally cover the true atrocities, which is what I've done to the gaming frogs. Or perhaps it was because I was being paid by the U.S. aid to do gaming with a socialist slant. And now that U.S. aid funds have been cut, no more gaming. Maybe Asmongold was right all along. Maybe U.S. aid was cut as revenge against Gamergate. Have you thought about that? No, you never think about that. So yeah, I mean, the hits keep coming. Jonathan Chait is not alone. Jonathan Chait is not alone. The ADL has written a piece. Hasan Piker, what you need to know. The ADL, Apartheid Defense League, has officially put me in their anti-Semitism glossary, their extremism database from their Center of Extremism, published yesterday, updated today, from the Center on Extremism intro. You know, I want to see who else they have on their website, right? Yeah, they where can I find the actual database? Like, I want to see Center on Extremism. Like, where is the, like, who are some of the other characters on here, right? Like, who's on the hit list? I want to see what kind of crazies they got on here. Apparently, they deleted Charlie Kirk from the list, and not because he died. They deleted Charlie Kirk from the list because they were worried that the Republicans were yelling at them. He's no longer considered an extremist, which is cool, I think. I mean, we are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. That's right. So good on them. Good on them for combating the real extremists in the United States of America. Hasan Piker is a prominent Twitch streamer and political commentator who has a history of rhetoric that sanitizes violence and denigrates Jewish people. As of April 2026, Hasan Piker has a combined 11.3 million followers across all social media platforms. He has expressed support for designated terrorist organizations and anti-Semitic ideas on many occasions. Piker is the nephew of Chunk Weigert, CEO and founder of the Young Turks, a political network that has veered into explicit anti-Semitism in years. Piker began his career streaming for TYT in 2016. It started his own Twitch channel in 2018, streaming full-time by January 2020. Piker's Twitch account has been suspended on multiple occasions for violating the platform's policies, such as for using the phrase Zionist bleep on a live stream. Rhetorical themes. Piker has a history of rhetoric that sanitizes and justifies violence and terrorism against the state of Israel, of using derogatory rhetoric towards Jews. This includes claiming that Orthodox Jews are inbred, which he subsequently apologized for in response to the backlash. He calls for the eradication of Zionism and demonizes Zionism as a mental illness. No notes. Support for terror and violence. While much public attention has been paid to Piker's commentary about 9/11, Piker's expressed explicit support for U.S. designated terrorist organizations such as Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. That's fucked up. They did not mention the DFLP here. The Maoists are getting cooked once again. Even in Palestine, if you are a Maoist, you are being undermined. Okay? That's right. The fraction between the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine and the DFLP was a very real one. There are 3 total Maoist third worldist Palestinians out there, and they decided to build their own political movement, their own political faction. And guess what? I can't believe that they do not have the DFLP here. They just mentioned PFLP. On numerous occasions, he also falsely claimed that the well-documented sexual violence committed by Hamas and other terrorists on October 7 did not take place. Piker's casual and frequent assertions of support for terrorist groups and the violence they commit normalize the use of violence to his millions of followers. I'm glad you've been getting all this negative press, at least now that you're well known enough that people don't think I'm unemployed because I know who you are. Celebrating or whitewashing U.S. designated foreign terrorist organizations. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. Interview with Pod Save America, April 2026. As a lesser evil voter, I will once again repeat my harm reductionist credo. Wait, why are they putting sick? This is from a tweet. Like this wasn't. Isn't that something that you put when you're taking a quote off of like something I said? Or are they saying this is sick? Can't believe he said that. As a lesser evil voter, I will once again repeat my harm reductionist credo. Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state, and the real harm happening here is that another illegal stolen land sale is taking place at another synagogue. Overall, what my favorite flag is, Hezbollah. Look it up. I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag. It's got an AK on it and a fucking hand holding it up. Fear and Podcast. Fear and Podcast mention. Let's go. I do not have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Twitch stream with Ethan Klein, May 2025. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance. And it's not only moral, but it's just. There's no comparison between Israel and Hamas. One is a militant resistance comprised of orphan soldiers born into a 77-year occupation. The other is an ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state with nukes doing a genocide backed by the USA. Piker's justified and endorsed every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank, and said it doesn't matter if they're DFLP. Oh, DFLP mention! DFLP mention! The 3 Maoists. The 3 Palestinian Maoists, they get a mention here. Respect, respect, respect. DFLP, Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. PFLP, Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, or even former Fatah militants, okay? It's perfectly legal, perfectly valid, and perfectly moral. Twitch stream, August 2025. October 7, rape denial. The United Nations and multiple international human rights organizations found that Hamas and other militants committed sexual violence during the attacks. Piker, in contrast, has claimed that Israel polluted the evidence pool and claimed that Sheryl Sandberg's documentary Screams Before Violence is basically the unsubstantiated claims, that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. Literally, this is a correct statement and much nicer than what many others have said, by the way. That is so funny that they posted this. Objectively, a correct statement. These are straight up mainstream views on top of being objectively correct. Anyway, derogatory rhetoric about Jews. Piker has alluded to the classic anti-Semitic tropes and conspiracy theories, such as familiar conspiratorial claims about the 2026 U.S. military operations against the Iranian regime. For the past 38 days, Operation Epstein's Fury has been continuing by a bunch of fascist monsters that got tuned up by Israel, where Donald Trump basically was the first and hopefully last ever president that would be foolish enough to be at the mercy of Benjamin Netanyahu and to follow through on his lifelong project of continuing his death and destruction campaign. Piker's remarks during a campaign event with U.S. Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed, literally posting my W's. Yeah. Do they have this kind of smoke for Maggie Haberman for writing in the New York Times about how Benjamin Netanyahu is basically in the room? Do they have the same kind of smoke for Anthony Blinken or numerous other officials like John Kerry? Or do they have the same kind of smoke for Benjamin Netanyahu, who has personally admitted that this was his lifelong dream and Trump was basically dumb enough to go along with it? On multiple occasions, Piker's also used the terms inbreds or psychopath to refer to Israeli and Orthodox Jews during his live streams. He has since expressed regret for using the word inbred. Yet, no regret for using the word psychopath, though. Piker has stated Israel's actions of Gaza will inevitably turn Israel into a nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-Orthodox psychopaths with a new nuclear arsenal. Again, no notes. Piker asserted, dude, this is so funny. This is like reading this out loud. Like, I mean, obviously some of it is like out of context, but like most of it isn't. And I just, they're so open about the fact that, like, they're so open about the fact that this is just like anti-Israel. Okay. It's like a highlight reel. I don't have any issues with these quotes. Your haters are so fucking weird, man. I just looked at the quotes of some of your tweets. Yeah, no, my haters are psychotic. Piker asserted it is literally the Jewish KKK brigades out there in the West Bank. Just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks literally doing pogroms to the Arab population. No notes. Again, completely correct. Oh my God. In the beginning, like in a couple months in October 7, every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag, wearing fucking military fatigues, shooting at another Israeli dude, getting fucking executed by some inbred 15-year-old fucking douchebag in military fatigues. Again, no notes, correct assessment. That's literally what happened. There were unbelievable amounts of friendly fire going on between the settlers that were hastily armed by Itamar Ben-Gvir with American weapons, mind you. And then they kept shooting each other. There's a video version of this article. Oh, they just posted it while
talking.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, we'll do the article. Extreme anti-Zionism, similar to Piker's use of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and tropes. By the way, no anti-Semitic conspiracy theory was ever mentioned in this article, unless you're just considering that the Trump administration being stupid enough to get goaded by Benjamin Netanyahu to go and wage war on Iran to be an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, which once again is not an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. That's just reality, observable reality. Okay. Similar to Piker's use of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and tropes, his vilification, also tropes, sure. His vilification of Zionists and open calls to see Zionism destroyed are an attack on the right to the self-determination, oh no, and the statehood for the Jewish people in their ancestral homeland. This rhetoric encourages the targeting of Jews for a notion that plays a central role in modern Judaism. In a totally just world, regardless of background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. You shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher if they ever exhibited any sort of positive feelings about the state of Israel. No notes. Denigrating Zionism and mocking former October 7 hostage Adon Alexander. Zionism is a mental illness. Holy shit. Shame on everyone who said this American dude who volunteered to join the Nazi army was some kind of hero. It's true. I did say that, and I stand by it. These are some of my greatest hits. Zionism is an exterminationist ideology built around ethno-religious supremacist values. So when people say, oh, well, you know, I'm a liberal Zionist, I want there to be a Jewish ethno-state, I'm like, okay, what do you mean? It's like saying you're a liberal Nazi. You want an Aryan majority ethno-state. Like, what are you talking about? Interview with Representative Rashida Tlaib at the DSA National Convention. The same goes for AOC and Bernie Sanders as well. I've been very critical of Bernie Sanders. I love Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, I think, is a very important political figure in contemporary American politics. But I think his liberal Zionism was completely unacceptable. I'm just like, be truthful, be honest. Like, be honest about the conditions that led to October 7th. Also true. And once again, you can have disagreements, reasonable disagreements with your comrades. Okay? This is a normal and healthy function of political organizing. Remember. Holocaust trivialization. Piker's engaged in rhetoric that served to minimize the Holocaust, including by insinuating that Anne Frank would have supported the Houthis and equating Israel with Nazi Germany. Piker's messaging obfuscates the enormity and gravity of the Holocaust and millions of people perpetuating dangerous ideas and attitudes. This is my favorite type of shit when they go like, oh, he's doing Holocaust trivialization. And then the comparison is, I said a brown guy, okay, that experienced his own genocide when he was a teenager, okay, in Yemen, is no different as Anne Frank experiencing the Holocaust, okay? This is not trivialization. You're just a fucking racist, okay? In your mind, you're like, no, there is something unbelievably special about the Holocaust. How dare you compare victims of genocide in other countries to victims of the Holocaust, especially, God forbid, you ever make a comparison between a victim of a genocide in Yemen, a brown person, an Arab nonetheless, to, you know, Anne Frank. That's not Holocaust trivialization. That's the entire purpose of Holocaust education. Never again means never again for all, not never again just for Jews. Okay? That's not how this fucking works. During a discussion about a pro-Houthi anti-Semitic Yemen-based pirate teenager, they just like kept adding stuff. Yemen-based pirate teenager. Piker, previous platform, Ethan Klein asked, do you think he's like Anne Frank? Piker immediately said, oh, of course, absolutely. That's why we have Holocaust studies, right? That's why we have genocide studies in the entire field to specifically understand exactly how Nazi Germany got to that position. And I think that, you know, you might even disagree with me on this, but that's where Israel is. That's where Israel is at right now. They have become an incredibly angry culture, an incredibly angry country. Misogyny and racism. Piker uses his streams and other activities cross between mainstream and fringe spaces, at times moderating his language with the former audience. But on his live stream, Piker's rhetorical style often relies on inflammatory, racist, or misogynistic statements delivered in a sensationalist, just joking manner. To that I say,
legalize comedy.
Yeah, that's right. This is, you know, one of your faves, Jonathan.
Legalize comedy.
People have been scrubbing archive footage and finding that settler guy from that cover. Oh, yeah, I know. In one June 2023 live stream, Piker suggests that billionaire Watts Pilson should only be allowed to do date rape to other millionaire failed daughters. Okay, this is, at this point, this has been robbed of its context so much that it's just taken an entirely different life of its own. There is no way to even address this. You just have made this up, okay? Not that it fucking matters. That's not what I said at all. At this point, it's like telephone. The game of telephone has reached a totally new life in and of itself, where they're just like, they're basically saying like, oh, Hasan is pro-rape at that point. Like, it's just fucking unbelievable defamation. Always defaming league. Always defaming league. And also Apartheid Defense League. Yeah, shocking. Shocking coming from the institution that primarily defends Israel, which had a pro-rape riot. Remember when Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where they successfully extracted the 6 concentration camp guards from Sde Taiman that the Israeli government had apprehended in order to prosecute for raping Palestinian prisoners in Sde Taiman, sometimes to death. Yeah. Unbelievable. They had a pro-rape insurrection and it succeeded. And also Benjamin Netanyahu only a couple weeks ago apologized for even trying to prosecute the Sde Taman rapists. Okay? Apologized publicly. He said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry that we even thought about prosecuting you after you did a rape in Sde Taman on camera, caught on CCTV footage." Okay? That is the country that the Apartheid Defense League is choosing to defend, while also having the audacity to claim I'm fucking pro-rape. Psychopaths. In response to a 2025 Twitch viewer who criticized Piker for talking about how black people vote for and for not speaking out about the situation in Sudan, Piker responded that other black people who wish to engage in radical activist language could suck my fucking cock. That's also, again, unbelievable levels of telephone where it's just like, it's just been slapped up so much. Again, interesting that it's the ADL doing this. Once again, defending the country that has sterilized Ethiopian Jews. Okay? Just remember, oh boy, you think I'm anti-black. First of all, dedicated my whole professional career to combating anti-blackness, combating white supremacy, and ironically enough, actively have talked about Israel's deep embedded anti-blackness and white supremacy. Once again, very strange. This is like when Fox News does this shit where it's like, you're Fox News. What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. He reacted to a Vietnamese pro-Trump BBC guest in 2020 by calling her a South Vietnamese motherfucking whatever, like Christian supremacist, psychotic fucking refugee living in America now, and being able to talk that shit on his stream, telling her to go back and live in fucking South Vietnam in the same conditions. Yeah, and the conditions under the South Vietnamese dictatorship that we had established that she seemingly has so many sympathies for. You know, people were literally lighting themselves on fire at the time to protest against said South Vietnamese dictatorship. Anyway, doesn't really matter. Influence. While Piker associates with some extreme anti-Zionist organizations, he has also been profiled in major media publications and appeared on platforms across the political spectrum. Political spheres. Piker is interviewed and at times campaigned for prominent left-wing politicians affiliated with the DSA. DSA is the largest socialist organization in the U.S. and is known for its explicitly anti-Zionist position on a national level among some of its chapters and committees, support for U.S. designated groups, and the Hamas-led October 7 terror attack on Israel. At least since 2020, Piker has verbally expressed support for and interviewed DSA members, DSA-affiliated politicians, for those who are associated with the groups such as AOC, Rashid Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Ro Khanna, Senator Bernie Sanders, and New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. You know, real villains of the bunch. Okay, some of the most popular politicians in the country. Okay, extreme anti-Zionist. What does that even mean? A person with, a moral compass, who is uncompromising and an anti-fascist. Okay. Nevertheless, he continues to be a sought-after figure among those sitting elected officials and political candidates, viewed as someone who can boost their profile and reach potential voters, even though he does not have political experience. What do you mean I don't have political experience? Buddy, I'm a political commentator who's been doing this and working with organizers for, 13 years at this point. What more fucking experience could I potentially have? Piker is increasingly engaged in direct political activities and on-the-ground organizing and campaigning since 2025. I've been doing this for far before 2025, by the way. It's just so funny that only now they've chosen to pay attention to it. He attended a DSA National Convention in August 2025 and in April 2026 campaigned in person with DSA-backed U.S. candidate Abdul El-Sayed and U.S. Representative Summer Lee, a former DSA member in Michigan. He also, by the way, they know I've been doing political stuff and actively campaigning alongside politicians because they wrote an article in 2020 about how my moderation team was so unbelievably good at targeting right-wing extremism that the AOC stream that I did all the way back in 2020 had my moderators on the AOC stream side as well, and they got tremendous praise from the ADL because back then the ADL didn't just exclusively engage in like pro-Israel shit. They did have like a fairly competent team not dissimilar to the SPLC, where they would, cover right-wing radicalization, right-wing extremism. They would pretend to care about other shit as well in an effort to, fuck you. In an effort to, this is going to be in the anti-Semitism glossary. Hasan Piker said, fuck you to a chatter who was simply waving the Israeli flag before banning them. Anyway. Add that to the list. Click. One more. No gang signs in the chat. No gang signs in the chat. Not allowed. All right. Yeah, he also fundraises for some DSA candidates on a stream such as Oliver Larkin. A fundraise for so many more, but it's fine. Anti-Israel movement. Piker has served as a featured speaker at high-profile national events and convened by groups that together represent vast swaths of the organized anti-Israel movement in the U.S., many of which are known to support terror organizations that have a history of harassing Jewish people. For example, Piker spoke at the National March on Washington for Gaza in April 2025 and the second annual People's Conference for Palestine in August 2025. The organizers of these movements include prominent anti-Israel groups such as Palestinian Youth Movement, Answer Coalition, Students for Justice Palestine, Jewish Voice for Peace, American Muslims for Palestine, U.S. Palestinian Community Network, and many others. Ooh. Terrifying. Ooh. Scary. Both events were marked by calls for violence and pro-terror rhetoric. The National March on Gaza drew thousands of protesters, some of whom openly displayed paraphernalia for groups like Hamas and the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. The People's Conference for Palestine featured such speakers as Hossam Shaheen, a member of the designated terror group Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, who served more than 20 years in prison in Israel on charges of attempted murder and conspiracy to commit murder, and calls for those accused of supporting Israel's actions around the world to be taken out. These events and Piker's presence at them demonstrated the ways in which figures like Piker normalize these extreme elements and amplify these messages across fringe and mainstream spaces. While Piker is not a leader in the anti-Israel movement in an organizational or strategic sense, he is recognized as a major figure who can deliver the anti-Israel movement's position to the masses. During his interview with Representative Tlaib at the DSA National Convention in 2025, Piker wore a PYM branded shirt that was created by the group to celebrate the first anniversary of October 7. The t-shirt features an image of a terrorist standing on top. It was a child. It's literally a kid. It's a kid, and there's flowers growing out of the tank, symbolizing that one day this militancy will end and children will be able to live freely. By the way, it's literally, they are describing a child. Like, very clearly celebrating the end of this conflict. Classic. It was a terror. It was a baby of terror. Terror baby. On top of an overturned IDF tank, an innocent overturned IDF tank. Okay, with the caption that read in Arabic, Gaza is the cemetery of occupiers. Piker has also appeared in PYM social media content. In March 2026, Piker joined left-wing anti-Zionist organizations Code Pink, Progressive International, and the People's Forum on a trip to Cuba. Conclusion, taken together, Piker's record of supporting support for designated terrorist organizations and derogatory rhetoric about Jews represents a dangerous pattern that his millions of followers are exposed to regularly. His growing involvement in electoral politics and mainstream media amplifies these messages far beyond fringe spaces. So, yeah, this is it. This is the thing. So, for the people who are wondering, like, why do they have this entire website, right? Like, why do they have this page? Like, who the fuck would read any of this, right? Who would read any of this? And the reason why they put this out there is so that it's easy for like Richie Torres and other, stooges of Israel to just like make it seem like they're in tune with some of my most dangerous rhetoric, right? That's the whole point. The reason why they put that out there is not even just for the SEO. It's so that there's an easy, clickable website that you can go to. And then when Dana Bash is covering me, she'll be able to just like do pull quotes, boom, 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 to say like, this is why he's radical. This is why he's dangerous. The difference, of course, is that the ADL doesn't have a lot of the ADL doesn't have a lot of motion any longer. I mean, it'll make its way into like ChatGPT or whatever, right? Sometimes. But yeah, ultimately, the Anti-Defamation League put it out there to make defamation easier. Yes, that's why it's the always defaming league. A friend who works at MS Now said this article got blasted to a bunch of booking producers and anchors. Yeah, exactly. That's how it works. So they write this article and then they send it to all the booking producers, not realizing that those booking producers, if they're under the age of 45, are already familiar with my rhetoric, with my commentary, with what I do. But most importantly, what does a booking producer care about? They care about analytics. Okay? So they already know what value I bring to a show when I go on a show. So they don't give a fuck about any of this stuff, right? Like, especially because they're like, yeah, we would love to have Hasan on the broadcast because he would bring an unbelievable amount of eyeballs and attention to the broadcast. You know? Which is precisely the reason why this kind of stuff doesn't really matter. And what's ironic, the whole article is pretty much a summary of your correct position with justifications and arguments on a 90-10 issue. The ADL officially hired themselves to be your PR firm. Yeah. So from my perspective, when I see stuff like this, like even if it was impactful, right? Even if this actually worked, okay, I can't go on MS Now. Oh my God. I'm Brian Kilmeade. It's over for me. I'm Brian Kilmeade. My career is over. I can't go on MS Now. I'm Brian Kilmeade. What will I fucking do? You know what I mean? Because not only does this, unbelievably dumb attempt to try to blacklist someone, not only does it not work, but also, even if it did, even if I got blacklisted from like these legacy pubs, who gives a fuck? You know, who gives a shit? All right, here's the 1-minute video that they also made as a complimentary piece.
I don't know who Hasan Piker is, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask.
Let's just let him do the talking.
You support terrorism, question mark?
America deserved 9/11, dude.
Therefore, I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization. I don't have an issue with them.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Houthi would do.
My favorite flag, Hezbollah. Look it up. Ah, you are anti-Semitism.
The past 38 days, Operation CEASEFIRE has been continuing.
A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-Orthodox psychopaths.
Why you not love Israel?
To specifically understand exactly how Nazi Germany got to that position.
This is awesome. Dude, why did they put this out? This is a highlight reel, bro. Yo! This is so funny. It's like, especially because if it's in video form, you can tell when I'm like also memeing too. Oh my God. They're like, he's making fun of my emotional support apartheid country that's doing a genocide. I'm going to repost it.
That's where Israel is. You shouldn't even let someone be the local dog catcher as if they've ever exhibited any sort of positive feelings about the state of Israel.
It's gotta stop there, right?
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this chat?
Who is you harder? America or fucking Ho Chi Minh? Suck my old lady.
When people tell you who they are, believe them. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Another highlight reel just dropped. Shout out to the Apartheid Defense League for their tireless work of trying to get me blacklisted from every major outlet. not realizing that the bookers at these places realize that this is totally ridiculous. And that my presence on these shows do not. Okay, I'm just going to say it's totally ridiculous. Way too long, ended after the shout out. Another highlight reel just dropped. Shout out to the Apartheid Defense League for the tireless work of trying to get me blacklisted from every major outlet. Not realizing the bookers of these places realize this is totally ridiculous. I want to put the bookers part in there too, because I know that's the reason why they're doing it. It's like when Richie Torres's comms team, anytime there's a new ADL article or anytime there's a new Jewish Insider article about me, they'll like mass blast it to these news outlets, be like, don't get this guy on your show. They'll be like, hey, WQRX local news broadcaster in Georgia, make sure that you never have this guy on. It's like, why would they? Like, what are you even fucking talking about? Why would they not? Okay. Find these hit pieces to be totally ridiculous. Yeah, I said Apartheid Defense League for their tireless work of trying to get me blacklisted from every major news outlet, not realizing that the bookers at these places find these hit pieces to be totally ridiculous. ADL must be losing funds if they're resorting to becoming your clipper. Mike Moon 22, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Yeah. It's always great. It's always great. I like it. Do nothing when your enemy is committing errors. Yeah, they're making fan edits, dude. They're resorting to making fan edits, which, I respect. No, they're not running out of money, for the record. For those of you who are wondering, they're absolutely not running out of money. They are making more money than ever before, while they have also fired half of their research team because half of their research team was actually researching, legitimate anti-Semitic incidents and legitimate far-right extremism in the country. Selkowitz, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. All right, let's get started. Iran says Strait of Hormuz is completely open. Okay.
Foreign Minister on X says that the Strait of Hormuz is open for all commercial vessels. We're just learning this right now. Let me read where we are getting this from X.
The Free Press is running paid ads to smear me. Oh my God, that's amazing. BDBD reacted to you on Laura Ingraham. Also, they love you noticing them. So many media outlets are smearing a live streamer. Looks like the Capitals really can't sit still anymore. The factional strife is getting bloody. It all started when the Democratic Party candidate teamed up with Hasan Piker for campaign promotion, only for hardliners in the Democratic Party and Republican-aligned media to jointly smear Hasan, turning him to primetime TV sensation. Capitals control public opinion, making it too hard to turn things around. A specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism. All the powers of old Europe have entered into a holy alliance to exercise this specter. Pope and Tsar, Metternich and Guziot, French radicals and the German police spies. Where is the party in opposition that has not been decried as communistic by its opponents in power? Where is the opposition that has not hurled back the branding reproach of communism against the more advanced opposition parties, as well as against its reactionary adversaries? Excerpt from the introduction to the Communist Manifesto. Brave people support you, Hasan. The ruling class is scared. Protect our great general. Too much freedom of speech. Can't hold it in anymore. Hasan loves it here so much that people speak so nicely. Everyone is talented. Finding comrades gives you the energy and courage to keep the revolution going. Wow, he really reads out every single sentence. I want to be on TV. If Hasan is successfully suppressed, it not only proves the stupidity of the American people, Hasan must understand that the U.S. currently lacks their soil for a revolution because their suffering isn't enough to bear its cost. Yeah, it's true. I say that all the time as well. I don't think the material conditions have deteriorated to such a degree that like a revolutionary movement can be built. They got, as long as the jalapeno poppers still keep flowing, Americans will never engage in revolutionary actions, and they'll never organize in that direction. So that, and also a significant lack of class consciousness. All right, but let's get to the Strait of Hormuz. Is it open? Is Hormuz open? Is the Hormuz open for business?
The foreign minister saying, in line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of the ceasefire on coordinated routes as already announced by ports and maritime organizations of the Islamic Republic of Iran. But this is a huge announcement coming from the Iranian foreign minister about what has become a central part of the negotiation, getting the Strait of Hormuz open and safely. And so we're going to bring you much more as we get this in. Literally,
my Hormuz is open
coming
for business.
As we're talking about. As we are getting this, we also have a new report that claims the United States is also considering a $20 billion deal that would help to end the conflict. This is a report from Axios, co-written also by CNN political and global affairs analyst Barack Ravid.
It's closed again? No, my Hormuz is closed. The flood of tankers and cargo ships are making a break for the Strait of Hormuz to exit the Persian Gulf. Nearly 36 ships can be seen sailing for the strait via marine traffic, including vessels declaring Chinese, Indian, and French ownership. Traffic flow appears to be obeying the IRGC-issued navigation orders. Sometimes I regret telling about you to adults. We don't know the financial, we don't know the final terms, but Arakshi tweets way too much. Timing is off. Why did Arakshi announce during market open? I don't know. We're going to try to address what's actually taking place. If all the ships that are navigating the Strait of Hormuz are still going through the Iranian side, numerous ships making the break for Strait of Hormuz this evening have made the abrupt U-turns and are heading back towards the Persian Gulf. Over a dozen ships have already turned back. Yeah, I think there's a miscommunication amongst some. Maybe some of them are getting their information just from the American channels and they thought it's like fully open, you know? Whereas the reality is different. The reality is that it's not fully open. It's just open for business if you go through and pay the toll. That at least is my understanding. Okay? My understanding is the Strait of Hormuz is open for business if you just pay the toll. Right? Yeah, it's still pay a toll at time. The young soldiers are Hormuzing hard today. Pay the toll to who? Who do you think? You got to pay the toll to the troll. I'm not going to say the rest of those words because I'm not allowed to make jokes anymore.
Read a quote from this reporting now coming in. The U.S. and Iran are negotiating over a 3-page plan to end the war, with one element under discussion being that the U.S. would release $20 billion in frozen Iranian funds in return for Iran giving up its stockpile of enriched uranium. This according to 2 U.S. officials and 2 additional sources briefed on the talks. A lot of breaking news here. Let's get to Nick Robertson. He's in Islamabad on this breaking news first. Nick, what do you make of it?
How have they not fixed the audio yet?
Look, it seems to me we're getting some positive breakthroughs. The fact that the Iranian foreign minister has said the Strait of Hormuz is open to all commercial vessels really seems to indicate that the talks that the Pakistani mediators are having, and they're going into their 3rd day of talks in Tehran right now, are beginning to bear some fruit. Sources I've been speaking to involved in all of this are sounding and looking very positive about where the talks are at the moment. Of course, I'm not getting an indication of what other hurdles there may be to overcome, but it has been one of the things that Iran has wanted, one of those points. They want assets unfrozen. They want to see sanctions lifted. They want money for war rations and damages. We've been talking here about billions upon billions of dollars. Last weekend at the talks, the Iranians said they'd asked the United States for $8 billion in unfrozen assets. At the time in the talks last Saturday and Sunday, the White House knocked down the suggestion Iran was going to get that. But it's always been part of Iran's core demands. Iran's now lifted, it seems, their own blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. Is that in exchange for money? Are they expecting the money to come? But what the Iranian foreign minister has said, and I think this is very, very telling, and we were talking about this just yesterday, that the reason that the Iranians have lifted their blockade on the Strait of Hormuz for the remaining duration of the ceasefire, probably as the US-Iran ceasefire, which has about 5 days to run. He said this is because that there is a ceasefire in Lebanon. These things have been inextricably linked in the Iranian mind. So while the Pakistani lead negotiating team has been in Tehran talking, of course, that Lebanon deal came through yesterday. We were saying that that was going to aid and benefit the talks in Tehran, and it does seem to be the case. Now, what remain the sticking points? The nuclear issue, that enriched uranium, Iran's commitment and desire for a nuclear bomb, that's always been at the core of US demands. That's what President Trump was saying yesterday. He said Iran had forsworn that it wasn't going to have a nuclear weapon. He also said Iran had agreed to hand over the nuclear dust. We don't have details on that yet. But these moves at the moment sound like that Iran is softening. It sounds like a deal gets closer into view.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nick, on the other side of the screen, we're looking at right along with you is we're seeing, looking at oil prices right now dropping over 9%, Brent crude as well as WTI standard in the States. Oil markets reacting understandably to this news coming in. There's a lot to digest here. Nick Robertson tracking all these developments in Islamabad for us. Let's get over to the White House now. Elena Treen is there as well. A lot of elements here, Elena. You've got the announcement coming from the Iranian foreign minister about the Strait. You've got this reporting from Barak Ravid of Axios about a $20 billion in frozen Iranian funds that could be part of the discussion. Something talking about frozen funds being handed over, something President Trump has been highly critical of the previous nuclear deal in the past. What are you hearing from there right now?
Yeah, highly critical is definitely right. I'd remind you that under the Obama administration, when you had that Iranian nuclear deal, they had handed over $400 million in cash to the Iranians during that agreement. But look, from everything that Nick laid out and that Axios report, it is lining up with the conversations that I am having, which is that there is a lot of optimism right now in that building behind me, Kate, about where things stand around a potential deal. Now, I don't want to be, too optimistic. You hear a lot of this talk among Trump administration officials about how positive they are. There are, of course, still sticking points that remain, as Nick laid out, this idea of the length of time that the Iranians would agree to suspend their enrichment of uranium, and also a deal on having the U.S. or some sort of country going in and retrieving the nuclear material still in Tehran's possession. But they are hopeful that they are getting to a place now where really an agreement is in sight. And I know from the conversations I've been having that Trump administration officials are really working toward and hoping that a potential second round of these talks, of this meeting, could happen in person between the U.S. and Iranians as early as this weekend. Again, things are very fluid, so we have to see what happens today. But today is also a very important day because we know that the Pakistanis have been meeting with Iranian officials in Tehran. The Pakistanis, of course,
I am definitely optimistic depending on how we monitor the situation and what the situation looks like. It's very fluid right now, just like the flows of water through the Strait of Hormuz, also known as now the Strait of Iran. That's what Donald Trump said. So Donald Trump is claiming Iran has agreed to everything, but Donald Trump is a liar, okay, and also totally oblivious in many instances to what's actually going on. So what we have what we can take a look at is, once again, the facts on the ground, the realities on the ground. What we can look at is what the Iranian government is saying, which has been more reliable throughout the last 48, 49 days, obviously, as far as like what they're communicating. But also, the one thing that is the most important factor to consider is the realities on the ground. Are the ships that are crossing the strait actually paying a toll to the IRGC? If they are, then yes, they absolutely, like the American side absolutely conceded to a key demand from the Iranian side. That's number one. Okay. Number two, we're going to find out how much of the assets of Iran that the Trump administration is unfreezing. Some of the numbers being floated around are to the tune of $20 billion. How many sanctions are going to be released in this process, right? So if the end point of this negotiations process is very frustrating for Israel, well, then you can kind of understand maybe they did concede on a lot of key demands that Iran was making. That's number one. Number two, are the ships actually paying a toll to cross through the Hormuz's hole? Okay. Very important. Number three, how many of the assets have been unfrozen? Number four, how many sanctions are going to be released? And number five, one of the key fixtures of this back and forth ceasefire negotiations process was whether or not there is a long-standing ceasefire, a real cessation of hostilities in Lebanon. If there is a real ceasefire in Lebanon, okay, wet-ass Hormuz is right. Bruh. Many people are telling you, stop saying that shit. Dude, my grandma is watching this. Okay, well, guess what? It's true. Stop, you're scaring my mother. Okay, I will stop. I will stop saying these words now. This is so dumb that Iran fully opened the strait without even getting all the guarantees. Okay. No backseat negotiations, please. We are, once again, monitoring the situation. I will make a decision on whether or not this is silly or dumb, depending on what the realities on the ground are. We currently don't know. We don't know. In any case, if the Iranian demands were communicated to the Trump administration and the Trump administration successfully stops Israel from advancing into Lebanon, if the Trump administration successfully gets a ceasefire in Lebanon against Hezbollah, that means that regardless of all the other theatrics of like the Lebanese government talking to Israel, all this shit, that's all theater to hide the reality that Iran was able to successfully put so much military pressure on the Trump administration that Trump had to go back and do the unthinkable, telling Israel to stand down. Okay? These are very important facts that we will only know in the upcoming days once the dust is settled and we have adequately monitored the situation.
Key intermediary here between Washington and Tehran. The Pakistanis have been in touch with top Trump administration officials throughout this process. And so really the goal of those talks in Tehran are to try and get the Iranians to a level of significant compromise where, again, the contours of a potential agreement really could be reached. And that is the goal they're working toward. I'd remind you
I feel like this was a blunder by the Iranians because it gave Trump more room to maneuver by taking pressure off of him from the markets. From a 10,000-foot view, the Israelis have not been forced to concede anything they've gained since launching these wars of aggression. I mean, baby steps. Yeah, the Lebanese government has no sovereignty, has no say in this process. Obviously, this is a real ceasefire. If it's a real ceasefire, it's a ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel, right? If Iran has been able to force America to force Israel to retreat, that is a gigantic move in the right direction. That's a huge deal. I don't think it's insignificant at all. I don't think it's theater that Israel is freaking the fuck out. I think it's frustrating that they are able to get a foreign terror state like Iran, from their assessment, to command what they want to do in their foreign policy. This is a huge deal. The entire purpose of the Iranian the entire purpose of the Iranian missile program is to be able to do this. That's why I kept repeatedly saying over and over again, the number one factor in this back and forth in the ceasefire process was not the sanctions relief, even though that's hugely important. That's the second most important part. It wasn't the unfrozen assets, which would be great for Iran to rebuild their country. That would be the third most important. Or whether they would be able to enforce a toll or not, which, again, it's still pretty significant as far as like generating revenue for the Iranian coffers, necessary revenue. And it certainly wasn't the uranium, the nuclear dust, or whatever Donald Trump has been laser focused on. They've given up on that on numerous occasions, right? And the only reason why they were enriching uranium, clearly, beyond civilian usage levels, but never enough to like to create nuclear arms, was because they wanted to have leverage when they inevitably got back to negotiations, where they would demand, in exchange for their nuclear program, which they were volunteering over and over again, sanctions relief. But the number one reason as to why they even have ballistic missiles that can reach Israel is to restrain Israel, to restrain Israel's ambition. So if they just cut out the middleman, or if they, instead of directly bombing Israel, were able to get America to restrain Israel, then they accomplished a fucking huge goal. Okay? That means that as long as they control the strait, which they do, and as long as they can just keep pummeling the GCC and Israel, which they have been able to show, and get America back to the ceasefire table, they can make demands of America to restrain Israel. Okay? That's a big deal. That is a much bigger deal than I think people give it credit.
Ceasefire, the 2-week ceasefire expires on Tuesday, April 21st. And there's been, there had been talk earlier this week of a possible extension. But from the conversations I've had, Kate, with White House officials, is they want to try and formulate some sort of deal before the ceasefire ends. A very ambitious goal, but it does seem, as today with this latest news about the Iranians reopening the strait thanks to that ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, that they are actually...
Yeah, so here, Israel is prohibited by the U.S. from bombing Lebanon, says Donald Trump. It underlines a basic fact. Israel's genocide and war crimes could be stopped at any moment by any U.S. president, says Owen Jones. He's right. The USA will get all nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. This deal is not in no way subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with the Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
So, here's the thing. Couple stuff that they're mentioning here. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. That is bullshit. Okay? They are unfreezing assets, which means technically America is not giving payments to Iran, but Barack Obama didn't do that either. But Trump's estimation was that Barack Obama did just that, and so did Joe Biden. Whenever Democrats unfreeze Iranian assets, it's considered direct cash payments to Iran, green cash in pallets. That's right, believe it. Okay, planes full of cash going to Iran. When Trump does it, no cash exchange is taking place. Okay, which is it? Well, technically, it's never America making direct payments to Iran, okay? It's America unfreezing the assets that they've forcibly frozen between Iran and other trade partners of Iran. Okay? So that's what it is. Suzanne Lambert's take on you? Who's Suzanne Lambert? Even Instagram is like, nah. What is this? Is Suzanne Lambert. Basketball is a game worth playing.
My favorite person, not gonna lie. Don't hate him. When I saw him at the Crooked Con green room, it was fine, whatever.
I've interviewed him a couple times, and you know what we do? We disagree.
Yeah.
That's okay.
And that's okay. And I totally agree. I personally think it's great that Democratic candidates are opening up to going on these different shows. Here's where I push back a little bit. When people defend Hasan, they say like, well, he can reach so many young people and young voters, etc. And I'm like, well, yeah, he has millions of subscribers, followers. Like, clearly he's an influential voice. I would never deny that. I don't think anyone is. But from my perspective, I feel like he's reaching people who would already be engaged politically, because when I think of like my kind of random guy friends who are floating in a no man's land politically, from my perspective, they're going to turn on Hasan Piker talking about neoliberal, imperialist, rad lib, you know, whatever, and be like, this guy sounds like a weirdo. What is your perspective?
I think it's not as simple as, oh, we already have those people, or these are not the people we need to reach, or they're already on the left, as opposed to being more independent. Two great challenges when you're facing an authoritarian right.
Once again, I think a lot of people assume that the average guy is a fucking idiot, okay? People are smarter than we give them credit. Like, I don't utilize... But first of all, am I utilizing academic language that actually frustrates people? Maybe at times, certainly. Or am I too vulgar for polite, civilized society? Because I do both. And that's part of the reason why these guys can't like put me in this effective box to be like, he's actually inconsistent, or he's actually problematic and not good and not good at doing outreach. I do both. I do both. I contain multitudes. I speak like a normal person, but sometimes I also add, you know, some academic language into my commentary, but I think people eventually understand exactly what it is, right?
Rising government. You're trying to prove that the institutions can work even when the other side.
Also, this was a conversation that took place with Bernard Sanders, if you recall, where I believe it was Elisa Slotkin who said, stop using the term oligarch. Why are you doing the oligarchy tour? Stop using the term oligarch when describing, you know, our corporate overlords. Americans are too dumb to understand the term oligarch, except they weren't. They understand exactly what it is. Okay? That's it.
It doesn't follow the rules of those institutions. It's as if we're playing basketball and we're trying to not only win the game, but also convince the crowd that basketball is a game worth playing. And they're cheating the whole time. And we're like, no, the rules of basketball are pretty good. And they're not perfect, and we could change it here and there. But if we all follow the rules of basketball, we'd all have a better time. And they're cheating left and right. But we're trying to win a game while proving that the rules of a game are worth following. And Democrats have fucked that up repeatedly. People are anxious. They are upset. They are cynical. They are worried. And it makes it easier to turn your fire on people who will listen, right? There's a lot of times where people want to fight amongst themselves because you want to complain to people that care about your complaints. Meanwhile, we have this overlap between these sort of tech billionaires and right-wing media and anti-democratic politicians. Pro-democracy movements don't fall apart because it's easy. They fall apart because there are real disagreements, huge, important, moral disagreements. I believe it is completely sincere when people find things that Hasan Piker says to be outrageous and beyond the pale. We have to be a big pro-democracy movement that runs from anti-Trump Republicans all the way to the far left of the Democratic Party and beyond. And that will be uncomfortable at times. But that is our job. That is what we have to do. That is what it means to face the threat for what it is. It means you have to put aside those very real differences at times to recognize you're ultimately on the same team. And so that's why I think it is worth it sometimes to try to see us all as part of a coalition, go on these shows, even if at times you find like what you're saying, like I think it's kind of weird.
I also don't think that the Podjons find me all that objectionable. Maybe love it more so than others, but even then, like I've known Love It for almost a decade now. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these people are newcomers and maybe ideologically more aligned with like the center of the party, but I've known these people. I've known these people for almost a decade. You know?
Yeah, I completely agree.
It's just really funny. And what's ironic, of course, is that like they've gone through their own ideological journey, and some of them have become more open-minded to our perspective as the situation is unfolded, right? And that's because of, once again, the realities on the ground, the contradictions worsening. One example is Israel, right? The more Israel's violence becomes unignorable, the more Israel's manipulation of American leadership becomes unavoidable. The more it becomes a fixture of modern American politics, the more ridiculous it is to not engage with people like myself who have been there for many, many years. So I remember listening to Pod Save in 2016. They've definitely moved left since then. Absolutely. I wish people would suggest an alternative for when they critique you. What are your solutions? Because I don't see anyone else on this list who's on the left. Yeah, that's the other side of the story, of course. Like it almost always feels like they're just angry that they're not part of this, part of the top influencer sphere, where they're like, why can't our guy, who is a centrist, who is just going to unconditionally and uncompromisingly defend the Democratic Party without making demands at all, why can't that guy get up there, In a perfect world, someone that they craft in one of these think tanks would be in the top, would be doing the tireless advocacy of defending some of these do-nothing Democrats. But that's the problem. It doesn't work that way. Charlie Kirk is still up there, rest in power, twice, as a matter of fact.
We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame.
The average guy is most definitely a fucking idiot. Sure, there's a lot of stupid people out there, but even stupid people have the capacity to understand when they're getting fucked. And even stupid people have the capacity to understand who's fucking them. And if they achieve that status of awareness, all of a sudden, they're no longer so stupid. Okay? They're, as a matter of fact, much more intelligent than people who have gone through the process of going to Ivy League institutions and still holding on to this false notion that like liberalism hasn't failed in a spectacular fashion, right? That's the beauty of class politics. The beauty of class politics is that once you see it, you can't unsee it, okay? And once you see it, you're in a far better position overall in terms of analyzing exactly what's taking place in the United States of America than the most well-educated liberal. Like, you're automatically better than Steven Pinker, okay? A guy who has dedicated his entire life to saying things are actually great. Yeah, things are great for you, Steven Pinker. You know?
Moving closer to that goal. And just to go back to that ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon that, of course, President Trump announced yesterday, I am told that that had a positive effect on some of the talks that are going, of course, between the U.S. and Iran through the Pakistanis on a broader agreement. And so a lot of different developments today that we...
It's also crazy for someone that's been active for literally one election cycle saying they know how to reach, who to reach and how to reach them. And the left doesn't need. Yeah. I've been doing, that's the other side. Like, I've been doing this for a lot longer than a lot of these other people have been. And there have been some wonderful voices that have propped up in this process. You know, I glaze and highlight them with regular frequency. Very thoughtful people with great analysis, you know. Head in the office is one of the guys that I routinely glaze as well. They're worthy of a Jam Podcast boys as well. They're very young, but they're doing a great job. And then there are others who are trying to do the old school method of just like, we want to be a mouthpiece for the DNC. And I don't think those guys are going to reach the same audiences, because people see that. People have heard from others who have the exact same mentality for years and years.
We are learning of. We have to see, I think, these negotiations are continuing. I think a lot of these reports we have to be careful with, because things are fluid. These negotiations are not over. An agreement has not been reached. But that's certainly, I think, adding to the level of optimism that this Trump administration feels today as we move into the weekend.
Yeah, there is movement. There is breaking news on this front in this moment that clearly is getting reaction all over the world already. Elena, thank you very much. John?
Well, so interesting there, if we can keep those numbers up for just a second. Huge drops in oil prices of more than 10%. That's just this morning. And then the stock market, an impressive positive opening, but to a certain extent, I think the stock market has already taken into account that a deal or progress was likely between the United States and Iran. But those drops in the oil prices, and let's just keep those numbers up. You don't see movements like that almost ever. Now 11 points down just in the last 10, 20 minutes. We do have a new Trump Truth Social post here, yes?
So I'm just going to read this to you. This literally just happened a few seconds ago. Donald Trump posting this. The Strait of Hormuz is completely open and ready for business and full passage, but the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran only until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete. This process should go very quickly, and that most of the points are already negotiated. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald Trump.
More now with CNN Global Affairs.
Hormuz open. What does it really mean for Iran oil in the U.S. blockade? So here's Trita Parsi's analysis. Says signs are pointing to a higher likelihood of a framework agreement between the U.S. and Iran being secured through Pakistan in the next few days, to be followed by another 30 to 60 days for a final agreement. That is indeed an achievement, but it is important to understand how vulnerable the final agreement will be in that 30 to 60 day window to Israeli sabotage. If past patterns are repeated, Israel will do everything in its power to prevent any deal that ends the U.S.-Iran enmity and lifts sanctions on Iran. If he really wants the deal, Trump will have to be tougher on Netanyahu than he's ever been before. So, there are signs pointing to a long-standing commitment to a cessation of hostilities. Okay? Ironically enough, if implemented, this will be a far more favorable deal to Iran than the JCPOA was. Okay? But that's precisely the reason why Trump is doing a good deal of propaganda here, to make it seem like they got the maximalist goals across. I don't think that this is a W for America. Some people are saying it's a W for America. I don't think it's as big as a W for America as the people are presenting it. I think Trump is presenting it as a W for America because that's his fucking job. This looks, from my perspective, as a complete complete concession to almost all of the Iranian demands, with the only Iranian demands, if what Trump is saying is true, being reached on the side of the enriched uranium, or what Trump likes to call nuclear dust. If you recall, for weeks leading up to this, Trump kept lasering in on the nuclear program. And I kept repeatedly telling you this is good because it means that they are likely to commit to all of the other Iranian demands. Now, all of this could still be perfidy. Remember, there are still troops moving into the region. They could be utilizing perfidy to have a little bit of economic relief while they deploy the necessary force to militarily invade Iran. There's obviously a gamble here. If that is the case, that's going to be, at this point, triple perfidy. Okay? 3 strikes and you're fucking out. Holy shit. But not only that, but also the interim period is when Iran is also capable of digging out some of their cave entrances and you know, maybe even rush shipping in new weapon systems from China, or even rush shipping from the other totally closed sea route that they have with Russia, new weapon systems as well. Right? So there is an opportunity for Iran to harden its defenses as well. Expedited shipping from both China and Russia, potentially. But we shall see. Esmail Bakay says the U.S. president's claim about talks with Iranian officials is untrue. A naval blockade is a violation of the ceasefire, and Iran will certainly take the necessary measures. Whenever we feel that the issues and interests of the Islamic Republic of Iran are considered and secured within the framework of an agreement, then it can be said that we are close to an agreement. Lifting sanctions is very important to us. Compensating for the damages incurred holds special significance for Iran. There is no ambiguity regarding any part of the negotiations. We have clearly stated our positions. They have been pretty firm, pretty steadfast in their commitment to the 10-point plan that they released fairly early on. Okay? I think that the only negotiable part of that 10-point plan is the enriched uranium. And the only reason why I say that is because the reformists and the moderates, some of which still hold power in Iran, not as much power as they once did, the ones that are more conciliatory to the demands being made by the West, the ones that have always advanced negotiations with the West, they have given up on the enriched uranium. They have given up on the enriched uranium time and time again, because the sole purpose of the nuclear program is leverage for sanctions relief. Now, if you ask me what they should be doing, well, that's to continue enriching uranium and fucking make nuclear arms instantly, right? Guillotine on Lewis' neck. Hasan really believes everything Iran is saying, doesn't he? Have you noticed that I'm currently in the process of explaining to you something that Iran claims they care about, that I think they're lying about, if you had the capacity to hear the words that are coming out of my mouth, understanding what I'm saying, you would have recognized that while you were typing out that comment, I was actually talking about a key part of the 10-point plan that Iran has advanced, claiming that they care about it quite a bit, that they don't actually care about. The nuke take is bad. Have you noticed that? No, you haven't. You immediately go into the nuke take is bad. You just, refuse to hear words that are coming out of my mouth that directly contradict your assessment and immediately move on to the next thing. Okay? Please, sometimes it's okay to just, let it breathe. You don't have to type out whatever, ownage in the marketplace of ideas you think you're going to have here. Okay? And no, the nuclear sovereignty take is so not bad and so good that Francis Fukuyama and Ian Bremmer, two major liberals, agree with it at this point. Okay? I don't know what more it will take. I mean, those are king libs, right? King libs who also agree with nuclear sovereignty at this point. A lot of people often forget the third and perhaps most important provision of the HasanAbi nuclear doctrine. And that is, if America has claimed you have nukes, you must drop everything and develop nukes yesterday. Okay? Rule number 2 is always keep the nukes. Never give up the nukes. Rule number 1 is get nukes. Rule number 2, always keep the nukes. Never give up the nukes. See Ukraine. See Cuba. And rule number 3 is if America or a Western power is suspecting you of having nukes or claiming that you have nukes, drop everything and get nukes immediately. Okay? That is the Libya rule of the HasanAbi doctrine. Tried, tested, and true. Ismail Bakay is responding to more Trump claims. Enriched uranium is as sacred to us as the soil of Iran and will not be transferred anywhere under any circumstance. The opening and closing of the Strait of Hormuz is determined by the field, not cyberspace. Ismail Bakay also says the other side intends to breach the agreement, which apparently it wants to do. And if the naval blockade continues, the Islamic Republic of Iran will reciprocally take the necessary measures, and there is no doubt about this. Media and people should not pay attention to the opponent's media game. They have contradictory positions. Iran is the guardian of the Strait of Hormuz, and wherever necessary in implementing measures that guarantee the interests and rights of the Iranian nation, it will show no compromise. Notice how I said, in my assessment at least, some of what he's saying is true, which is controlling the Strait of Hormuz, verifiable by monitoring the situation. And some of what I think he's saying is untrue and just gamesmanship, which is the nuclear dust predicament. Breaking, despite President Trump prohibiting Israel from striking Lebanon, a fresh Israeli drone strike has just killed at least one person in Beit Yahoun, southern Lebanon, the country's civil defense told Al Jazeera. Just an hour earlier, President Trump posted on Truth Social, the USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. The Lebanese army had already reported ceasefire violations before the strike, including hours after it went into place, when Israel struck an ambulance in the town of Kunin, close to the border on Friday, according to the national news agency, with reported casualties among the targeted medical workers. The Lebanese recorded a number of violations of the agreement, with several Israeli attacks recorded, in addition to intermittent shelling targeting a number of villages, it said in a statement. Classic Israeli potshots. almost as classic as the other Israeli technique of increasing the intensity of the bombing campaigns right before the ceasefire. These are two techniques that Israel engages in all the time. Complete disregard of international law. No one is restraining them. Why should they, right? Barak Unit 8200 Ravid says, a U.S. official clarifies Trump's Lebanon comments. The president's ceasefire agreement between Lebanon and Israel clearly states that Israel will not carry out any offensive military operations against Lebanese targets, but preserves its right to self-defense against planned, imminent, and ongoing attacks. Okay? So let's continue.
Analyst and Iran expert Kareem
roast turkey is
Sajidpour.
up.
Also with us, the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, retired U.S. Army General Wesley Clark. To both of you, thanks very much for joining us. And Kareem, let me start with you on this major news from the Iranians announcing that the Strait of Hormuz is, in their words, completely open. It's been a source of leverage for Iran for some time now. What do you think? Does this suggest a peace deal, a real peace deal, could be imminent?
President Trump obviously wants to try to end this 47-year conflict with Iran in several weeks. But in my view, that's not going to happen. You still have the same regime which wants the United States as an adversary. A more narrow agreement on just the nuclear issue is possible, but there's no signs that Iran is prepared to change its conduct. And on the Strait of Hormuz, what they found is that that's an incredible tool of leverage for them. They agreed to open it now in exchange for Israel ceasing its military operations in Lebanon. But in the future, if Israel resumes its military operations in Lebanon, they may well try to stop traffic in the strait again.
Well, what's going to happen if Hezbollah in Lebanon starts firing rockets and missiles towards northern Israel, which they've been doing?
There are so many saboteurs in this equation, not only Lebanese Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, Shiite militias in Iraq, and individuals within the Iranian Revolutionary Guards who actually want to prolong the war for their own internal expediency.
All right, stand by. I want to bring in General Clark. General Clark,
No, it's never Israel that's a saboteur, famously. It's always Hezbollah, the Houthis. It can be IRGC in Tehran, not Israel. Of course, this is the Iranian guy from one of these think tanks, right? There's always like an Iranian guy from one of these think tanks. They'll be like, the real enemy here is always and forever the axis of resistance. Israel famously and notoriously never does anything wrong. And if you think that it's doing anything wrong, it's obviously because Israel had to do it. It's a preemptive strike. How dare you? How dare you talk shit about the beautiful nation state of Israel?
Announcing the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranian foreign minister said vessels must still transit through what they called a coordinated route laid out by Iranian authorities. Is it unusual at all that Iran would be determining this?
It's always funny because it's like, now that we got an Iranian guy to say "Am Israel Chai," it's time for a Wonder Bread white general to say the same things. Okay.
Well, it's absolutely unusual. It's unprecedented, and it's illegal. And so this is an international waterway. They have no right to do this, but there still may be mines out there, and those mines have to be cleared. Someone has to certify that the mines are cleared. But Wolf, in addition to that, as Kareem was saying, this situation will never go back to what it was before, because what's happened is Iran has exercised a weapon, and that weapon is still there. It's still like an axe hanging over international commerce and diplomacy in the region. And they've seen how powerful it is. And I think we also have to look at the role of China in this. When Pakistan's coming in and helping to broker this and convincing China is behind Pakistan. The Saudis are working with Pakistan. It's a temporary fix. Yes, it should be open. It should be open for China because they're the biggest beneficiary of it, and the Iranians know it, and they can't keep it closed. But there's been a real demonstration of strategic power here by the Iranian regime. So I just second what Kareem has to say. Lots of saboteurs out there, lots of potential pitfalls in the future.
Certainly are. Kareem, the U.S. Navy currently has a blockade that went into effect a few days ago on Iran in the Strait that President Trump says will remain in full force, but only as it pertains to Iran, his words, only as it pertains to Iran. How does this impact the country?
So Iran is a country under dire economic straits. Even before this war, it was probably the most sanctioned country in the world. Now it's endured probably tens, if not over $100 billion in damages as a result of this war. And that's one of the reasons why there are folks within the government who don't mind prolonging the war, because once there is a longer term ceasefire, they will face an incredibly aggrieved population.
No doubt about that. General Clark, we're about a day into that 10-day proposed truce between Israel and Lebanon. Hours after it started, though, the Lebanese army accused Israel of violating the ceasefire. The conflict in Lebanon has been a key sticking point in all the negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. Is Israel playing into Iran's hands here, if in fact it's violating the ceasefire?
Yeah, of course it is. And but Iran has never had Hezbollah come back and acknowledge the ceasefire. So Hezbollah is a third party left out. At any time, Hezbollah could launch a couple of rockets, and you can't take away Israel's right to defend itself. Israel has that right, and I know that there are many in Israel today who are perplexed by this. We we're going to get an agreement with Lebanon, and what about Hezbollah? We were going to get rid of Hezbollah. They're still there. What restrictions will emerge on Iran's support of Hezbollah as we try to wrap this up with a complex, complete diplomatic agreement? And if there are no such restrictions,
something tells me that this news is not neutral. Wait, what makes you say that? Is it perhaps because Wolf Blitzer? Yeah, right now you have a Pahlavist, a CNN anchor, Wolf Blitzer, who used to do PR for AIPAC. It's real. Look it up. Okay. Wolf Blitzer, before he was on CNN, was a spokesperson for AIPAC. And a U.S. general are all engaging in the Israel Defense Forces commentary. It's wonderful. You get to see the full diversity, the full spectrum of commentary on CNN on these issues, right? I wonder if there's another person. I mean, why don't they just have Benjamin Netanyahu on directly, right? It's quite anti-Semitic that they don't have anyone who's straight up Israeli to come and talk about how they're getting fucked over in this process because if they don't do child murder in Lebanon, they'll literally die, okay? If Israel does not do child murder in Lebanon, do you want Israel to explode? It's really fucking anti-Semitic.
We're still in the danger zone, Wolf.
No doubt about that. The danger zone continues. General Clark, thank you very much. Kareem Sajapur, thank you to you as well.
Well, oil prices are trading at their lowest level in 5 weeks following the earlier announcement by the Iranian foreign minister. Let's discuss with Richard Quest, CNN business editor-at-large and anchor of Quest Means Business. So, Richard, we're seeing this significant drop in prices. But as they say in the real world, what's changed?
Oh, I think quite a lot has changed. The sentiment has changed. If you look at the developments over the course of the day, there is a view that there is more of a willingness to move forward towards peace. Now, I get the point that you're making. What's changed factually, of course? Nothing. And that's why, although I say the willingness and the trend and the mood has changed, this fall that we're looking at the screen is entirely justifiable and predictable, and it is equally reversible if the trend does not continue, if the mood movement doesn't change, if, for example, the blockade remains and no oil flows out. That's the reality here. It's going to be a case of wait and see if the ships actually move. Talk all you like. We want to see the ships.
We want to see the ships, and you have Maersk, one of the largest shipping companies, saying that they've noticed Iran's announcement on the Strait of Hormuz, and then they go on to say the safety of our crew, vessels, and customers' cargo remains our top priority. That doesn't signal that they are ready to set sail, all things being back to normal.
No, and they won't be, and however many ships they've got caught in the upper Gulf, they will remain there. But let's just say the Iranians start to give exactly those guarantees. No, you can go forward, no toll. Let's just say, I'm speculating, you can go forward. But you've still got the Americans in the Arabian Gulf outside. You've still got them waiting with their blockade to move things forward. So, and the price that you're looking at now is predicated on actual real oil ships moving. If they don't, that price will go back up again. As for the longer term, how much of the economic crisis is baked in? Is the cake actually rising now? Inflation, how much damage has been done? We don't really know. It'll be a few more weeks before we can quantify that. Certainly an element of damage, but the better news is that things are looking better. Now they've got to actually prove it.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear that the president is wanting this war to come to an end rather quickly as well. He sees all of these economic numbers. CNN's, thank you so much. Really appreciate Richard Quest. Thank you for joining us.
What are we hearing from the president on all of this? He's on quite a spree on Truth Social this morning on these big developments, Betsy.
Yes, Pamela, President Trump and his team are watching this very closely, receiving regular updates from here in Las Vegas, where the president is making an economic push. But news that the Strait of Hormuz is reopening, very welcome, and officials are feeling optimistic as these talks are progressing in real time. President Trump reacting in that flurry of social media posts. Now, we are learning, according to reporting from our colleagues Elena Treen and Kevin Liptak, that the Trump administration is also considering unfreezing $20 billion in Iranian assets as part of these negotiations. I want to read to you from a post the president sent just a few moments ago. He says, quote, "The USA will get all nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form." Of course, this idea of Iran potentially
Yes, Trump is at the Tort Conference. Yes, Trump is at WrestleMania. Yes. He's doing all of the things that are happening in Vegas right now. I've heard that Trump is there specifically to go to the Tort Conference and see Sam Cedar. Uncle Sam versus El Presidente.
Benefiting financially from this deal, even
Trump loves tort reform.
If no money is exchanged, could lead to some criticism of President Trump, who has been critical of similar deals under the Obama administration. But officials are hoping that a broader deal to end this conflict could be finalized as soon as this weekend. And they are watching those talks between Iranian and Pakistani officials very, very closely to see that if a potential second round of talks could take place in Islamabad as soon as this weekend. Now, there are still some major sticking points, and that includes how long Iran has agreed to pause its uranium enrichment, as well as retrieval of Iran's nuclear material. That is what President Trump is referring to as nuclear dust. But all of this comes after the president yesterday announced a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, something that sources say really paved the way for these quickly progressing developments, as well as this announcement that the Strait of Hormuz is reopening. President Trump has said that the strait blockade will remain in full force until that deal is complete. But we are already seeing oil prices go down, the stock market going up due to this news. It comes as the president is here trying to make that economic pitch, and people I've talked to are already feeling the crunch from this conflict. Pamela and Wolf.
All right. Betsy Klein, thanks for the latest.
$20 billion for nuclear material has been floated, not decided. Nick referenced to reporting. And I will quote from it. One proposal includes unfreezing assets in exchange for Iran turning over its stockpile of highly enriched uranium. Iran has asked for major sanctions relief, unfreezing of assets north of the 20 billion figure. The sources said the discussions are ongoing, haven't been resolved. This is like the crux of everything. Like, Strait is the...
Just no money has exchanged hands. Kind of interesting that when Barack Obama was unfreezing assets, Iranian assets, or when Joe Brandon was unfreezing Iranian assets, that was money exchanging hands. When Trump is doing it, that's a different thing. That's a totally separate thing. You guys don't understand. No money is, no green pallets of cash. Just $20 billion Much larger number, much bigger number than the Joe Brandon $6 billion, much bigger than the Barack Hussein Obama's 1.7. After all, it's inflation. That's why with inflation, 20 billion is far smaller than 1.7 billion. Far smaller than 6 billion.
Linchpin, I think, from an economic perspective. But this is the crux of the deal that every president has been going after for decades and decades. What's your latest sense of things?
Yeah, I mean, those were the two biggest
For the record, I want you guys to understand something. Like, this is not a point of a serious contention. When Barack Obama did it, it should be done. Rick Scott is so obsessed with you, he's now posting a year-old profile by you about the New York Times demanding why they glazed you. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Hey, New York Times, can you let me know why you're giving a guy who said I should be murdered such a glowing platform? Would love to know your standards. Dog, this was written before then. There's been new articles glazing me since then, you know? I do think it's really funny that Rick Scott spends most of his time crying about my existence now. One of these days, man, you'll get him, okay? I promise.
Points, I think, throughout these entire negotiations. And as you mentioned, the Strait, one of them, but I think for now seems more likely to be resolved. It's this idea of how long will Iran actually commit to suspending their enrichment of uranium, and then also the idea of going in to retrieve the enriched, having the U.S. or perhaps another country, some sort of mediator going in to retrieve.
Honestly, it is somewhat humiliating that he has been consistently pushing this, and I have yet to see any support. Like, if I claimed that someone had put a hit out on me and I just kept posting through it over and over again, like, why does nobody care? Like, this person wants to kill me. Why does nobody care? This person wants to kill me. And every single time I posted it, people were just like, yeah, you suck, dude. You've killed so many people with your Medicare fraud. Fuck you. Like, if that's what the response was every single time I posted this lie, right? Because I didn't actually, demand someone kill Rick Scott. Like, I was talking about Mike Johnson not being sincere about the cause of Medicare fraud, right? But it's pretty funny. Like, if I saw, it wasn't even in like a video game thing. Like, it was hyperbole, right? Like, it's obviously hyperbole, which is precisely the reason why the Secret Service or the Department of Homeland Security or the FBI didn't even fucking do anything about it. But in any case, please pay attention to the actual point here. The point here is, if you keep consistently posting this false claim over and over and over again, okay, and no one came to your aid, at a certain point you have to recognize it's humiliating, right? Because you're basically putting yourself out there and finding out that people either A, don't believe you, or B, a far worse consideration, that they do believe you and they don't care. So I don't know which one is worse. I think it's the second one that's probably worse. Like, at a certain point, you got to give up, right? Because you're just basically, one, amplifying to everyone that you've done Medicare fraud, record-breaking Medicare fraud, and two, showing the rest of the world that, like, a lot of people actually don't care. A lot of people don't care at all. Sad state of affairs for Rick.
retrieved the uranium that they already have.
And he just put out a flurry of social media posts this morning announcing the U.S. would acquire all of Iran's, quote, nuclear dust.
Yeah.
And that money would not be exchanged in negotiations for that nuclear dust, as he calls it, from the B-2 bombers. But two sources are telling CNN this morning the administration is considering unfreezing $20 billion in Iranian assets as part of the negotiations. Really quick, I want to play what the president said earlier about the Obama administration's Iran deal.
And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash. Took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. He flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work.
Is it a good idea for the U.S. to consider releasing these funds to Iran? What do you think?
Well, you know, we obviously were very critical of the way President Obama handled giving cash to Iran. I think it really depends on the negotiation that President Trump comes through with them. What are we getting in exchange? What are the security measurements that we're going to receive, and have the assurances that they're not going to pursue any sort of nuclear capability? President Trump is a tough negotiator. I mean, we've been really able to watch him negotiate almost as a general public through the Truth Social post, and there's days you're like, wow, but this is the way he negotiates. He's a tough negotiator, and he gets results,
including threatening taking out an entire civilization.
Well, and you know what? That was one of the things that they, as he said, they say death to Israel, death to America. And I think we have to take them seriously, and while they are a much smaller country and they don't have the capabilities that we do as Americans, we still have to take it seriously. And I think that those were the types of words that they understood what those meant. I believe that he never intended to do that, but it was simply the rhetoric to put them in a position of he means business.
The bottom line is the U.S. has long pointed to Iran as being a state sponsor of terrorism, going back 47 years. And Trump, for his part, said that this war was initiated to prevent Iran from funding that, right? Yeah. So if the U.S. does ultimately unfreeze these assets for Iran as part of these negotiations and move the blockade away so the oil ports are open, does that essentially allow it to continue to be a state sponsor of terrorism?
Well, I hope not. I mean, I was born in 1976, and as long as I can remember, Iran has been a state sponsor of terrorism. I mean, they have killed thousands of Americans. They continue.
ZNN, dude. ZNN. It's fucking unbearable, okay? It's just so funny. This is supposed to be this anti-Trump commentary. This is the pre-Larry Ellison purchase ZNN. And as soon as foreign policy is called in the question, as soon as like Israel's needs are called in the question, it's uniparty. Like everybody is just regurgitating the same exact idiotic pro-Trump propaganda. They're just saying the shit that Trump's been saying. Oh yeah, everyone knows. Like, I mean, obviously Iran is a great danger to. Everyone knows Iran is a great danger to both Israel and the United States and the rest of the world. So I guess you guys have no issues, right?
To fund these proxies in the Middle East causing disruptions, whether it's Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis, and of course all of the instability in Syria and Iraq. Iran's always behind it. And that's why I really, truly believe that President Trump knows this is the moment that there has to be a change in ideology in the government in Iran. And, that's going to take some time here, but I think the hardest part of the work is done. And now it's going to be a lot of diplomacy and also pressure where the pressure needs to be put in place to push them that direction.
Plus, the Strait of Hormuz is declared open by Iran while a Lebanon-Israel ceasefire holds. Britain and France have welcomed the announcement, but warned that more needs to be done.
We welcome the announcement that was made during our meeting, but we need to make sure that that is both lasting and a workable proposal. And if anything, it reinforces the need for the work that we've been doing this afternoon. Because
the audacity. Iran, famous destabilizer in the region. I say as an American. Like, wow, yeah, no, it's true. It's the great destabilizer in the region, Iran, and not, I don't know, the United States of America or its extension, Israel. Famously, it's them doing it. Oh yeah, this is of course always awesome. Keir Starmer is flying to Paris this morning to co-host a virtual meeting of the Strait of Hormuz Maritime Freedom Navigation Initiative. He's doing work. He's doing the important work, the necessary work of reopening the Strait of Hormuz, as you know. It's hard work, but someone's supposed to do it. I'm glad. This hypocrisy pisses me off. Kaya Kallas starts her sentence with under international law. Yet, under the entire genocide in Gaza, Europe completely ignored international law. When the U.S. attacked Venezuela, EU leaders explicitly stated that this was not the time to discuss international law. They repeated that when the U.S. attacked Iran. But now, Kaya Kallas returns to opening her sentence with international law. International law is not an optional feature of international relations that you invoke only when it suits you. Well, except it is. That is how it's been utilized, and now they're much more flagrant about that utilization. Mark Levin, great glaze, bro. Lindsey Graham, great questions from the great one. Mark Levin is mad about Donald Trump. How dare Donald Trump do something that Israel doesn't want him to do? Okay? Remember, the great one. Which side are you on, Mark? Marky Mark, Master Shake. What's our plan to stop Hezbollah? Once we disarm Hezbollah, now that we have taken on this responsibility, how will we prevent Hezbollah from regenerating and reconstituting its forces? The Lebanese government has neither the will nor the way, or they'd have done it in the last year's ceasefire that Hezbollah violated. I expect Hezbollah will see its tactics of using buildings to organize, store weapons, and fire rockets as successful, and will comment more of it, or will do more of it given the declaration. And it will continue that Israel can't do anything about it, as this declaration protects Hezbollah. So we shall see. I'm the great one, also known as Master Shake. His British is good, but this is an L accent. I mean, I'm trying to do fucking Mark Levin, also known as Master Shake. Israel has degraded Hezbollah without much help from anyone else. They took out its leadership. They lost soldiers. They've relocated 1 million or so of its citizens because Hezbollah fires thousands of rockets into their towns. Sheikh Zula, the Mike Ruler, the old schooler. You want a drink? I'll bring it to you. Oh my God. Did you get a vocal coach? What is this? New survey claims you are the top news source for 1.6% of 2024 voters. That's crazy. Top news influencers. Number 1, Joe Rogan, Sean Hannity, Greg Gutfeld, Elon Musk, Mark Levin Show, Jimmy Kimmel. Jon Stewart, Brian Tyler Cohen, Erica Kirk, Jordan Peterson, Philip DeFranco, HasanAbi. Next to Philip DeFranco, Glenn Greenwald, Russell Brand, David Pagman. Dean Withers is okay, this I don't understand what these guys are utilizing as far as the measure of influence. It's definitely more, because if I was asked that in a survey, I would lie. Why? Because, like, there are a lot of people on this list. Like, Ben Shapiro has no motion, dude. What the fuck? Ben Shapiro is unbelievably motionless. That's why I'm saying, like, the idea that these guys are, like, I believe Joe Rogan is one of the top, right? I believe that for sure. But as far as, like, Rachel Maddow or Ben Shapiro or fucking Maria Bartiromo, I don't think that is, like, I don't know how they conducted this, but it was a nationwide survey poll mentioned in the post I was reposting. Who the fuck would say Elon Musk? A lot of dumb people get their quote unquote news from Elon Musk. I mean, I guess it's 2024, so maybe it was a different time as well. But even then, it's from 2024, dog. No, I still don't believe that. Also, where the fuck is Charlie Kirk? Where's Charlie Kirky? Erica Kirk in 2024? Erica Kirk in 2024. Guys, I'm sorry. This is an unbelievable list. No Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk instead. No, this is 2024 voters, not 2024 metrics. Oh, this is just percentage of 2024 voters, not what their influence was. Oh. Okay, so it's a new poll. The data isn't from 2024. The people polled are those that voted in 2024. The poll was more recent. Oh, got it. David Pakman has more motion than No Name Haas. It's true. I agree. Online personalities and comedians overtake TV and newspaper as primary news source. A new Ipsos poll conducted for the Jordan Center of Journalism, Innovation, and Advocacy at the University of Mississippi shows how the media landscape has fractured. Do you ever bar graph, bro? I agree. I'm low motion. They should stop covering me. That's what I think. Yeah. Once again, the only reason why I think this is unbelievable is not because I'm at like 1.6%. That's normal. I'm not that big of an influencer, but you got names on here that make no sense. Like Jordan Peterson has no relevance whatsoever. Ben Shapiro has no relevance whatsoever in modern contemporary discourse. And considering that this is a new, list, like Jordan Peterson has been in rehab for fucking months. We don't even know if he's still alive or dead. The fact that they would put Jordan Peterson up there, like would mention Jordan Peterson up there, is some about the way that they're doing this list doesn't make a lot of sense. He's in a red meat coma. Yeah, Jordan Peterson, Erica Kirk, like that also sounds unfucking believable. Really? 4% of voters said that they get their top news from Erica Kirk. Anyway, let's continue. Just saw you on Fox News. They were so mad. I'm a fan now. Bitch, you've been following since 2025. Okay? Yeah, this might be more so like maybe a name recognition poll, because like it is base boosted with conservatives. It's chock full of conservatives. And that makes sense because these guys were dominant, right? They were towering forces in the information landscape on the internet for a decade. Now they've died, sometimes literally, sometimes figuratively died. And so from a name recognition perspective amongst like 2024 voters, it kind of does make sense because they're thinking of like who they used to, whose names they recognize, whose names they've heard from. I don't know. Because it doesn't make any sense as far as like their current relevance, because Ben Shapiro has no base. Ben Shapiro has videos on his YouTube page that barely crack 20,000 views, man. It's fucking over. It's so unbelievably over. Why'd you put a hit out on Rick Scott? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, Mark Levin is not happy about Trump letting Hezbollah live and not allowing Israel to do more genocide in Lebanon.
We're very clear that the mission that we're putting together is a defensive mission and that comes after a ceasefire.
The announcement broke as British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and French President Emmanuel Macron co-hosted dozens of world leaders on the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. CNN's Melissa Bell is outside the Élysée Palace in Paris for more. And Melissa, I'm serious when I ask this question. What is the point of this meeting for European officials when they don't have a stake in any of the decision making here, as has been seen given the announcement from President Trump of potentially a deal looming, and also that the strait, as for now, is open?
This was a meeting that was initially proposed by the British and the French, but that also attracted in presence. They were actually here in Paris, the Italian leader and the German leader. But there were some 50 participants.
Do I fuck with Electronic Intifada? Their coverage is so good. Yes, I love Electronic Intifada.
In it, many remotely. They were global organizations, but some 30 heads of state or government.
Add that to the ADL list again. Another offense. He is connected to the most dangerous group of all, Electronic Intifada. Add that to the ADL list,
and
affiliations
that's important because
list.
it wasn't just Europeans. What we're talking about are the leaders from Latin America through the Middle East to the Indo-Pacific, those parts of the world that were not belligerent in this case, that are not directly involved in the war, but have been on the front line of its effects, of its impacts. And so they came together to try and put together, and they've been talking about this for some weeks, this coalition to ensure that navigation can stay open in the Strait of Hormuz. The idea is that they want no blockade, they want no tolls, and they want the end of fighting, a ceasefire allowing them to mount this mission with the help of the ships of France, the United Kingdom, Germany and Italy in order to carry out minesweeping operations. Now, crucially, only once a ceasefire has been struck. Then this announcement of the lifting on the Iranian side of the blockade and all the hope that it has brought. But what the French president wanted to keep front and center was the need for prudence, because we'd seen so many times before, at moments of a glimmer of hope, disappointment then. Faced with the maximalist demands of the United States, the intransigence of the Iranians, and the continued frustration of the rest of the world faced with this, the idea here was to try and do something.
There's something very funny about how humiliating it is to watch European leaders exercise their powerlessness, an exercise in futility. Like, hey guys, we have a say in this too. Like, look at us, we're still here. Also, we withstood obviously the worst impacts of, Trump's dangerous and increasingly belligerent and increasingly violent actions in the region. But also, we're still here. We have a say in this. Okay, we're doing Zoom calls. We're not cucked. Hasan is the Alex Jones of the left. That was so a bit that It just Miwans. They haven't heard of them. Top watch news influencers, Keir Starmer, the Cook chair meeting, Hasan's the Alex Jones of the left, says Marco apologizes. Go apologize for Marco more.
Thing about it without
Fetterman was just talking about you on CNN? No. Again?
being those involved directly in the war. This is what the French president had to say.
Distinct des hostilités en cours,
we demand a total reopening immediately, unconditionally, by all parties of the Strait of Hormuz. We demand a restoration of the conditions of...
I just heard on the news that you said Anne Frank would have supported the Houthis. She would have been a believer too. I didn't even say Anne Frank would have supported the Houthis. I don't know what her take would be on this conflict. I just simply stated that there is not much difference between a survivor of one genocide and someone who, as a teenager, experienced the Holocaust. Like, I don't make a distinction between genocides, right? Sorry for, ruining your joke autistically and explaining away my position, but you're right. I think Anne Frank would have been a believer and probably a supporter of the Houthis.
free navigation that were in place before the war.
So they're feeling prudent about the prospects of peace because, of course, the complexity of the negotiations ahead leaves no doubt to leaders who gathered here in Europe in Paris today. But they're also simply actually looking for a return to the situation before this war began. Bianna.
All right. Melissa Bell in Paris for us. Thank you.
Now, I will say, from all of the conversations I've been having today with Trump administration officials, White House officials, they are very optimistic.
What do you mean, survivor? No, I said a survivor of one genocide, as in the American-backed Saudi blockade in Yemen. Timothée Chalamet survived that as a teenager. He experienced that, and he lived to tell the tale. I didn't say Anne Frank survived the Holocaust. I don't know why you're getting so mad. That's not what I said.
That a deal could potentially be finalized as early as this weekend. What I'm told is that really what we are watching play out, Nick was describing it in Tehran with the Pakistanis, mainly the Field Marshal, Asim Munir, who has been really the lead person talking with top Trump administration officials and the Iranians. How that goes today, if they...
I watch a lot of CNN reports. John Fetterman asked CNN, asked on the Hun. Fetterman, you misunderstand. It's fuck Israel, not fuck the Jews. Get it right, lurch. I guess I was on CNN.
can successfully get the Iranians to agree to a certain number of things that we know they are really pushing for. These are two of them.
Yeah, I like that Fox News took a break from focus on content, so CNN picked up where Fox News left off, baby.
The biggest ones, then they believe they could get there. Now, of course, we've heard these discussions of potential second round of talks. I think actually at this point what the Trump administration is hoping for, again, this is all, best case scenario, I should say. This is not something that is a done deal. But they're hoping that actually if they, these top officials, Witkoff, Kushner, perhaps J.D. Vance, go to Pakistan, that it would be more of a formality, that it would be signing a potential document, finalizing a couple last minute things, but that really the big discussions are happening in Tehran today. And what's also been so fascinating to me, it's almost frustrating because I am trying to report this out, seeing the president posting repeatedly nonstop, 11 plus truths today. I'm told that's really, he has been getting constant updates from the Pakistanis who are in Tehran, and then he's posting about on True Social. The thing I would tell our viewers and remind them is that this is his interpretation of it, and this is one side of the agreement. The Iranians obviously have a different one, and so there are still, gaps that need to be closed, but they are in a much more confident position than they have been in recent days.
Well, I'm now joined in the studio by Hasan Ahmadian. He's an associate professor at the University of Tehran. Good to have you with me here in the studio. So, Professor, first of all, let's take apart some of these lines that have been dropping fast and furious in the last couple of hours. Donald Trump saying Iran has agreed to suspend its nuclear program indefinitely. How likely is it that Iran has agreed in your...
Yes, dude, it's me. Yes, it's me. on Al Jazeera. It's the other Dr. Jihad. Fetterman CNN clip.
That's easy for me.
Bro, he's still in the bunker. He's in the Führer bunker alongside Benjamin Netanyahu. Hunt, just to come back to something you said, who in your party do you believe is cheering for Iran? It's like you are making it seem, wait.
Yes, and so that's what's important to support. And we're heading to a strong end at this point.
Sir, just to go back to something that you said.
Sir, what the fuck are you saying?
Just a moment ago in your answer. Who in your party do you believe is cheering for Iran?
I'm saying it's like if you are making it seem that we, America is not the force of good in the world, criticizing America.
I think this is such a shameful thing. Like, they really should stop having this guy on TV. It is a shameful experience. It almost feels like they're doing this as punishment for Israel, for Israel's war crimes. Their punishment is, here is your top guy in the American political class. This is your top defender. Like, you can watch him short circuit. I sometimes I feel like they're trying to see if they can make him zap back to they can hit him with another stroke, but this just by using his words, they can make him hit another stroke where he's good again, It's just, he is such a fucking ogre, dude. The media class is conducting an experiment to see if they can short circuit his brain to fix it again.
Criticizing Israel. You have Iran, what they've done, the kinds of outrage, with Iranians massacring tens and tens of thousands of Iranians just recently for that. Now, if you're going to continue to vote against our military, if you're proud to vote against defensive kinds of systems like Iron Dome for Israel, and you can
like, everybody knows, massacring. Everybody knows he's brain dead, right? Like, he's functionally brain dead. It's not like he's doing a good job hiding that he's fucking functionally brain dead. I don't even understand what this exercise is for. It's so sad. It's such a sad state of affairs, man. It's fucked up.
Continue to vote down something that is going to fail. That actually must absolutely excite Iran to see, the way that many people, in the Democratic Party, doesn't back the attempts to try to break and destroy the Iranian regime to acquire a nuclear bomb.
Yeah. So I know you and I have spoken a number of times.
He's not even this wasn't the clip. He's not even mentioning me, but I'm sure he will. He has to. I think AIPAC pays him every time he brings up my name. The Hormuz is not letting the tankers through. Mass turnaround. Nearly every ship attempting the crossing has turned back. Oh no, they're Hormuzing. The Hormuzi is not open for business, or at least is open for business as long as you pay the toll to go through the Hormuzi hole. They're like, oh fuck, it's too tight. I really gotta stop. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm fucking stupid. This is why no one should be listening to me. Pushing 50 years old. Oh, I'm sorry. John Fetterman can his way through this process, but I can't make a couple Hormuzi is too tight jokes. Like, that's fucked up. Let me have a little bit.
understanding, to suspend its entire nuclear program indefinitely.
There's nothing that has been agreed so far on the nuclear program.
But why then would the US president make this kind of statement if Iran is Iran going to come out and say we haven't done this?
I think the negotiations that are
I convinced my mom to tune in today, Sag. Okay.
Basically restart with the mediation of Pakistan are about this. So there's no negotiations now that he basically forced the ceasefire, which was supposed to happen in, parallel to Iran's ceasefire. It was a regional ceasefire agreement
This
with
guy's
the
goated, by the
unfreezing
way.
of Iranian assets for Iran to
That's what the
return.
mediator of Pakistan said.
Yes.
In their understanding.
Iran and Pakistan said so, but Israel violated it, and so Iran said that wartime situation in the Hormuz will continue. Now, with the ceasefire in Lebanon, talks of unfreezing Iran's assets, the Strait of Hormuz being dealt with differently by Iran. Not that different,
We'll
but
talk in
still.
a minute about the Strait of Hormuz, but I want to finish first these lines about what Donald Trump is saying has been agreed. And he's saying, we will go in at a leisurely pace to recover uranium, which we think refers to the 60% plus enriched uranium. Again, how likely, from your understanding, is it that Iran will agree to allow US, I guess, forces to go in and recover enriched uranium to that degree?
Yeah, I wanted to get to this point. So far, nuclear is subject to discussion. There's no agreement.
Trump tells CBS Iran agreed to stop supporting Hamas and Hezbollah. Yeah. If there's one claim I absolutely do not believe, it's this one, okay? Yeah, I'll believe it. I'll believe it when I see it, okay? Sure, man. Yeah. Because, remember, this is not an ideological allegiance, okay? I'm not silly enough to believe that, Iran is doing this because Hezbollah is Shia and they have, a great deal, a real commitment to the emancipatory needs of these people. I'm sure there are some who believe that, right? Inside of the Iranian government. But ultimately, the reason why they're doing that is because it's a part of leverage. It's a part of the leverage that Iran has against America and Israel in the region. So it's, in a way, it's not dissimilar to the other totally ridiculous demands that the American government has made that Iran will never abide by, which is to restrict their strike capabilities away from Israel. You're wrong, Hasan. It is ideological law. I mean, it's sure. There's a ideological need for it as well, but ultimately it's pressure, it's leverage. Okay, there's no ideological need for why Iran must have missile striking capabilities that actually reach Israeli airspace. That is leverage. That is deterrence. Okay, and it's the same for the axis of resistance.
On anything on the nuclear file.
Right.
There are ideas mediated by Pakistan back and forth between Iran and the United States, but there's no agreement. I can say that with certainty.
I also don't think, I'm not a committed believer in the Orientalist framework that people understand Iran through, where they'll be like, oh, well, they're Shia. They don't care about death. They don't care about martyrdom. Sure, I'm sure that plays somewhat of a role. But at the end of the day, sovereign states don't make these sorts of considerations. They don't make these sorts of decisions exclusively for some kind of ideological purpose. Bro, you're the only one I've ever heard even bring up the Shia mentality. Yeah, I say that as a joke. It's not serious analysis.
But Iran basically has a red line on its nuclear program. You can't just ask it to indefinitely freeze its enrichment because that's a right. It has, in accordance with the international law, with the treaty, the
NPT.
The NPT, basically. And so,
what the fuck is this? Reasons to be a HasanAbi fan, a comprehensive guide. In parentheses, streamers stink. Hasan Piker, self-proclaimed geopolitical guru, once struggled to locate Yemen on a map. Turns out his expertise has lost his sense of direction His hot takes on the Israel-Hamas conflict. Hamas can never do wrong, dismissing war crimes like their LSF shitpost. He rails against capitalism while nestled in a $2.7 million mansion. Wait, someone wrote this as a book? Link McKinley. Then there's Hassan's love affair with terrorism, defending Hamas's resistance fighters, as well as shrugging off the October 7th massacre of 1,200. His claim that Jews are inbred and vile isn't critique. It's a dog whistle loud enough to wake a coma patient. Oh my God, this is ChatGPT. This is an AI book. Someone wrote a fucking AI book. Is AI slop? Undoubtedly self-published. AI has made effort posting much easier. Don't call it slop, is Kino. Yeah, I think like AI, like back in the day, people used to actually do effort posting. Okay? Guys, stop linking the fucking dumb fuck haters ChatGPT posts. Like, oh my God, my own community are my worst fans. They just never think. They literally don't think. They're just doing promotion for this fucking dipshit. Like, please. What the hell is wrong with you?
It's not willing to give it up. And I think him talking about Iran giving up its uranium is also unrealistic. The Iranian...
We crave the slop. Yes, you crave the slop. You love the drama. You can't be serious. You can't think tactically ever.
Came up with ideas before the war, and I think they are sticking with those ideas.
That's what I was going to say. It was reported before the war through the Omani mediators that there had been a breakthrough in handing over the plus 60% enriched uranium.
It's not handing over. It's bringing it down diluting it to 20% and then to 3.67%, which is for...
Yeah, contrastive negations are my least favorite ChatGPT-isms. It's not effort posting. It's slop maxing. Yeah. It's so fucking annoying. I hate it so much. I don't know why ChatGPT decided this is the best way to do it. This is the best way to go.
Peaceful purposes only according to the IAEA. And so
you don't think it's realistic that they will now agree to the US going in there and taking that enriched?
There's a threshold to getting into an agreement on this.
Okay.
For two reasons. The Iranians are saying this is our right, and second, they are not that they don't have that much of stockpile to give this up, and then when the United States violates its commitments, then to enrich again. They don't have much uranium, so it's not.
All right, let's
talk
about the Straits of Hormuz, and the US president also saying Iran has agreed to never close the Straits of Hormuz again. Again, how likely is that, do you think?
Well, that's, I think, depends on how the United States acts. Basically, when there was agreement, as I said, they violated it in two basic, points. Lebanon and then the unfreezing of assets. Iran also said we are not bound to it. Now, if the United States is to violate its commitments, I can see that the Iranians will also go back to where they were.
Well, he's already saying that Iran will not receive any frozen funds from the US. So is it likely that the Iranians will take that step without any promise of unfreezing their assets?
I can't imagine a scenario in which the Iranians would have done so without, receiving promises from the mediators that this will happen. Because that was a package offered to Iran, and Iran accepted it. And based on it, started dealing with the United States indirectly through Pakistan and went to the negotiations.
Yes, Iran told mediators it will continue to limit the number of ships allowed to cross the Strait of Hormuz, and that it will also charge tolls for the remaining period of the ceasefire, according to the Wall Street Journal report. I know. They never backed away from maintaining control over the Strait of Hormuz. That was just a made-up thing that Donald Trump, or it wasn't even a made-up thing. It was just Trump saying, like, the strait is open to make himself look better in American media. which is precisely the reason why I think a lot of the, I guess, the sailors that read only Western news thought that this would mean like fully open passage with no toll system implemented at all, which is why you're seeing a bunch of these ships make U-turns now. I don't even think it's market manipulation. I thought Iran had said it's also open. No, the Iranian statement from the start was literally the Strait of Hormuz is now fully open in accordance with the IRGC's demands. People just heard the first half of that statement and just refused to listen to the second half of that statement. You're referencing what Arakshi said, okay? Abbas Sayed Arakshi. Here is what he actually said. Where the fuck is it? Hold on. I have it somewhere. Oh, in line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period on the ceasefire on the coordinated route as already announced by Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Okay? Yeah, you got to read the terms of service. They said you still got to go through the Iranian ports. This is the coordinated route as already announced by the Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic representative of Iran. As in, the Payatollah is still going. Payatollah. Yeah, coordinated route implies you still got to pay the toll to go through the Hormuz's hole. The Hormuzi is still tight. Oh, fuck, that's so tight. That's too tight, Hormuzi. I can't get through it. Brother, please. What's that, brother? Sir, can you stop being so academic?
That
Yes,
Iran is
I can.
announcing that the situation in the Strait is changing. I can imagine that there is an agreement on this.
So I'm listening to everything you're saying, Professor.
And then you yell at us for not being serious? I mean...
And this is what I'm wondering now. It basically sounds like you're saying pretty much everything that the US president has announced is not accurate, is not correct. Why are we not...
Guys, shocking. Shocking! Every single thing that Trump said so far about his end of the bargain has been total nonsense. That's why I said you got to sit back and you got to wait. Are they going to unfreeze assets? Most likely, yes. Is the Iranian side still collecting a toll? Yes. You did not describe it that way with yesterday's guest. Yeah, obviously I'm not going to say Hormuzi. My Hormuzi is so tight. Ooh, in front of Amy fucking Goodman. Chat, please. I too contain multitudes. Okay? I also didn't say, oh, I'm Hormuzing right now. I'm the Hormuzer. I also didn't say all that oil still can't lubricate the hole in Hormuzi. The Hormuzi hole is not being lubricated by all the oil that's transiting through it. I didn't say any of those things because that would be insane. What if she laughed so hard and snorted and then said, wow, Hasan, you are the best, but that train's gone now, like your opportunity. I would never test that in the marketplace of ideas, okay? I'm not brave enough.
Hearing anything from the Iranian side. Doesn't that silence tell us something?
Well, the silence is basically not that weird when it comes to Tehran, because they're not within the mood of President Trump, who just basically comes...
Contain multitudes, translating, I'm a fake leftist and support Israel. Yes.
Out and, gives different announcements. I suspect...
Bro needs to stay niche and not be in the news cycle again. Yeah, that's why I'm saying these things, so that the news cycle will go, this guy's too gross for us to cover. That's my you've identified my trick. Okay? That's my technique.
The Iranians will come out with their narrative. There have been some points, being raised by people in Tehran, but it's the official line. It's Friday today, so you will hear more.
This new maritime, shall we call it, arrangement, is Iran going to be able to enforce that long term without the objections of other states? Because it pushes the maritime traffic into Iranian territorial waters. Does that not violate the UN Convention on the Law of the Seas, Articles 37 to 39, that talk about the right of unimpeded passage for ships?
Yeah, sure. You see, if you put it in that light, of course. But the reality is that the deepest route goes through Iran's territorial water. So Iran is not changing the route for that purpose. It doesn't need to.
But before February 28th, the ships were not restricted to only that passage.
No, I know, but
there is a change, right?
But the ships that are heavy or heavier, they usually go through Iran's territorial water because it's deeper. So they don't need to change anything. They can just, in accordance with international law, observe what's going in and out. And they have said, with the announcement by Mr. Arakchi, they have said that it's the Supreme National Security Council's, announcement that is to be observed. Firstly, that passage is only for innocent passage for ships that are commercial or energy-related, not military. And secondly, they should be observed by Iran's Navy. So it's basically that same announcement that was announced before.
Well, I have so many more questions, but I'm already being told that the time is up. I apologize. We're going to have to leave it there, Professor.
Professor Hasan Ahmadian is the man. And I'm not just saying that because we share a name or that he weirdly looks a lot like me. Okay. It's, I don't know what the fuck it is. But yeah, no, he teaches in University of Tehran. Is Twitter down for you? I don't know. Maybe.
We're on our way.
BBC interviews Hezbollah representative as Israel-Lebanon ceasefire has been announced. It looks like you and Matt Walsh had a baby. Calm down. Don't say that. Oh, here is German Chancellor Merz. Iran must end its nuclear program. Yeah. Let's take a look at what the Germans are saying. Uh-oh. We want to achieve the lasting end to this war as quickly as possible. Our message, also in coordination with all of our partners, is Iran must end its nuclear program. It must stop attacking the Israel, which is our emotional support apartheid. Yeah, we love the genocide. We love it. There's never been a genocide that has happened around the world, or even ones that we've committed that we haven't been fully on board with. Yeah. When white people do voices, it's just racist, FYI. Well, I guess I'm the racist. Oh, meine Gott, ich kann nicht glauben, you're being racist against the Deutsch. The Deutsche sprechen, ja. Anti-Deutsche, but not in the anti-Deutsche way that I like. You must stop attacking the Israel and the Gulf states. And it must reliably, permanently, and without the payments of any kinds of reopen the Strait of Hormuz for free navigation. You and what army, motherfucker? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bald man? What are you saying? You are motionless. You got no bitches. You got no motion. You got nothing. Don't provoke Germany. We don't want a World War III. He has nothing. He doesn't even have the German public's consent. 93% of Germans disagree with Merz and German support for the attack on Iran now. Stop arms deliveries to the USA and Israel. Revoke overflight rights and close the Ramstein base. Wait. Soll Deutschland die USA im Krieg gegen den Iran militärisch unterstützen? 93%. Nein! Nein! Nach jawohl! Nein! 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 It's ridiculous. Watch out. I'm going to accidentally step on you. So I guess it's not just 90-10 in motherfucking United States of America. It's 93-5 in Germany. Life of an EU vassal. Russia is the only major European country that has increased its share of global GDP in the 21st century. Germany and Italy have fallen sharply. Poland has held steady. Yeah, respect the Poland. They're pulling through. The White House is slop posting again, so this might mean there's actually momentum in the ceasefire. Yeah. The Witcher is keeping Poland afloat. Yeah, true. Cutting the EU out of negotiations in favor of Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, Saudi was helpful in that these countries actually have a strong interest in ending this conflict and did not just blindly outsource their views to Washington or Tel Aviv. The European response to the JCPOA being violated was revealing, and that they just don't play a fucking constructive role at all. At the same time, this was allowed to split countries like France or Spain to take an independent stance, which is more helpful. Donald Trump. Hasan, have you seen your cartoon? Which one? There have been many. But the answer probably is yes. It's so fucking ridiculous. Come on, Macron is not independent. He pretends he could tiptoe the line. He wishes he was Erdogan on this. Fun fact about Mertz, he spent 12k euros for his hairstylist last year. This is the product of 12,000 euros? Are you serious? Ain't no fucking way. Stop. That's a joke, right? He's Mr. I'm middle class with 12 millions in my bank account. Who, Mertz? Or are you talking about me? Are you fantasizing about me saying those things? Or is Mertz also a fake socialist, a fake rich socialist? Oh, Mertz said that. Okay, Mertz, fake socialist Andy. He said he's middle class. Yeah, he's in the middle. He's in the middle of like striving millionaires and billionaires. He's right smack dab in the middle, you know? He's in the middle of what? Millionaires and billionaires. Trump. Now that the Hormuz Strait situation is over, I received a call from NATO asking if we would need some help. I told them to stay away unless they just want to load up their ships with oil. They were useless when needed. A paper tiger, President DJT. U.S. and Iran both have troops on the ground just in case, but it seems like they're both trying to F with each other.
To meet a senior Hezbollah political figure, Wafiq Safa. He is instrumental in understanding Hezbollah's position right now, what they are thinking, and it is a critical time for Lebanon.
I did see it.
He is also a high-value target for Israel, so we're meeting him in an undisclosed location, and we've been asked to leave our phones behind. We meet in a building on the outskirts of the southern suburbs of Beirut. He tells me the Iranians have told him a ceasefire is about to be announced. And so I start by asking him if Hezbollah would abide by it.
So the answer is positive. خلينا نشوف أي وقف إطلاق نار. إذا كان وقف إطلاق نار مثل ما كان بسنة 24 يعني في حرية حركة، وهذا أكيد لا نقبل به. من المؤكد أننا لا نقبل به. لن نقبل أن نعود إلى ما كنا عليه في 15 شهرا الماضية.
Will Hezbollah ever disarm?
Never ever.
Damn, he said that shit in English.
قبل وقف إطلاق النار، وقبل الحقيقة طبعا، وقبل الانسحاب الإسرائيلي، وقبل عودة الأسرى، وقبل عودة النازحين.
Not until the return of prisoners, not until they pay for the reconstruction will we ever disarm. Until then, it is not possible to talk about Hezbollah's weapons.
لا يمكن الحديث عن سلاح حزب الله.
Don't you fear that you're dragging Lebanon into a civil war?
I fucking, oh my God, Western journalists. Israel is not a naturally occurring disaster, okay? There are people who are pressing the buttons that blow up schools in Lebanon. There are people who are flying the planes that do targeted strikes on buildings in Lebanon that kill 300 civilians in a matter of 10 minutes, okay? This is not a naturally occurring disaster. These are human beings, well, maybe, that are committing these atrocities, okay? The idea that Hezbollah is triggering this volcanic incident is totally ridiculous, okay? I hate this fucking argument. Oh, well, don't you feel like your existence is necessitating Israel's maximum violence against the Lebanese population? I don't know. Then why the fuck did Israel invade Lebanon before Hezbollah even existed? Hezbollah's existence, its military actions are the actual necessity here. Israel's violence and Israel's existence necessitates some sort of militant response in advancing the self-determination of the Lebanese population, in advancing the goals of defending Lebanon. Hezbollah exists because of Israel. Israel doesn't do violence because of Hezbollah. Israel simply uses the existence of Hezbollah to continue doing violence. Any civil war in Lebanon needs two warring parties. The party that doesn't want it is the one that has the power to do it. It is Hezbollah. Hezbollah is in favor of civil peace. Hezbollah has always been and will always be keen on peace.
Hezbollah was the first to attack after October the 7th. And Hezbollah was also the first to attack in this war.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Israel never stopped ceasing its fire. When Hezbollah stopped its fire, Israel never stopped. In the region, everybody knows ceasefire with Israel means you cease, Israel fires. Israel killed thousands of people in Lebanon in the months-long, quote-unquote, supposed ceasefire process. It's totally ridiculous to be like, oh, you guys fired first. You guys fired first. That is bullshit, okay? That is complete fucking bullshit. And not only is it complete fucking bullshit, Israel has openly stated their desires to turn Lebanon into Gaza. Here's Christiane Amanpour posting the New York Times report on it, saying the Gazification method, per the Israeli government, not only for Gaza, but also Lebanon and Iran with the United States. Hezbollah, as a part of the axis of resistance in 2023, engaged in the act of deterrence against Israel by not just striking Israel, by the way, but simply starting its strikes against Lebanese territory that Israel was currently illegally occupying. Okay? Many people don't know this. Many people think Hezbollah just started lobbing missiles into northern Israel out of fucking nowhere. Okay? Which, again, as a part of its axis of resistance contract, okay, not like a directly written contract, but as a part of its its function as a primary military deterrence against Israeli incursions into Gaza was actually supposed to literally invade Israel militarily. Okay? I agree, but it's not just the Western journalists. This is the opinion of a lot of people in Lebanon, including some Shias and former allies. They feel like Hezbollah provoked Israel by no longer following the one-sided ceasefire. As unfair as that assessment is, it is how the political sands are shifting in Lebanon right now. This is a real make or break moment for Hezbollah. Not only how they navigate it politically and militarily will be really important. My job is to say the truth. My job is not to abide by the false notion that people have developed in the region. Okay? I don't care. I have to say the truth. And if the media doesn't say the truth, I have to call them out on it. Why? Don't you think that a part of the reason why people are saying enough is enough, and that Hezbollah is the reason for why Israel is blowing up Lebanon, is a concession that people are making because they are getting this kind of false information from the media? To be honest, I think you are wrong. Me, if I was an idiot, to be honest, I think you're wrong. No, you're talking about, he's not saying that to me. He's saying that to Cloud District Enjoyer. But it doesn't matter, okay? What matters is the truth. It's like saying, okay, well, the assessment from the Iranians who are Shah defenders inside of Iran is the idea that America and Israel are going to save Iran. At the time, there were plenty of people who were coming into my chat before, 49 days ago, leading up to America and Israel's bombing campaign, that there were plenty of people inside of Iran that were getting their information from Iranian International and were developing the wrong opinions, totally ridiculous assessments. The idea that America and Israel were going to engage in an emancipatory act of bombing Iran. And I told them the truth. It was hard to fathom. It was hard to hear. And many of them got very mad at me. Many of them even left the community, I suspect. But that didn't change the reality. There are plenty of things that I've said, especially in the last 3 years now, but certainly for the last 10 years that I've been doing this, that many Americans don't want to fucking hear, where they're like, no, this doesn't make me feel good. This doesn't make me feel good. Say something that makes me feel good instead. I'm still going to say the truth regardless. That's my job. My job is not to make people feel good. My job is to say the fucking truth, especially at a time when a lot of mainstream media outlets are not doing that.
شبهة عند الكثير من الناس أنه حزب الله هو الذي بدأ الحرب، في حين أن حزب الله على امتداد 15 شهرا يتلقى الضربات والاستهدافات من قبل العدو الإسرائيلي ولم يرد بأن حزب الله.
Yeah, for 50 months they sat there and they fucking ate it. They had their they withstood one of the worst state-sanctioned acts of terror. They had their own, Israeli 9/11. Little kids' faces were blown up. Healthcare professionals were assassinated in the beeper terrorism that the Mossad so expertly put together. And not only that, but also they flexed on the entire world that they were able to do this. They acted like this was not just a heinous war crime, an act of terror that if other states were to also start doing, this would collapse the entire fucking world. It was such a heinous act of terror. It was such a heinous and direct act of terror that, former CIA director Leon Panetta went on television and was like, this is unbelievable. This is terrorism. There is no other way to conduct, there's no other way to make an assessment on the situation. These pager attacks are directly, clear-cut, an act of fucking terror. And this, if other people also refuse to follow the standards of international law, this would be an incredibly dangerous predicament. Oh, hey, look, the guy that Matt Walsh cosplayed on What is a Woman is live? Who? Did you just volunteer that you watch Matt Walsh? That's such a sad UXD. Oh my God. Oh. That's so sad. Chatter. That's pathetic. Please. I mean, I'm excited that you know how to type words. An unbelievable accomplishment. But you probably shouldn't volunteer this information. Because most places that you go to, that's a lot to get excited about. No, I am. It is exciting. Someone who has the brain processing capabilities of a sea cucumber is capable of fucking typing words together and hitting enter. That's a profound feat. It's like we celebrate the little victories here at the HasanAbi broadcast, including but not limited to John Fetterman going on CNN and stringing words together like a big boy, right? I'm just telling you right now, it's probably pretty embarrassing to admit stuff like this in public. I wouldn't do it. I'm just giving you good advice for the future. You know? If you turn 27 and you still XD, I got bad news. Broken heart. Yeah. Like, for example, there are certain catchphrases that I say that I won't say that get Kaya really excited. Right? And the thing is, I get excited when she understands the words that I'm saying because I'm like, oh my God, my dog understands human words. It's kind of like that. When someone comes in here and openly demonstrates how fucking stupid they are, right? But then they also have the capability of understanding human language and then typing stuff out in the chat, we get excited. What phrases tell us? I don't want to say it because she'll wake up. She's sleeping right now, but she'll fucking wake up. Actually, I want to kind of test it. Hold on. Kaya? Treats? Kaya, treat? You want a treat? Do you want a treat? Okay, now I have to go and get her a treat. You did this, but I guess it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing.
أن يقبل أن يصبح نقطة استهداف للعدو الإسرائيلي. فإذا ضرب العدو الإسرائيلي واستهدف حزب الله فإن حزب الله سيرد.
Israel says that it's protecting its civilians from the Hezbollah attacks. That's why it's attacking in Lebanon. How do you respond to that?
أما حزب الله فلم يستهدف المدنيين على الإطلاق. وخلوا يعطونا صورة أنه استهدف حزب الله أو استهدف بيوت مدنية. هلأ أنه بصير بالقصف أنه بينجرح واحد، هذا أمر طبيعي. لكن كل الاستهدافات لها علاقة بالمواقع العسكرية الإسرائيلية، لها علاقة بالجنود الإسرائيليين، ولم تكن المساكن المدنية هدفاً لضربات حزب الله.
We are in a critical moment for Lebanon, where the interests of Iran clash with the interests of the Lebanese people. And for Hezbollah, which ones come first? The interests of the Lebanese people or of Tehran?
حزب الله ينظر إلى المصلحة اللبنانية، هذا بلا شك وبلا ريب. بالعكس، نحن استفدنا من إيران، مش إيران استفادت منا. استفدنا من إيران لأن هي وقت كانت ضرباته على إسرائيل كانت تساعدنا في هذه الحرب التي كانت قائمة. هذا من جهة. من جهة ثانية، إيران اشترطت على أن تدخل في مفاوضات أن يكون هناك وقف إطلاق نار في لبنان. هذا يكون مساعدة للبنان ولحزب الله.
They're coming back. Car after car, families are making their way south, returning to homes they fled under relentless bombardment. Traffic jams stretching for miles. Even the warnings by Hezbollah and Israel not to return are being ignored. Many have nowhere else to go. This is what a fragile truce looks like. In Dahia, the southern suburbs of Beirut, I saw what so many are now returning to. Neighborhoods devastated, lives upended.
You really can get the scale of the devastation here. Entire residential buildings have been destroyed. This is home to hundreds of thousands of people in this sprawling, densely populated community. It's also where Hezbollah has administrative offices, security offices, and financial offices. And so Israel has been hitting this community incredibly hard.
This is an area where Hezbollah has long had deep roots and where Israel says it has been targeting its infrastructure. But on the ground, it's civilians who are living with the consequences. A resident of Dahia told me he believes the strikes have been indiscriminate.
Even if there is an office for Hezbollah in the building, it doesn't mean you impact all the people living there and bring the whole thing down because of one apartment. They're able to target one specific place. They have advanced technology. It's not necessary to hit the whole thing. There are people who are not with Hezbollah. We are not part of Hezbollah. We rely on them because of what's happening, because no one else is supporting us.
It is a view echoed by many here. And even on...
Also, I want to repeat one more time. I know that living in the United States of America, living in the Western world, we see somebody like waving a Hassan Nasrallah banner and we think, oh, that's a terrorist. That's not how this works, okay? You can't just like kill people that are affiliated with Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a real functioning party in the Lebanese parliament, okay? Just because the United States of America and like many other Western countries have at different points decided to designate Hezbollah as a terrorist organization doesn't change the reality that it is still a functioning part of Lebanese politics and has many supporters. Okay? You can't just kill random people for waving the Hezbollah flag. It would be no different than killing a bunch of random people for waving the American flag. It would be no different than killing a bunch of random people for waving the Likud flag, right? Yeah, Hasan Piker's name is everywhere. Yeah, I did a Garrison Hayes convo with him. Damn, 38 minutes long. Yeah, I had just woken up too.
Day one, there are fears this could all break down.
We totally refuse any direct negotiations between the Israeli entity and the Lebanese state. It is unable, incapable, and unauthorized.
Yeah, there was also like an article that came out. I forget who wrote it, but they were talking about how like the Christian Lebanese actually support Hezbollah now because Hezbollah offers defense for them as well against Israeli attacks. And then they quickly deleted that article. But the idea that like everyone in Lebanon hates Hezbollah is regional. Okay, I have heard from many Lebanese people that say, oh, Hezbollah is really bad, it's really bad, it's really bad. Okay, it depends. If you're a Lebanese Christian, for the most part, especially not living in the southern territories, then you probably don't like Hezbollah. You think Israel would leave Lebanon alone if it wasn't for those, if it wasn't for the pesky Lebanese Shia.
Constitutionally and nationally for the Lebanese leadership to give such a dangerous concession that threatens Lebanon's future.
In the southern city of Sidon, that return begins in shelters.
And Lebanese!
Families who fled with almost nothing are gathering what little they have left, preparing once again to move. Lebanon's children have been forced to carry the burden of this conflict. But even amongst the uncertainty, there is still hope. Yalda Hakim, Sky News, Beirut.
There is an earthquake. All right, progressive Democrat wins New Jersey seat in blowout victory. We are going to talk about ANALILIA now. Now that we have extensively covered the inconsistencies with what Trump is saying. But I guess before we get to the ANALILIA coverage, Mark Dubowitz of Foundation for Defending Dickheads, FDD, came out and said this: Israel has until January 20th, 2029. Remember, these guys are basically Benjamin Netanyahu's personal think tank, an expression of support for, like, anything that FDD says should be reflected on as basically what Benjamin Netanyahu is saying and demanding from America, right? Israel has until January 20th, 2029 to deepen damage to its enemies and convert its remarkable battlefield gains with the U.S. backing into lasting political advantage. With few exceptions, the next president is likely to threaten Israel, even if that weakens American security. So he's basically saying do more genocide before the money faucet is shut off. This is a different posture. This is a different posture than one you would expect from Israel, because it's very cognizant of the realities that American foreign policy is going to change with respect to Israel. So they are trying to do as much damage as possible, as much genocide as possible, and they're trying to get it out of the way, knowing full well that Israel is no longer going to have the same unlimited, unconditional support. Okay? It's gross. It's a gross way to think, and it's a gross way to operate, but that's the reality. Okay. So, let's get to ANALILIA Mejia, the Bernie-crat that won the New Jersey 11 special election that took place because Mickey Sherrill went for the governor's race and occupied the seat, or vacated the seat, sorry. And there are some interesting elements of this electoral victory. It was a blowout victory. It's plus 23, right? It was obviously it was certainly better than Kamala Harris's margin of victory. Yeah, this was a Republican seat a decade ago. It's completely turned around. Okay? However, what's interesting about it is there were some losses, some marginal losses in certain districts. Okay? In certain townships.
Last night in New Jersey.
And centrist Twitter and election trackers have been losing their dang minds over it.
That special election for a House seat ending with far-left progressive ANALILIA Mejia handily defeating the Republican Joe Hathaway. Here's what she said last night in her victory speech in Montclair, New Jersey.
We stand up.
It's not 19 points. I think it's 23 points, by the way.
We resist. We will not allow it to continue. This system is broken, but guess what? We are the glue.
So she's looking for the attention, and she's got it now. Brian Yennis has the fallout today. Brian, hello.
Bill. So I don't know why we're doing the Fox News coverage. Let's look at Harry Emden for a second.
Holy Toledo.
Harry Emden breaks down the ANALILIA Mejia win in a special election in New Jersey's 11th district, allowing Democrats to further narrow Republicans' razor-thin majority in the U.S. House.
New Jersey's 11th district. I love the ice cream in that district, I'll tell you. Oh, so many great places to.
Of course Harry's from the. Oh, come. Of course. Of course Harry Emden is from New Jersey. Of course he is. Classic. How unsurprising. A district. You know who else is from, by the way? Noah Culwin, for those of you who don't know. Noah Culwin's father is a rabbi in the district, specifically in the neighborhood that ANALILIA actually lost support in. Let's take a look.
You know, but bottom line is this. Kamala Harris won that district by 9 points. But right now, we obviously see that Mejia is way out ahead. But that is not surprising me because it's part of a larger picture. Look, we are now talking about 7 special elections. And in every single one of them that we've had.
Emma Vigeland is from there as well. Oh, my God. Well, I'm technically a Jersey boy myself. I was born not in. I'm actually going to be talking to a person running in the district that I was born in, for the record, tomorrow. Okay. It's a different district. I'm in New Jersey 12, technically. That's where I was born. I'm not stealing New Jersey valor. This is New Jersey 11.
During the second Trump era, the Democratic candidates for the House have outrun the Kamala Harris baseline. You know, Florida won last year. I remember you and I were together. 23 points, 16 points in Florida, 6. Virginia 11, 17 points. Arizona 7, 17 points.
New Brunswick is New Jersey 6, not 12. Wait, really? Did I fuck that up? I'm sorry. Okay, maybe I won't. Wait, isn't Hamawi running? Is Hamawi from New Brunswick? I thought he had some connection to New Brunswick. Your boy is a Monmouth County boy. Yeah. Dr. Adam Hamawi is going to be in the building tomorrow. Dr. Adam Hamawi. I might have fucked something up there, but
Tennessee 7, 13 points. Georgia 14, 25 points. And while there are still votes to be counted here in New Jersey's 11th district, I will say at this point we're probably looking at an overperformance of at least 10 points when all the votes are said and done. So 7 special elections, and in every single one of them, the Democratic district for the House of Representatives has outperformed Kamala Harris's baseline by at least 10 points.
So, Holy Toledo. Holy Toledo. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a blowout, as expected. Okay? It was a blowout as expected. Now, although it was a blowout as expected, there were still some centrists on election Twitter that were frustrated for some weird reason. Okay, election watchers on the centrist side of election watcher Twitter were unfucking bearable because, you know, it's not enough. It's not enough that ANALILIA Mejia actually won and won big. She could have won even harder if she was a fucking centrist. If she could have won even harder if she wasn't anti-genocide. That's what election Twitter was focusing on. Very aggressively, mind you. And, of course, Steve Kornacki had some analysis on this as well. He pointed to, in New Jersey 11, Mejia won. Yeah, she didn't win the right way. Mejia won with what has been the customary Dem recipe during Trump's second term, a massively motivated base in the college-plus burbs and giant gains in Hispanic areas where Trump had done unusually well for a Republican. What was different, however, she lost substantial ground in 2 large, traditionally Dem municipalities with substantial Jewish populations. This is true, Livingston being one of them, right? And she did. She actually underperformed Kamala Harris in these 2 substantially large Jewish populations. But she won big regardless, right? Which was the argument that I had presented over and over again. There are far more people who actually care about taking a strong anti-genocide position than there are those who will claim that they won't vote for you or even vote for the Republican if you are pro-genocide. Okay? Now, here's the thing. This turned out to be the truth. This turned out, we don't even need to speculate on this any further. This is quite literally the reality, observable reality. But that didn't stop you, Mitch Voter, from posting the, Milburn and Livingston, the Milburn and Livingston underperformance versus the electorate perspective here. Okay. Clear this struck a nerve. Going to repost this chart from yesterday since the online left can't stop being miserable. Would love to hear what part of the sentence folks disagree with. The reason why people are dunking on Umich voter is because she won. She overperformed Kamala Harris. It doesn't fucking matter that she underperformed in Livingston and underperformed in Milburn. What the fuck are we talking about? In an era where Dems are historically unpopular everywhere, Dems are moderate. To say a leftist could have won harder were they more moderate is an insult to voters. Yeah. And I jokingly said, for every pro-Israel, pro-ICE voter we lose in Livingston, we pick up 2 wokes in the other suburbs, which is true, which is literally what happened, right? And that was actually what I was trying to explain to people. ANALILIA outperformed the centrist Dems' best ever result by 5% during the 2018 blue wave. If that's what standing up to Israel's genocide does for you, that's a massive landslide nationwide. Okay? Umich voter is also from New Jersey. Wait, I thought he was from Michigan. His name is Umich voter. It's not Rutgers voter. It's false advertisement. And ironically enough, I think ANALILIA did some things that she didn't even need to do. And she still lost that vote. The important lesson here is you don't even need the J Street endorsement, in my opinion. You can just stand loudly and proudly and be anti-Zionist, be anti-genocide, and it's totally fucking fine. Okay? Because ANALILIA was the only candidate that was anti-genocide, right? Malinowski wasn't. But Malinowski had, at some point, if we're looking back in the primaries real quick to remind people, Tom Malinowski is a regular lib, right? With a lot of established relationships, and not only that, but also a longer track record than ANALILIA in Congress. And yet AIPAC ran ads against Malinowski, showing that Malinowski, and on those ads, they said Malinowski was pro-ICE. Okay? That's also important. They obviously didn't talk about Israel. But the reason why AIPAC ran those ads was because Malinowski was slated to win this race. And AIPAC had their own candidate, and Malinowski was attacked as being not sufficiently anti-ICE at a time when this was fairly consequential in the eyes of many liberal voters in the region. Okay? But the reason why AIPAC did this was because Malinowski had made the mistake, I guess, according to AIPAC's estimations, of saying he could look at conditioning aid to the state of Israel. That is all it took for AIPAC to launch the money cannon against Malinowski. That's all this was, by the way. AIPAC is such an insane institution that even someone who has always been pro-Israel, that said at one point that they could potentially condition aid to Israel, at some point, that's all it took. So they landed a bunch of attack ads on Malinowski saying, never really talking about his perspective on Israel, mind you, but just simply saying Malinowski had been pro-ICE in the past. And of course, people then looked to the anti-ICE candidate, which happened to be the anti-genocide candidate. That was ANALILIA. This was seen as a spectacular failure. AIPAC went back to the drawing board and switched tactics very quickly in the Illinois races, and we saw that. They still lost. Daniel Biss won, obviously, and he's now, weirdly enough, one of the most anti-AIPAC guys out there. Daniel Biss has been running around talking about how AIPAC can eat dicks forever. He's become the loudest voice against AIPAC, even though, he's the J Street candidate, right? He's like still pro-Israel. He's just not a AIPAC candidate. But basically, there's a couple things to learn from this, as I keep repeating over and over again. One, you absolutely can be anti-Israel, and that the electorate cannot punish you for being anti-Israel. This hasn't stopped people from chirping about ANALILIA's performance in an effort to make it seem like Israel first voters in the Democratic Party that make up 10%, not even 10% in most places, but 10% nationally, right? People who are still pro-Israel at this point, I think we can say, is, Israel first. Those people are not significant enough to make or break elections, but that hasn't stopped people from complaining about it. Michael A. Cohen, not Trump's lawyer, loves to fucking yell about me. Quote retweets this guy, E-Caliber7. While Mejia outran Kamala big time across most of New Jersey 11, she faced gargantuan, at least R plus 30% defections among Jewish Dems due to her rhetoric on Israel. This was especially prominent in Western Essex towns. Okay? This is what'll happen in Michigan if Dems nominate El Sayed, which could be enough to cost Democrats the Senate seat. Now, where have I fucking heard that before? Michael A. Cohen saying he's uncommitted. What if uncommitted, but about doing more genocide and also very bad at math or surveying public opinion? Michael A. Cohen is now claiming that Jewish Michiganders are going to be a significant enough mover and shaker in the state of Michigan, okay, which has the highest density of Arabs in the country, by the way. It's like by totality, I believe it's like the 6th largest, but by per capita numbers, Michigan has the highest per capita population of Muslims, okay? So it's really funny that he's trying to say, oh, we're going to do uncommitted in Michigan for the Jewish Michiganders, with, by the way, no guarantee that Jewish Michiganders are going to do this anyway. I don't know what the exact percentages of Jewish Michiganders is, or rather, what percentage of them actually are Israel first, because there's also obviously no guarantee. And even if someone is very... even if someone who is Jewish in the state of Michigan cares deeply about the state of Israel, there's also still no guarantee that they will withhold their vote. Jews across the board in the country are, around 75% in favor of the Democratic Party, and the 25% oftentimes are very conservative. Now, that might shift a little bit now that the Democratic Party is like, whether they want to admit it or not, whether they like it or not, are turning into the anti-Israel party. Those percentages might change a little bit, But it's not a significant percentage of the population, okay? I'm not even saying we should just, cast aside those votes. I'm not saying we should take those votes for granted. But what I'm simply saying is the notion that American Jews living in Michigan are going to be Israel first to such a degree that they won't even fucking vote for someone who's an anti-Israel candidate, like the argument that they presented in New York, which is significantly larger in terms of its per capita Jewish population and also its total Jewish population. When this argument didn't work on Zohran Kwame Mamdani in New York City, what makes you think it's going to work Michigan statewide? New York City is one of the largest, if not the largest, Jewish city on the fucking planet. Okay? Jews make up 20% of the New York population. New York has an anti-Zionist, socialist, brown Muslim mayor who is fucking beloved. Okay? We have to stop with this bullshit. We have to stop with this nonsense, okay? Let me reemphasize that, says Marshall Steinbaum. My father told me that Mejia's victory wasn't assured because the wealthy Jews would vote against her, but it turns out that if you lose them, you pick up a far larger coalition, and that is what the party establishment fears, not losing, okay? Ironically enough, you know what? Trump is Erica Kirk posting and is live with Erica Kirk at Turning Point USA, Toilet Paper USA. He's left the situation monitoring seminar. He's left the tort reform conference, and he's now in Arizona. He is about to speak at Turning Point USA. We'll watch that in a second. But remember, one of the things that I wanted you to understand here was Democrats wanted to win with their own metrics of success in 2024, and they lost. They didn't want to win unconditionally. They wanted to win without foregoing support for Israel, and they lost because of that. Well, here it is. Democrats, by force and by a stroke of luck, let's be real. Shouts out to AIPAC for that one. Here are Democrats winning and winning big without the tiny marginal percentage of voters that are Israel first. So I say you can replicate this victory condition across the board all around the country. And not only that, but you can also have the same victory condition even without having to lean into J Street. ANALILIA didn't want to do that. She was worried about the same things that we're talking about here. She was worried about the Jewish vote. Turns out there were a lot of people that had previously voted for the Democrats that are Jewish that chose not to vote for ANALILIA even after she made those fucking concessions. So who gives a shit? Take the moral stance, number one, and stand on your principles, number two, and be loud and proud with your anti-genocide statements. Given how Jewish those areas are and the fact that she won those areas nonetheless, it doesn't even seem like it was a big exodus of Jewish voters. No, it is. It is a significant percentage of Jewish voters that had previously voted Democrat that didn't. In a special election nonetheless, where Democrats are supposed to outperform Republicans, no, that's a significant percentage. It's just not significant enough to be in the margin of victory at all. Everyone's focused on the ground, maybe a loss with Jewish voters, but I think the fact that a candidate who defines Gaza as a genocide still won one of the most Jewish districts in America does a lot to deconstruct the idea that Jewish voters are a monolith against criticisms of Israel. Yep. I mean, they're not a monolith at all, but the story here is that pushing too hard really did cause unthinkable double-digit swings, even in ancestral Dem counties. It's just offset elsewhere by other voters. I mean, it definitely did cost her with Jewish voters, no argument, but I've seen a lot of the more insidious factions on both sides try to enforce the Jewish voters are loyal to Israel narrative on here, and I think it's important to point out when that's exposed as false. Yes. The reason why people are talking about the Jewish vote here is specifically to try to warn the Democrats not to fucking take strong stances against Israel. It doesn't fit. Okay? What it does demonstrate is the absolutely massive right-wing swing of American Jews as a voting bloc, as much as they're a unified voting bloc, as you've said, they're going full MAGA. No, they're not going full MAGA, but some Jews are. It's true. And pussy too. HasanAbi, our Jewish New Jersey voters are metric to analyze how likely Jewish Michigan voters will vote per state basis seems important. No, it's not as important. Jewish areas in New Jersey, 11 showing a similar persuasion-induced swing to Republicans that the down-ballot citywide candidates in New York City saw in the wealthy Jewish areas in Manhattan. Yeah. That's what happened. There are some wealthy Jewish voters who care about Israel quite a bit that swung in the direction of Cuomo as well. It's just they're not as significant. Okay? They're not as significant. They're not large enough in numbers. And also, you have to pair that up with their fucking ridiculous demand. The ridiculous demand is what? Don't say the truth about Israel? Get the fuck out of here. It's a 90-10 issue, guys. It's unbelievable to be like, oh, well, what will, some of our wealthy Jewish voters that have reliably voted for the Democratic Party, what will they think? That's ridiculous. Like I've said already, if someone is going to refuse to vote for a Democrat, okay, hold on. Doors open. If someone is going to refuse to vote for a Democrat after reliably being a voter for the Democratic Party because that Democrat is saying the truth about Israel's genocide, which is not only the truth, but it's also the morally correct position. And on top of that, it is the overwhelmingly popular position that channels the desires of the overwhelming majority of the base within the Democratic Party. Okay? Then who gives a shit? Who gives a fuck? You can say good riddance to some people. You can say that. You're not saying good riddance to all Jewish Democratic Party voters. As a matter of fact, that's not the case at all. It's just funny because this is unironically the argument that I presented to not only the Podjons before the election, but this was an argument that I kept repeatedly saying over and over again. There's no guarantee that like Jews overwhelmingly only care about Israel. Two, even if Jews do care about Israel more than like the average person does, let's say, let's lean into that hypothetical. Okay. There's no guarantee that they're going to vote for the Republican Party because it's not going to be the number one thing they care about. And, last but not least, even if all Jews almost universally cared about Israel and were making voting decisions based off of that, they're still not large enough in most districts as far as on a per capita basis, with the exception of certain districts. They're not a large enough political force to make or break elections. This was the argument that I presented in 2024. There's a level of contempt here for American democracy. Oh, yeah. She means lose this Senate seat for Israel. That's the country she's talking about. Yeah. Hey, Chuck Schumer, it's your time to shine, says Shannon Watts. Sort this race out. The party and country can't afford to lose the Senate seat. Yeah. The country that she's talking about is not the United States of America. It's talking about the state of Israel, for the record. There's a level of contempt here for American democracy, for Democratic primary voters that's off the charts. They're begging Senate Dem leadership and pro-Israel donors to induce Stevens out of the race so they can consolidate their firepower to block El Sayed behind Mick Morrow. Okay? They're not afraid that he can't win the general. They're afraid that he will and won't keep rubber stamping weapons of unconditional military aid to their special little project. Moreover, they're petrified of a party that isn't beholden to billionaires obsessed with that end. Anyway, the deadline to get off the ballot is next week, 4/24. We'll see if they can engineer what they're nervously begging for. They're trying to get Haley Stevens out of the fucking race so they can lean all of their support into McMorrow, who will be fucking pro-Israel, but is capable of lying and has established at least some level of like proximity or some level of distance to Israel and Israel-aligned groups. Okay? That's what it is. It's fucked up. It is so fucked up. They're trying to Biden rat fuck this race too against Abdullah Syed like they did in 2020 with Joe Biden.
Do you accept money from AIPAC? No, I have never accepted money from AIPAC. I will never accept money from AIPAC, not on this campaign or any campaign. It's just not true. And there is a ton of misinformation out there online, but my FEC reports are public, and you can check for yourself.
Kaya, place. Good girl. Anyway, she did give a secret policy paper to AIPAC, and I really want to see that shit. I want to see that shit real bad. I guess we'll never know what the policy paper looks like, though, because the reality is if Stevens was close enough, AIPAC would have leaked it. If Stevens and McMorrow actually were head-to-head, AIPAC would have leaked it knowing full well that that would show that, like, McMorrow is disingenuous. I don't know, someone might leak it anyway. No, fuck no. Dude, AIPAC is basically... AIPAC is not going to release anything like that. Don't be crazy.
You know, we built a military so great. I'm so proud. It's one of the
Oh, God, the audio is ass on this. The audio is ass cheeks. Do we have a better live stream where the audio isn't echoing? Yeah, it's funny that also, speaking of electoral defeats, the autopsy. The 2024 autopsy, new secrecy around the 2024 election autopsy is dogging the DNC's Ken Martin, with more than a dozen members and leaders telling us they want it out. Genuinely, what did they all find out that we did not? North Carolina Party Chair Anderson Clayton said. DNC materials give a glimpse into problems with field operations and canvassing with Harris's 2024 run. Despite making 300+ million phone calls in 2024, more than any campaign in history, only 3% of the calls the Harris campaign made actually resulted in a contact with a voter. I got a text about a Seth Moulton town hall tomorrow, and I'm tempted to go and yell at him. Oh, absolutely. That shit will do triple platinum. Are you the guy with the shock collar dogs? Yes. Look. Hi. Hiya. Yes. Look, see? You hear that? That's the sound of the shock collar. All right. Anyway, let's listen to what Trump is saying on the Turning Point USA.
Not easy. They were living with what they call the bully of the Middle East. They had the bully. Iran was the bully of the Middle East.
Yeah, she's basically gotten used to the shock
With
collar.
the help of everyone here today.
That she, if you notice, she remains unfazed. You guys see that? Look. I'm gonna do it with a close-up shot where you can get a better look. Look. She remains. It doesn't even phase her anymore. It's fucked up. That's how much I've fucking zapped her, dude. I've zapped her so much. She's tased and unfazed, brother. I just keep doing it. And she's like, nope, not even a problem. New Erica Kirk walkout just dropped. Oh, hell.
Please welcome Turning Point USA CEO and Chair, Erica Kirk.
Oh, my God. Wait, that music is weird. Bro, what the fuck? That's a weird ass like dubstep with like ha ha ha. Oh my God, that's not fake,
Came
man.
into our country. Many of them are now gone, I'm pleased to tell you. The murder rate, isn't it a terrible thing to be talking about murder rate? But you got to say it. At least if it's good news. I guess it's good news. But the murder rate reached the lowest level in over 125 years. 1900. The year 1900, before my father was born. My father was great. Before he was born, the flow of deadly fentanyl pouring across our border is down by an astounding 59%. And as you probably noticed, if you watch the news, illegal drugs coming in by ocean or sea are down by 97%. 97. And we're trying to find out who the 3% is, because I consider them to be perhaps the bravest people anywhere in the world. Boom. Or they don't watch television or something. We passed the largest tax cuts in American history, the largest spending cuts in American history, the largest regulation cuts in American history, and the largest investment in border security in the history of our country. And starting my first day in office, we banned the transgender mutilation of our children. And we made it the official policy of the United States of America that there are only two genders, male and female. That was easy. Could you imagine if I was up here 20 years ago or 15 years ago, probably 12 years ago, and I said, there are only two genders, male and female. People would say, what the hell is he saying that for? Is he crazy? That's got to be the worst speech I've ever heard. Why is he saying that? Or why is he saying that we got men out of women's sports? Can you imagine saying that 15 years ago?
My
15 years
RNC
ago,
clip?
you said, and we got men out of women's sports. The audience would say, what's wrong with that guy? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. And we got critical race theory out of our schools. And we abolished DEI across the entire federal government. And we eliminated so-called affirmative action in federal contracting and university admissions. If you get great marks and have great scores, and your boards are good, everything is good, you're getting in. People can't go before. We have a country now that, again, is based on merit. That's the way we became great. But we have to win the midterms, and all of these things, it'll stay with us forever. But if we don't win the midterms, I said it during my State of the Union speech when I interviewed and talked to some people backstage. I said, you know, I'd like to have some of these people called out for their greatness. And we gave out, as you know, that night, the Congressional Medal of Honor to a young man who was flying a helicopter with practically his legs shot off. And he landed in Venezuela perfectly with a lot of men on board, like 48. And if that goes down, the Venezuela incredible attack, nobody killed, hundreds of millions of barrels of oil taken out. The relationship with Venezuela is great. We're working. It's like a great partnership.
Yeah, I'm the swing voter that's going to be primed and ready to go in the midterms. And I'm at the Turning Point USA conference in Phoenix, Arizona. So I'm really glad that Trump is urging me to go out and vote. Now I'll definitely do it. I was questioning it beforehand, but now I'm doing
Democrat was clapping. Then we introduced a war hero from 100 years. He was 101 years old. Gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor for his great heroics. Wasn't recognized until I came along. Not one Democrat clapped. Not one Democrat clapped. And now they don't want to pay our border security, and they don't want to pay our great patriots of ICE. You know, ICE is a tough job. You got those murders that they allowed into our country. Think of it. Thousands of murders came into our country. 11,888, 50% of whom killed more than one person. These are violent criminals, and ICE is tough. And I don't want that job, and most of you don't either. I have a couple of friends in the front row, and they're tough people, but they're not that tough. They don't want that job. And if we don't have ICE, and if we don't have our great Border Patrol, and if we don't have our great policemen, and all of these people, they're incredible. They keep our country great. They keep our country safe. And the Democrats want to defund them. They want to defund ICE. They want ICE terminated.
Stop everything
and
right now.
And you know, whether you're liberal, conservative, doesn't matter. Democrat, Republican, independent.
Is Jesse Waters trying to wokeify himself by behaving like a gay man because he sees the woke wave? Because he sees the woke wave coming, so he just keeps gay baiting? Is that what it is?
I guess on television, maybe standing backstage. They said, this guy is killing you. Start clapping. And the last half hour, they were clapping for everything I said. They were clapping for everything, things they shouldn't have been clapping for, because they heard they were getting killed. Just remember that night. That night was a very telling night. And we don't want to go back to that. We don't want open borders where millions of people pour into our country. We want to have safe borders. We want people coming into our country, but they want to come in, and we have to have them come in legally. Very simple. So I signed a historic executive order starting the process of shutting down the Federal Department of Education and sending education back to the states. Thank you, Linda McMahon. Linda McMahon. You know, education, move back to the states where it should be. You don't want to have a bureaucrat from Washington who couldn't care less about your community telling you how to educate your child. You have your local boards and your parent groups. One thing, I know you love your children. I'm not sure that they do. But we've largely removed education. We just did it. Just move them back. You know, we're supposed to go through a long process. Thank you, by the way, to Linda McMahon. She's been fantastic.
Oh, my God.
And we removed over 300,000 bureaucrats from federal payrolls. They had sometimes 10, 11, 12 people to do one job, and they just sit there. And you know what? I have a lot of respect for whatever. But you can't run a country like that.
All right, I can't do this. This is boring as fuck. All right, let's get back to the progressive win. ANALILIA Mejia in New Jersey.
Good morning. Well, NJ11 is a blue district, and progressive activist ANALILIA Mejia defeated Republican Joe Hathaway last night by nearly 20 points. Now, this is the 7th special election since President Trump took office nationwide, and Democrats have done better than their 2024 presidential results in each of those 7 races. It is notable, though, that NJ11 featured the most progressive Democrat and saw the smallest shift toward Democrats than any other special election. Now, the AOC Bernie Sanders-backed Mejia wants to abolish ICE, universal health care, and child care, and she wants to use taxpayer funds to cancel all student loan debt. Now, last night, she made the case her win proves she is not a radical.
It is not radical to say that a worker who toils every day cannot make ends meet, that they deserve justice, that they deserve higher wages. That is...
Bro, you'll have candidates absolutely cook, right? Like, sincerely say based ass shit like ANALILIA is doing right here. And Fox News will come back from that cutaway and sit there and tell you how insane that statement is. And what's worse is you'll have Fox News audiences that will agree with that. I mean, they've been doing this to me for like the past couple of weeks now, you know, where they'll just be like, Hasan Piker is a dangerous radical. And I'll just be like, Israel is a fucking psychotic, and what it's doing is unbelievable and unacceptable. And we have to stop sending aid to Israel. And they'll be like, you see? You hear his words, ladies and gentlemen. How was he even allowed to say those things? They should, you know, we should actually throw this guy in jail.
Not radical. That is good conscience. That is a good economy.
Republicans had low turnout. Hathaway and Mejia could face off again in November. Hathaway writing, quote, I still believe the broader electorate in NJ11 is looking for balanced, pragmatic leadership, not the kind of far-left policies embraced by Ms. Mejia. That conversation is not over. I'm looking forward to the rematch in November when more voices will be heard and the full electorate will have its say. One warning sign for Democrats heading into the 2026 midterms, Mejia, who was anti-Israel, accusing Israel of genocide, significantly underperformed with Jewish voters in her district. Bill, Republicans now have a razor-thin majority in the House and can only afford one GOP defection on party line votes.
Well, it doesn't get much closer than that. Brian, thank you. Sarah Brian Yennis watching that race in New Jersey. Be sure to like and subscribe.
Whether you like it or not, you have been made to seem like a boogeyman of some kind, right? From the Republicans, especially when you were running. So do you feel an added sense of pressure nationally because of the face you've become of the Democratic Party and specifically the progressive part of this party?
I'll be honest with you, I don't let myself think too much about what Republicans seek to portray me as.
They should cut this and be like, see, he doesn't think too much. We got him. Zoran Mamdani says he doesn't think too much. Is America ready for a stupid mayor?
I think about the fact that the power of an ideology is judged in the worth of.
How bad is Malort? I'm in an airport in Chicago and I see it at the bar. Chatter, stay the fuck away. I'm telling you right now, I'm saving your life. Do not put that shit in your mouth, okay? It is unbelievably bad. It's one of the worst alcoholic beverages I've ever consumed. It might be one of the worst beverages that I've ever consumed. It doesn't taste like something that is supposed to be in your mouth. Everyone that's telling you right now in the chat he's lying, you should try it, wants you to, throughout the rest of your trip in this plane, have the taste in the back of your mouth of like some unholy chemical, okay? It tastes like you're drinking hairspray or something. Like it just doesn't, it will fuck you up. Don't do it. I genuinely like it. He's just dramatic. You're such a liar. You've lied to yourself. No real Chicago person actually likes the taste of that shit. Galibaf came out as the Speaker of the Islamic Republic of Iran's parliament. Galibaf, who was a part of the conversations, by the way, and he is responding to Donald Trump. He said, the President of the United States made 7 claims in 1 hour, all 7 of which were false. They did not win the war with these lies, and they will certainly not get anywhere in the negotiations either. With the continuation of the blockade, the Strait of Hormuz will not remain open. Passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be conducted based on the designated route and with Iranian authorization. Whether the strait is open or closed and the regulations governing it will be determined by the field, not by social media. Media warfare and engineering public opinion are an important part of the war, and the Iranian nation is not affected by these tricks. Read the real and accurate news of the negotiations in the recent interview of the foreign ministry spokesman. Trump lied, people died. Chatter, stop. Do not listen to the Chicago slander by the coastal elite champagne socialists. I just don't understand why people from Chicago actively want to fuck themselves over by associating their beautiful city with Malort. Malort is disgusting. Okay, can I get you a Shirley Temple then? Maybe a chalky milk? Yeah, you're such an adult for drinking hairspray. For drinking motor oil. It's so stupid. Also, I like scotch. It's not like I'm, it's not like I have like a baby taste palate.
It's delivery. And delivery, at the end of the day, is every single thing that we want to do. It's why I spoke on Sunday about pothole politics as a way we describe the work that we do. Because for a long time, Republicans have sought to describe themselves as being driven by the needs of working people, when in reality we've seen a chasm in what they've actually delivered for those people. I mean, look at the war in Iran today. Mm-hmm. We're talking about a federal administration that has spent close to $30 billion killing thousands of people at a time when working class people across this country cannot afford the bare minimum. And to be told that a city-run grocery store is implausible, but spending more than $500 million a day to kill people in Iran and Lebanon is not only plausible but necessary. It speaks to a broken kind of politics.
When you were campaigning, President Trump did have names for you. He called you a communist lunatic, and you had names for him. You called him a fascist. Now that you've met with him, that you've spoken with him multiple times, do you still think he's a fascist?
Yes.
And do you tell him that?
Yes.
How does he react?
I think everyone saw in the conversation we had in the Oval Office after our first meeting.
What about your impressions? I mean, given the questions that have been raised, including on the right, about his mental acuity in this moment, posting online that he would end a civilization, recently posting an image AI generated of himself that seemed to depict him as Jesus and then deleting it. How do you assess that as somebody who has met with him, spoken with him?
You know, I've been quite clear with the president and also with the public of my deep disagreement and opposition to so many of these policies. And I think that one of the few things that we have in common is that we are both New Yorkers. And I think one part of being a New Yorker is both to be honest and to be direct. And when I'm sitting with the president, we talk about places of potential collaboration, whether it could be working together to deliver more than 12,000 homes, the most homes delivered in a single housing development the city has seen since the early 1970s. But we're also very clear about places of disagreement. And one place that I mentioned to the president was on my views around ICE. I believe that ICE raids are cruel and inhumane. I believe they do nothing to deliver us on the stated intent of public safety. And in the previous meeting that I had with the president, I mentioned that just that morning, a Columbia student had been detained by ICE. And I said that this was actually part of a larger pattern of 5 individuals who had been detained in or around Columbia University. I gave him that list. About 30 minutes after the meeting, he called me and said that he had now made the decision that he was going to release that Columbia student. And to me, it also showcases the importance of continuing to make the case for our city and its people, no matter if you agree or disagree with the person that you're speaking with.
Cuba remains an incredibly important and influential country in the Caribbean.
It's time to talk about Cuba once again. We got, there was one Graham Plattner thing too. He was asked about Israel too.
You talked about wanting to build stronger relationships with all kinds of New Yorkers, but specifically Jewish New Yorkers. You drew significant support from liberal and leftist Jewish Americans, Jewish communities, but you also drew a lot of skepticism, and there was a lot of fear that your sharp criticisms of Israel would also translate into something else. You did not renew 2 executive orders from your predecessor. One that adopted a broad definition of anti-Semitism, and another that prohibited city employees from engaging in the boycott, divest, and sanctions movement against Israel.
Yeah, because both of those provisions were fucking insane. One is directly at odds. One is directly at odds with the First Amendment, the BDS one. And I mean, they're both just undemocratic.
And this drew some concerns from some Jewish groups here. Why did you make that decision?
So we made the decision coming into office that we would revoke all.
They're both anti-First Amendment
executive orders that the prior mayor had signed after he was federally indicted. That was a moment at which many New Yorkers started to ask themselves, what was the motivation of any one executive order? Was it driven by self-interest, or was it in fact being driven by what it should be, which is public interest? And we've also sought to show that we are fully committed in fulfilling what we had spoken about over the course of the campaign, to not just keep Jewish New Yorkers safe across the city alongside each and every New Yorker, but also to celebrate and cherish those same New Yorkers. And so over the course, for example, of Passover, it's been an incredible opportunity for me to attend a number of Seders, to host Jewish City Hall officials at our home at Gracie Mansion for a Seder, to sit there as staffers look for the Afikomen, to get a better sense of what it means to lead a city with such incredible beauty and breadth of Jewish life across the 5 boroughs, and also to get a glimpse into the amount of service that so many organizations within the Jewish community are providing, whether it was joining with an organization on an airfield to give out food that they had procured for teachers in the community, or if it was sitting with a Jewish New Yorker looking at, Civil War era texts together. It has all been a joy to be able to be the mayor of a city with such a flourishing community that I am so proud to represent.
How will your office define anti-Semitism?
So we actually have the Office to Combat Anti-Semitism here at City Hall. And one of their jobs is to not only define that, but frankly, to conduct a listening tour to actually bring in the perspectives of Jewish New Yorkers from across the 5 boroughs.
You've faced a lot of anti-Muslim rhetoric and fear-mongering around your faith and the faith of many Americans. You know, an example that you'll bring Islamic law to New York City. But you do turn to scripture to make political points, both from within your faith and from other faiths. And for example, on immigration, you quoted the Quran.
No way, that's the real Jessica Tarlov in the chat, right? No, dude. That's funny. He dodged both questions, pro-politician, yeah.
And you quoted the Bible. Should there be a role for religion in politics?
I think that religion is a part of so many New Yorkers' lives.
Yeah.
And it also provides a guide for many as to what it looks like to bring a morality into a politics that is often missing. And what I mean by a morality is a belief in the dignity of those who are struggling. And we've
By the way,
seen
that's
religion.
a not so subtle, will you do Sharia law? Are you a practicing Sharia law supporter? Question from the NPR news desk, which is crazy.
Used as a tool to divide, and I've instead seen it across the city as a tool to actually find commonality amongst so many, because the lessons of many scriptures, they are similar in the empowerment of working people and in the belief that there has to be something more than simply a desire of profit when it comes to delivering for people.
You said we've seen religion used.
By prophet, he means Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Oh, we got him, boys. We got him. New York Post, get ready. Get ready. New York Post, he said prophet. A desire for profit. Cut that part out. He means Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Used to divide. Are you talking about this administration?
I think it is something that is frankly not exclusive to any one administration. We're seeing it within this federal administration. We've also seen it within both political parties in this country. So much of the bigotry that I faced, it was not just in the general election, it was also in the primary election. And the language.
He celebrated Orthodox Easter a few days ago. By the way, my Greek Instagram was full of people calling him sneaky. It's so funny that like almost every single criticism that is launched against Zohran Mamdani that's not coming from his left flank, okay, is just racism. It just breaks down to he's a scary Muslim guy and he's just doing this performatively to make me forget that he's a scary Muslim guy who wants to kill me with Shakira law. Like everything. All of the fucking, all of the statements around like Zohran is actually deeply anti-Semitic. Just pure fucking racism. Okay? There's just no other way to put it. Like the idea that this dude, what is this? Seriously though, watch Alex Wegner's interview with Jennifer Palmieri about you. I have no idea what this is. The interview will frustrate you, but the comment section will give you such hope. I have no idea what this is. But you can link that to me if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. A subscription will allow, I watched it, it was a waste of time. A subscription to the Piker Broadcasting Service will allow you, the people, to support the people's news broadcaster. Alex Wagner, I think I did her show on Pod Johns, did I not? Is that who you're talking about? Murat Space Laser, thank you for the gift of subs. You can also gift subscriptions, obviously, and allow others to send links. This is so stupid, never give them an inch. Mamdani's wife apologizes for past anti-Israel social media posts. Being 15 doesn't excuse it. Rama Dawaji, the wife of New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, wrote that Tel Aviv should not have existed in the first place. Yeah, she apologized for the use of slurs when she was 15 years old. She did not apologize for any of the fucking pro-Palestinian posts that she liked, for the record, just so you understand. And it actually made people freak out on her even further. I mean, I was a little worried too. I thought she like literally apologized for, posting like Layla Khaled or something. That was not the case. Yeah, she just said, like, you know, it's being 15 is not an excuse. I used slurs when I was 15. It's fine. I mean, it's valid. I'm not gonna fucking shit on her.
How politics.
Runaway Country with Alex Wagner and peak awful out of touch, arrogant, dem strategist. OMG, she's the reason why Schumer thinks he's fine. Neither of these people have a clue. I paid pretty close attention to politics and I didn't know who this guy is. Lifelong Democrat here. This consultant is an embarrassment and should never work in politics again. These are the people that give us Clinton, Biden, Harris. Do not listen to a damn thing they say. Literally, what was the point of this interview? This was just hilarious to watch. This lady represents the establishment and that's why they lose. Centrist brain rot. Yeah, the woman who ran Clinton's campaign and lost to Trump has no business telling anyone anything about politics. The platitudes and drivel coming out of her mouth are everything that's wrong with this party. Her and the gang, oh my God, they're cooking. She knows about Tim Miller and Sarah's take, but doesn't know who Hasan is. Lie. She's selling the same neolib ideas, the same strategy in 2024. Let's move right and lose some more. This guy says, Wolfed Gex, you are gay. Yeah, I fucked your dad, and he loved it. He was quivering. Prostate stimulation. You heard of it? Your dad certainly heard of it. You might have heard his screams when he was orgasming from having his anal cavity penetrated so many times with my penis. I had homosexual sex with your dad. I'm your father now. I'm the stepfather. Nay, I'm the father that stepped up. You're fucking grounded. Take a second off. He orgasmically greeted me. You are straight. I am. But I don't give a fuck. Hey, HasanAbi in chat. I'm currently watching stream on a 2-minute delay on my TV in my living room with my mom, grandma, and whole family. Yep. You had the prostate puckering? Yup. I convinced my grandma to watch for the first time today. Well, maybe your grandma's about to experience what allyship really looks like for the first time ever. Did that guy come back with anything? I want to know. Jen should not discount Hasan Piker. I'm a 60-year-old white woman who loves Hasan Piker. Yes, hell yeah. My Fedayeen. The idea that you have to segment your message to appeal to a certain flank is just not how politics works in the real world. Really, does that not entirely encapsulate the MAGA campaign in 2024? The Dems are just as guilty of this type of campaign, which is precisely what Hasan is pointing out. The Dems wouldn't support Sanders, Mamdani, and now Plattner. They continue to use the same playbook, which is unsuccessful. Meanwhile, taking money from AIPAC and other powerful lobby groups. How's that working out for them? They've lost the trust and respect of the electorate because they refuse to read the writing on the wall. We need more like Zoran Mamdani. You're never going to convince people that Zoran Mamdani is bad and that we can't have more Zoran Mamdanis everywhere around the country. That's it.
That was used then was language that was used among and by Democrats within a primary for this position. And we're speaking about a city that has more than 1 million Muslims that call it home. And yet it's a city where so many are made to feel as if they're guests, as if their belonging is forever in question. And I want this to be a city where every New Yorker, no matter their faith, no matter where they were born.
My 7-year-old Catholic conservative father called me yesterday and said, Fox News criticizing the Hasan Piker lately. Well, he must be over the target if they're making this much noise about him. I hope he keeps it up, whatever he's doing. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. A lot of people don't really like... I've realized that a lot of people already have like their points of view about like these big media franchises, right? And oftentimes it's not very positive. So if someone is actually a hater of CNN and they see CNN shit on me, they develop a positive association with me. If someone is a hater of Fox News and they see Fox News shitting on me, same thing happens. That's what the hilarity of the situation is here. And the same principle goes for Israel. When they see mouthpieces for Israel constantly attack me, they don't actually go, oh, wow, well, I guess I should love Israel now. I saw a lot of people following just because Fox News is coming after you now. What is this? Oh, yeah, the Aura edit. People love the Aura edit, dude. It was crazy.
Twitch streamer doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hasan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
A noted far-left influencer.
I love this Aura edit. It's now my favorite video. Have you seen an increase in viewership or followers since the last month of attacks? I mean, I don't know if it's because we're monitoring the situation and people are more invested in it, or because of the attacks. But yeah, I mean, I've seen an increase in viewership for sure. But it's petering out now that you know, the people are not as invested in what's going on in the Hormuzi. Did you just repost your own post? Yes, I did. Yeah, bro. If nobody got me, I got me. All right. All right, let's get to Cuba.
Its problems, though, with fuel supplies, with an economy that's crumbling and a health service doesn't work, has gone on for decades, of course, though it's definitely getting worse because of the oil blockade that President Trump has imposed.
Hay muchas cosas que funcionan a través de combustible y entonces a la vez que no tenemos combustible estamos prácticamente paralizados.
A lot of people say it's worse than it's ever been. Now, the president has said that he expects to focus his attention on Cuba after he's dealt with Venezuela, of course, and Iran.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba.
Certainly we know that the Americans and...
Yo, they're trying to be like me, bro. You see that? They're trying to be like me. Sky News. I mean, hey, whatever.
The Cubans are talking, but what does this all mean for the people of Cuba? What will this country look like when the blockade is lifted?
This is Havana, the capital of Cuba. We're 3 months into a US oil blockade, and life is unraveling here faster than anyone predicted. This is right in the heart of the city, and through the rubbish bins, they search for anything of value and anything worth eating. Some collected in bags, slowly working their way through the mounds of rubbish, seeking out discarded food and vegetables rotting beneath the blistering sun, sifting out what they can scavenge from here. These aren't necessarily homeless people, but they are desperate people. Others can't wait, inspecting the food, then eating it. It's that desperate. There's been incredible poverty here in Cuba for a long time, but this type of open desperation hasn't existed here for many years.
What people have been telling me is that the streets of Havana are famous for always being really clean, even though the people are really poor. But things have got worse, and as a lady was just explaining to me, this is here because the normal refuse people, the bin men, haven't got petrol to actually come and pick up the rubbish. So I've passed lots of street corners and it's like this.
Since the start of the year, the United States has imposed an oil blockade on the country meaning no fuel is allowed in. But it doesn't mean there's just a shortage of fuel. It means that everything falls apart. There's now a growing food crisis.
Yeah, remember this when you hear from people that like America is a good superpower, the best superpower that we could possibly have. This is the stuff that America does on autopilot. It doesn't need to do this at all. And yet this is the impact of America's cruel and unique mode of punishment, also known as its, sanctions regime.
Cubans are going hungry. This is economic warfare, every bit as destructive to life here as bombs and bullets would be. The homeless sleeping rough in back alleys is now a common sight where it was once unthinkable. People have to queue to get money from cash machines. There's a money supply issue in Cuba, and that means there's strict limits on what can be withdrawn. Often, there is no money to be withdrawn anyway. People also queue for hours to get bread from barely functioning.
By the way, none of this is because of socialism or communism or whatever. It's entirely related to the sanctions. Sanctions created and designed to have these sorts of outcomes. Sanctions enforced by the most powerful country on the planet against a country that is tiny in comparison. Approximately 10 million people living 90 miles off of our coastline.
Government-controlled bakeries. They're limited to one piece a person when there is any to be had. This is a government ration shop known as a bodega. They're meant to provide essentials at cheap prices. The shelves are virtually bare.
I mean, that's also not, there are definitely markets that sell a decent amount of product. Like, I don't think that's, it's not as bare all over the place for sure, at least from what I saw. Some places absolutely were bare, some places were not.
An emergency load of rice was being delivered. This is humanitarian aid. Cuba can't produce enough of its own. What we found was that more often than not, the bodega stores were completely empty or shut in this current crisis. Pharmacies as well have just empty shelves. This one appears to be open, but it seems there's virtually nothing in stock.
Have you seen your criticism from deculturation? No, I have no idea what that is, but that sounds like a sweaty ultra.
Please help me with 1 minute here.
Chatters, I have a serious question. Do I have to respond to every fucking person that has an opinion? Like, genuinely. Like, do you feel like there's something productive? Should I just stop watching what American imperialism is doing to Cuba right now and adding additional commentary from my own personal experience when I went to Cuba and instead hear whatever the fuck some random dickhead had to say, whose only mode of activism is to fucking chirp about me? Is that what I should do? No, half the time it's the person or their boosters coming in to try to get a boost off her coattails.
One man, an English teacher, approached me, asking if I had paracetamol. He explained he didn't have enough money to buy medicine or milk in shops that aren't run by the government.
I'm an English teacher. I teach a teenager in high school. But we have very few possibilities to buy new jobs, because the new market is, we can't afford. I mean, the people who live like me, like a wage, my income is 2,500 pesos like a teacher, and I can't afford to buy a new job.
With the Cuban state failing to find a way of dealing with this crisis, it's fallen on charities to provide some help. The community of Sant'Egidio charity is now trying to feed a growing number of the most vulnerable. The elderly and homeless line up for a bowl of pasta, dished up by volunteers 3 times a week. It's a lifeline to these men and women, but the charity's resources are stretched and limited.
Well, the statistics vary, but somewhere between 72% and 90% of people in Cuba live in extreme poverty. About 3/4 say that they miss at least one meal a day because they simply can't afford to buy the food. They just haven't any ways of getting to it. For these people, the most vulnerable in society, this is an absolute lifeline. This is possibly the only proper meal they're going to get today for certain, but maybe for large parts of the rest of the week.
Inaris Suarez Cardenas, the charity's charismatic senior manager, says this crisis is getting worse. They're now feeding children, opening schools and trying to provide medical care. They never used to do this before. Life has been tough in Cuba for many years, she says, but the US blockade is pushing it over the edge.
First off, how important are these meals for these people here?
Tener una buena alimentación. Es muy probable que si no almuerza aquí, cuando en su casa lo que coma es un pan solamente, no es que un anciano pueda tener recursos económicos como para almorzar, desayunar, comer, merendar. Entonces esto es como, no es una gran ayuda, pero es algo que por lo menos reciben una alimentación.
There have been periods of time where there have been crises in Cuba's history, Soviet Union, COVID. Is this a major crisis period once again?
Sí, sí. Esto es un momento de crisis por muchas razones. Es decir, la falta de combustible, la situación de la luz, todas estas cosas. Es decir,
Yes, this is correct. The U.S. blockade didn't even start this year. It's something this video is not even mentioning. U.S. started applying secondary sanctions into any fucking carrier that was bringing in oil or anything to Cuba in 2019, and Trump won. That actually had a serious crippling effect on the energy blockade, on the energy grid anyway. Yeah.
Personas no pueden ni siquiera conservar el poco alimento que pueda resolver. Entonces, los precios suben.
Do you think that the fuel blockade by the United States is making things much worse?
La situación del combustible inmoviliza, te hace, no puedes moverte, tienes que estar te cierra un poco, te limita mucho. Y hay muchas cosas que funcionan a través de combustible. Y entonces, a la vez que no tenemos combustible, estamos prácticamente paralizados. Si en muchos lugares, por ejemplo, de acogida, han tenido que cerrar porque no tienen cómo.
Every economic sector in Cuba is being affected by this blockade, and one of the most obvious casualties is tourism. Sparkling classic cars, typical of virtually every image you've probably seen of Havana and renovated for tours of the city, now stand empty.
Any English-speaking, like, American website or any Western website where you try to figure out what people are saying about Cuba is going to be fucking unbelievably reactionary. Okay?
Drivers desperate for business.
I was there.
Historic squares are all but empty of the foreign visitors who thronged these streets. Souvenir shops and markets are now displaying their wares to virtually nobody but the odd passerby. The tourism industry brought billions of dollars of hard cash to Cuba. That vital foreign currency arriving on its shores is slowly but surely drying up. President Trump's threats, the continuous talk of war, the events in Venezuela and Iran, and the lack of fuel for aeroplanes is taking its toll. The band may still be playing, but they've lost their audience. It's quite astonishing to experience this. From the sky, vast swathes of Havana are enveloped by darkness. People here are not used to this. Remember, these streets are in the center of the city. If there are lights, they're by and large from batteries or energy stored up from solar panels.
Damn, how'd they get the drone shots?
Normal
That's
life
crazy.
after nightfall simply can't continue as normal. People walk through the streets, illuminated by headlights and torches. Others wander around making preparations to go to bed. It is strange, even quite frightening, driving around in this darkness. Cuba powerless to provide its people with power. One of the country's major hospitals is a beacon of light surrounded by darkness. Its generators keep it functioning just. Like the rest of the country, just about functioning is as good as it gets. Just because it's daylight doesn't mean there's power. Some of the power cuts last for days at a time.
Yep.
Some areas are restricted to a single hour in every 24. Petrol stations are now routine.
Why do you think corporations aren't helping Cuba out? First of all, corporations aren't moral actors. If anything, they're immoral actors. That's number one. Number two, corporations could genuinely profit from doing regular trade with Cuba. It's just America will sanction them and destroy what remains of that profit incentive anyway.
Routinely closed. There's not a fuel shortage at these stations. There is no fuel. Queues immediately form when news spreads that a garage has received a small supply of petrol. But it's never very much, and prices have gone through the roof. Cuba's revolutionary heroes still look down from the monolithic buildings and sports stadiums built to celebrate the country's new beginning decades ago. American economic sanctions have combined with the country's own mismanagement to leave many of these structures in disrepair. A lone athlete trains in the country's once formidable center of sporting excellence. The Pan American Stadium is now a crumbling monument to a past era. There's no money to rebuild this. There's no money at all. In the warmth of an early evening sun, young men gather in the square for an improvised game of handball. We're in a small town near Pinar del Rio, a farming community a couple of hours out of Havana. This is typical of most of Cuba's rural communities. There's not much going on. Pretty much everyone is poor. Unemployment.
He blamed the American sanctions of the country's own mismanagement. Yeah, I mean, mismanagement, of course, also plays somewhat of a role, but it's so marginal that I feel like it's inconsequential to bring up.
Is high, and more often than not, there's no electricity these days. When we arrived, there hadn't been power here for 2 days. When power comes on, people charge their electric scooters and car batteries to run lights in their homes. Many make use of bicycles as well, and of course, horses and donkeys. At sunset, some climb up onto the roofs of their Soviet-era apartment blocks, looking to find a bar of phone signal. They tell us communications with their family and friends in different towns is often impossible for days at a time. Others prepare charcoal fires to cook meager dinners for their families as the sun drops below the horizon. As night falls, single, weak lights flicker on in the midst of a general blackout. Row after row of apartment blocks shrouded in darkness. It will stay like this until sunrise.
Right, communities like this one across the whole of Cuba have had problems with power shortages for a long time now, but everyone who lives here tells us it's getting worse since the fuel blockade imposed by President Trump on Cuba has really kicked in. And it affects all of their lives, right? So there's electricity, there's no heating, lighting, and to be seen. There's no telecommunications. The pumps that push water around mean there's no running water. And this community is a farming community. They can't afford the fuel to get to the fields to do their farming, and they can't afford to run the farming equipment.
The reality of life during this fuel blockade is summed up by the darkness, by the grinding monotony of living without the appliances of modern life. In many ways, Cuba goes back in time every single night.
Been invited to come and meet a family who live in this apartment block. Some of them have lights. It's solar power or batteries that they've got. They're on about the third floor, I think, of this apartment. This is their electricity meters. They're not doing anything. Eventually, they're completely stationary. There's no power on at all. And they can often go days without power here. But we're going to come up and see what life's like.
Esto es una batería de 12 volts. O sea, hay baterías más caras o más baratas.
Oscar is a physics and maths teacher. Perhaps unsurprisingly, he's rigged up a system to keep the lights on at home. It's a short-term fix, but it is effective. Oscar and his wife Lise, an English teacher, live here with their son. Oscar takes home about £10 a month as a teacher. All government wages are poor, so he holds down 3 other jobs to try to make ends meet. They aren't happy with their lives, but they don't see Donald Trump as their savior. They prefer Cuba to do better, and the American blockade is making things worse.
Ante el mandato de Trump teníamos problemas, pero esto ha sido peor, mucho peor en todo sentido. Transporte, siembra, los mismos apagones han aumentado cantidad. Es muy difícil mantener la comida en refrigeradores, tenemos que comprar el diario, ¿me entiendes? Entonces, ha sido mucho más difícil, como nunca he visto.
It's like, remember, wages are obviously controlled by the government, right? And wages are low. Why are wages low? Because there's no money circulating in the economy. Why is there no money circulating in the economy? Because you can't do regular commerce, like you can't do international trade. Cuba has the capacity to build factories in the same exact way that any other country does, but you can't get loans from any bank whatsoever to even start these sorts of infrastructure projects, start these sorts of projects. And even if you were able to build a factory, and there's plenty that exists in the country, you can't actually, make things and then sell them as you normally would, because the United States of fucking America makes it illegal for you to actually, well, not illegal, but like de facto illegal, to actually engage in any sort of international trade.
And you worry about the future?
El futuro puede ser incierto porque no sabemos a qué se pueda llegar a atrever. Porque ya vemos que
Wait, he said one teacher makes $1,200 and the other says 10. Yes, $1,200 like in Cuban pesos, which with in American currency it translates to somewhere around $10.
Venezuela es una potencia en cuanto a esto de lo que es
Or I don't
combustible, y
know. I don't know
nosotros
what the
no
actual
tenemos nada.
currency exchange rate
Espero
is.
que por un problema de que no hay
Oh, he said
recursos
10
naturales,
pounds.
él nos deja tranquilo. Y sea todo un problema político.
In another apartment, Jeanette prepares the charcoal to make her dinner for the evening with the help of the light of a torch. She's a pediatric physiotherapist and lives alone in her 2-bedroom flat. Much of her extended family live in the blocks around her in town. Getting by is just a way of life for Jeanette. She'd like more, but there isn't more. Like so many Cubans we've met, she's scared about the future and afraid about what may happen to her country.
Donald Trump says he wants to bring about huge changes in Cuba, that the blockade is to try and bring about those changes. Do people in Cuba resent this interference?
Al final, el mismo pueblo es el que ha tenido que tomar todas las consecuencias para el cambio que puede ocurrir. La necesidad ha aumentado. El pueblo es quien lo está sufriendo día a día.
Do you worry about what's going to happen next?
Por supuesto, que vivimos aquí. Somos los que viviremos las consecuencias de lo que pueda ocurrir.
By morning, the town slowly awakes. Another night without power gives way to another day without power. It's relentless. Cuba's economic mismanagement and neglect of infrastructure over decades contributes to this situation. But years of sanctions and the current American fuel blockade certainly has made the power problem here more acute. It's a Sunday, so it's even quieter than usual. Some pass by dressed up in their Sunday best, heading to church. For anyone who does have a job or has a way of finding food, they head out. Horses and carts are pressed into action. People here don't have much.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I didn't see not one fucking horse carriage when I was there. And I did see actually a lot of fucking regular cars driving around, including, I mean, it wasn't a lot. It was certainly a lot more than what this guy has shown, though. I'm sure there is one horse carriage guy, but he's been hyper focusing on that one horse carriage guy to frame it as though like Cubans are using horses to get around. Or maybe he's not in Havana. Maybe it's the countryside. That's probably...
A short distance away in the countryside, we saw the difference between having little to having nothing.
Okay, never mind.
The most vulnerable in rural Cuba are old and frankly helpless. Nano and Pancha live on a farm, or rather a shack on farmland. Pancha tells me her state pension is $1.12 a month. That's 83 pence a month. Obviously, nobody can live on this. She and her husband are utterly dependent on their family and help from the community. The Cuban government doesn't like anyone seeing this type of poverty, but it is very real.
It's so sad because, like, one of the massive improvements that the Cuban Revolution offered was the fact that the countryside was brought up to similar comparable standards to like the big cities, right? That was a huge deal. Like the Cuban Revolution was able to improve the infrastructure all around the island, bring literacy rates up. And America, after, decades of sanctions has forcibly destroyed the Cuban economy to such a degree where like the countryside has gone back into its previous mode of existence, like peasantry.
Can I ask you, lots of people talk about oil blockades by the United States and that life is much harder now. Does it make any difference to you? Have you heard about those things? Or does it make any difference to you at all? Life was already tough.
No. Hace mala vida, es difícil también. Esto no es fácil sin corriente, sin con qué alumbrarte de noche. Yo me tengo que levantar 1000 veces, Oscarito, de noche. Ahora en noche me caí en el baño. Di tú que no le pegué la de esa la losa. Que si yo me subo por la losa, rebalo y me mato. Oscuro, mijo. Entonces ni una listernita para alumbrarte. Porque el yerno me había tenido ni me lo prestaba, pero está haciendo guardia y no me lo puedo prestar.
Heading back towards Havana, it struck me that there can't be a clearer illustration of fuel shortages than taking a trip on one of Cuba's motorways. We barely see a car. Mostly we pass horse-drawn carts and slow-moving motorcycles and scooters. We pass parched, burning fields, smoke drifting across the road. There's no fire engine to put out these fires. Well, there is. It just hasn't got any fuel. There's barely any traffic on the roads now. Economic highways appear to be redundant for all but the most determined or needy traveler. A reminder of this country's past status can be seen in the magnificence of old Havana.
Disgusting old bastard. I don't think he set the fire. Look. I'll be honest. While there is like a little bit, there's definitely a decent amount of like maneuvering that he's doing where he every now and then will be like, well, you see the government has failed you, right? Over and over again. It's good for people to see what is going on here. Obviously, the main takeaway shouldn't be, wow, look at how poor these Cubans are. And this must be communism, but it's still important to see the conditions imposed upon the Cuban population by the United States of America. You know the truth. And then these people who are starving, these people who are suffering, these people who we have caused tremendous harm to. Now Trump is talking about, overtaking this country militarily, which, let's be real, doesn't really have the capacity to put up a fight whatsoever. This is not like an Iran-style situation. This is in some ways, the Cuban government is infinitely more competent than the Venezuelan government and the way that the Venezuelan government is operating. But also, in many other ways, they do not have a fraction of the military force that the Venezuelan government had, because Venezuela is an oil-rich country at the end of the day and was able to build military forces and all of that amounts to nothing, of course, because clearly the American military superiority still was able to, and maybe a little bit of engineering behind the scenes, was able to create a successful military operation. Yeah, none of them said the blockade or the sanctions are good. All of them said is hurting them. Yet the Trump admin's whole rationale is to help the Cuban people. Exactly. Trump kissed Erica Kirk during the Turning Point event at Dream City Church in Phoenix, Arizona. Oh, God, it's so gross. Once the bull has been stabbed 100 times, it doesn't take much to finish the job. Yeah. It's crazy to think that Cuba had like a pretty competent military force, first strike capabilities against the United States of America in the USSR era, nuclear arms, Russian nuclear arms that were surface to surface missiles too, not just anti-air defense systems, but surface to surface missiles, an air force. It was a sovereign state. America fucking hated that shit, obviously, but this is why I say, you know, Khrushchev was a lion.
With its beautiful, ornate neoclassical mansions, Art Deco buildings, and Baroque churches that marked out Cuba as a special place for hundreds of years. To a degree, it still exists at first glance.
Yeah, it has a lovely...
Yeah, Cuba not only had a very competent military force, but they straight up sent that competent military force to Africa to play a formative role in liberating African nations.
feeling about it, that Spanish colonial look. Parts of the centre of downtown in the old city are in good nick. But actually look a bit more closely in Havana. These are some of the most iconic buildings, hotels, that are actually completely and utterly destroyed, emptied. It looks more like a war zone than a major city, the capital of a country. Sort of, you have to scratch beneath the veneer up here. You don't have to scratch very far. You see just how much trouble Cuba is in.
The truth is, the buildings are neglected and slowly falling into ruin.
It's true.
In the midst of this once magnificent
It's so beautiful too. It's so sad. It's so fucking beautiful.
City, many of its people are living in squalor, clinging onto existence in buildings from a different era. It all adds to the sense that this large Caribbean island, a dominant cultural and political symbol, and still regarded by its island neighbors as a regional powerhouse, is being strangled because of its political inclinations that took root here a couple of generations ago. Observers, neutral or otherwise, agree people can't continue to live like this. The current fuel embargo is quite simply collective punishment on a mass scale. President Trump says Cuba is next, but nobody here, and perhaps not even in the White House, have any idea what next means. The merry-go-round of threats, sanctions, blockades, and sometimes negotiations about the future go on. When it stops, is there even a future for this generation? Is there even a plan?
Ceasefire broken, explosions throughout southern Lebanon. Israel carrying out huge amount of detonations of Lebanese infrastructure. Qantara, Qiyam, Nakura, Al-Bayada, Chama, and Hula being destroyed. Very unsurprising that they're doing that. Peki. Doğru değil ama. Peki. Kaya sit. Orta kapıyı açsana çıksın. Kaya sit. Sit. Dur bir dakika. Aç sen aç. Kaya sit. Good girl. Okay. Okay. Çıkar. All right, let's start with this.
Because it's my patriotic duty. Have you condemned Hasan Piker?
I have not.
What?
Do I have to leave now?
You do. I mean, in fact, we're calling the cops.
Go back down the stairs.
In fact, we're calling the cops. Yes. No, up the stairs and down. That's
we literally brought you here to ask you if you would condemn him. Go back down the stairs.
Yes, get out. I mean, I obviously do because I'm a patriotic American. No, just I guess that for people that aren't aware, there was
a small kerfuffle.
There was a small kerfuffle. There has
3-week-long media cycle.
A 3-week-long media cycle where there's a lot of centrist Democrats and pro-Israel donors that are trying to discredit Hasan in particular because he has joined up with progressive candidates across the country, including yourself, doing rallies. We played some footage of it earlier this week at Michigan and Michigan State of the lines that were outside of your rallies to see you and Hasan together.
And the Queen from Western PA Summer Lee.
Summer Lee, gotta say.
In all this coverage, the thing that bothers me the most is the Summer Lee erasure.
It's because she's such, what did you call her, the Tim Duncan of the progressives in the House?
That is so good.
Yes.
Big
Oh my
God.
Yes.
Phenomenal fundamentals.
Phenomenal,
right?
but
You're
not,
like squares her shoulders, takes a shot. I'm like, whoa.
But she's not going to be like the flashiest or the one that's seeking the.
But the truth is, she is also flashy too. I don't know why she doesn't get the shine she deserves. Honestly, it is pretty crazy because she can be flashy. I mean, she's a brilliant orator. I mean, she's great. I do wonder about that a lot. Misogynoir, maybe. That's probably what it is. That's what it is, right? Because, like, I feel a similar way about Ayanna Pressley, who also is occupying her own lane and has been, to my surprise, a little bit, because I thought she was going to be, like, one of the weaker members of the squad. I mean, this was many years ago at this point, so, like, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying, like, that was my initial assessment. I was so wrong. She's also been really amazing. Like, she's been one of the best congresspersons in general as well. She's very progressive. Obviously Summer Lee is probably one of she's like top 10 in Congress. So it's really interesting that the only black woman that was able to cut through that noise outside of just like being in Congress for many, many decades has been Jasmine Crockett. And it's kind of unfortunate that like her policy side was not up to par with some of these other people that we're talking about, right? Like she was nowhere near as bold in her policies, but yeah, it's got to be because she's a black woman. Like the Summer Lee erasure. Because she's so phenomenal, dude. I love her so much. She is incredible. The Emerson pollster talked about you to the Forbes. Wait, what the fuck?
El Sayed has.
What the hell? All right, let's watch this and then
most attention, but she's always showing up in the right way. And look, if you can convince her, I want her to run for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Listen, I literally told her, I mean, I was watching her, just as someone who's sort of a student of the game, like I really enjoy public communication as an art form. And watching her take that mic and then just set the crowd on fire. I was just like, oh my God, like it would be so fun to watch you run against that ogre.
Yes.
I would love that, right? I mean, and Tim Duncan wins championships. I'm just saying, doesn't just win games, he wins championships.
He wins championships. That's what but I think that gosh, it was the previous Democratic senator that just lost
Bob Casey.
To Casey. Yeah, Casey. He's already like him coming out the other day and saying, "Oh, I'm going to run for Fetterman's seat." To me, I think he saw how Summer Lee was kind of putting herself out there a little bit and wanted to head that off. That's just my speculation.
Honestly, let's have him jump in.
Sure.
And then have Summer Lee jump in. I actually love those odds.
I love those odds too. Well, I mean,
if there's any other white dude who wants to run in Pennsylvania, right, preferably over the age of 60, right, please jump on in. There is an open U.S. Senate seat. And then And then like Summer Duncan's jumping in.
Yeah, exactly.
Ray of sunshine there are so many plays on her name. I love it.
It really could work. And she's exactly the kind of voice that people are craving, similarly to what you're seeing with your campaign. Like, this has been a long campaign process so far. And I was looking, Michigan primary is not till August?
August. And we've been at this now for a year.
Yeah.
We're celebrating a year into this campaign on April 17th.
Yeah. So just reflect on, I think, one, your surge in popularity is really coming at the right time right now. I know that these attacks on Hasan really backfired because didn't you guys get a lot of small dollar contributions once there was more sunlight on your campaign through this? It's been a bit of a slower buildup, but right now it feels like there are a lot of establishment Democrats panicking about where you're at in this race.
Yeah, I mean, look, we had a clear sense of the race we wanted to run from the jump. And I also knew it was coming for me. We watched it happen in 2025. I mean, just to speak to the controversy, quote unquote, TM. Hasan was invited by Vice President Harris to the DNC to stream from the DNC. Yeah. The last time he appeared with anybody in this race, it was actually Senator McMorrow, who was also at the DNC speaking. And then the audacity that we had to do the same thing that Vice President Harris did, it was wild to me. Now, look, I knew that there were going to be some voices, particularly from the pro-genocide wing of the Democratic Party, that were going to come out and say, well, how could you? I didn't realize it was going to be a 3-week news cycle in a news cycle that should have been 100% focused on an illegal, unjustifiable war. And then people ask, well, why do we lose? Well, I think it's this story in a nutshell. Number one, we miss opportunities to speak to the broadest issues that affect everyday people. Because this war is literally lighting our tax dollars on fire to raise our gas prices for God knows what reason, except for the interests of a foreign government. Then there's the fact that people are frustrated because we're campaigning. My understanding of politics now, like I study complicated things, okay? Mm-hmm. This one's not that complicated. If you believe in what you have to say, you should take what you have to say out to people who might want to hear what you have to say, which is why I go on Fox and why I appear with Hasan Piker. Now, nobody's yelling at me for going on Fox, which is interesting because I would argue that the things that they talk about on Fox seem to be less consistent with the broader thrust of our message that we are for human rights and for healthcare and against corporations in our politics. But now what's happened is because of the power of money in the Democratic Party, there are a lot of folks who are jumping in and echoing this because they're afraid of what it means for the flow of AIPAC and other pro-Israel money into the Democratic Party. And so how dare we speak to that issue if it's going to interrupt the flow of the gravy train to Democrats? But here's the problem. I would rather have our morals than have their money. And that's the thing that they find so frustrating.
But you're also campaigning in such a Muslim way.
Narrowing your eyes.
I generally, when I make comments to people, I slip my gaze.
Yeah.
And then I just speak in an accent.
Yes, right. Really play it up for people that don't realize. I mean, the Free Press, I guess that was Olivia Reingold wrote about you in a way that would make like the racist cartoonists in the South blush, like in the Jim Crow era. I mean, could you reflect on the Islamophobia that's been directed towards you? Honestly, and Hasan is a stand-in for that too. That's really what they're saying. Your opponents are afraid to attack you on a racist basis, so they're attacking Hasan on a racist basis.
Look, I'll just tell you this. You know, I'm surprised they didn't come from my beard. Cause as a Muslim dude, as an Arab dude, you're supposed to have a nice beard. Like, I got a weak ass beard. I don't know what it is. I always have. My dad's got an incredible beard. All right, he's got 2 sons. My brother has a different mother than me, and both of us got weak-ass beards. So in some respects, part of me was just like, at least if I had a nice beard, I'd be like, damn, like come at me for my beard, but I'd have an awesome beard though.
Right.
You know, at the end of the day, it's not my job to defend myself.
Yeah.
It's not. Like I'm not in this because I need to defend myself against their attacks. I'm much more focused on defending people who have been subjected to a politics that is literally picking their pocket to drop bombs on other people rather than to provide them health care or make sure their kids go to a dignified school.
He doesn't even give breathing room to the Islamophobia.
I'll let you guys comment on that. It's not my job. My job is to focus on the issues that I've been fighting on for a year now, and frankly, 10 years since I jumped into public service. I want money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all. If they're going to come at me as a stand-in for something, if they're going to try and otherize me, if they're going to try and say, you know, I don't believe enough in American values, those are not things I haven't heard before. I've been me my whole life.
Right.
And at the end of the day, I know enough to know that we are our best when America empowers one another despite our differences. And the most amazing thing about the democratic process is that we're constantly testing whether or not America is as big as she says she can be. And guess what? Most of the time, that test comes back positive. Because, you know, when folks can vote for somebody who might not share the same faith, who might not share a name that they're used to, we're saying that America is about those ideals. And I'll just tell you, like, one of the most formative moments in my life was watching my dad become an American. I was 6 years old. I remember my mom, my stepmom, Jackie, who's a daughter of the American Revolution, telling me, like, Bubba's going to become an American tomorrow. And I looked at her for a minute. I was like, what do you mean? Like, and I'm expecting he's like going to come out with like blonde hair and blue eyes, right? Because like, that's what I always thought when I was a little boy.
Right.
Like, that's American, you're Egyptian, right? And I watched him swear an oath to the Constitution, and coming out of it, he still had his accent. He still looked like me. And she's like, Bubba's an American now. I was like, no, he's not. She's like, yes, he is. America
I
is
told you
not
he loves America,
about
bro.
what you look like. It's not how you sound like. It's what you believe in. And so, you know, all of these folks who are fighting us about what America can be.
It's so funny because he is the classic immigrant story. You know what I mean? Guy whose dad comes to America. He's born in America. He fucking loves America. Like, this is it. This is the most beautiful story about America.
I know I'm fighting for an America that is as big as she says she is. The America that's always given me so much, and that really should be about giving us so much more.
And making a positive case for immigration is something that I think the Democratic Party is starved for. In your time campaigning throughout Michigan, what have voters said to you about ICE and your message on this as somebody who is the child of immigrants?
Yeah, I went to Minneapolis at the height of Metro Surge. And I went because I wanted to understand what it looks like when our federal government weaponizes itself against the Constitution under the pretext of immigration. Everybody who has looked at this honestly understands that ICE has nothing to do with the southern border, has nothing to do with immigration. Because, like, I don't know, I learned maps. Minneapolis, nowhere near the southern border. Michigan, where they're setting up, nowhere near the southern border. This is about weaponizing a paramilitary force against the Constitution itself. And I think people understand that. And what's funny is watching folks who should understand in their bones how un-American this is, talking about reforming or retraining. I'm like, what do you say to the ICE officer who used a little boy as bait? Like, can you imagine the PowerPoint slide? Like, you're the guy who's supposed to design the PowerPoint slide to teach that guy to do something different. I'm sorry, but like, if your humanity did not stop you from using a child as bait, you do not deserve to work in the federal government anymore. You never deserved that in the first place. So people understand that abolishing ICE is not this extreme fringe position. Abolishing ICE is the moderate position. Holding people accountable who broke constitutional law, right? Forget civil law, right? Like, I mean, immigration law is not criminal law. It's civil law. It's like you didn't pay your parking ticket law. And they're breaking the foundational law of the land, the Constitution, over the idea that we ought to be enforcing civil law with guns covering our faces.
And it's also, it connects with your broader critique of America's support for Israel and our support for the genocide in Gaza, because immigration enforcement didn't always look this way. But since 9/11, this has been the infrastructure that the United States has built out, and it's affecting not just the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who are currently being impacted through violence with U.S. bombs and Israeli bombs as well, but it affects people at home. And has that been a salient kind of argument for you on the campaign trail, connecting the struggle of everyday people in Michigan and even their experiences with ICE, which I think is a part of this? I don't think it's a part of the same infrastructure. Have they made those connections? Do they understand fundamentally how linked we all are here?
So fundamentally. And here's the thing about it. Like, I don't need the good people of Michigan to understand the plight of the Palestinian people to want to stand up against this. I just need them to understand their own plight. Every dollar that we send abroad to subsidize genocide, every dollar that we send abroad to drop bombs in Iran or bombs in Lebanon or bombs in Gaza is a dollar that we're not spending to provide your kid a good school, your kid healthcare, your kid dignified infrastructure that you guys drive on every single day. And at the end of the day, we are getting our pockets picked by our own government, being wasted around this idea that somehow we've got an enemy outside at the gate or we've got enemies within, when really at the end of the day, the enemy is this idea that we cannot invest in ourselves and build good things for each other. So people get that 100%. And like, people are feeling that. You can't afford your groceries? Well, probably has something to do with corporations who are manipulating our government to focus on issues that have nothing to do with you, right? You can't afford to fill your tank with gas? Well, turns out that when we bomb oil depots abroad, it raised the price of oil. You can't afford to see a doctor? Well, we could be investing in your ability to see a doctor, except for instead we're wasting our money on ICE, $185 billion. ICE funded to the tune of $185 billion. That's more than the budget of the U.S. Marines. It's more than the budget of the FBI.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Damn. Those bars. Okay, so this was Toure's show. He did a 17-minute video about me. I didn't get to watch it, but I'm excited.
Love Hasan Piker.
Israel is an extension of American empire. Israel is not a separate entity from the United States of America. There's a reason for why Israel is this malignant force in the region, this violent entity in the region, a constant destabilizing force in the region, and that is because it corresponds to the American grand design in this resource-rich region. Israel is a attack dog for American empire here.
A bunch of Democrats say Democrats should shun Piker because he's bad for the party. He's a loose cannon. He says wild stuff that's crazy.
Let's be clear, Hasan is radical. He says things that are indefensible, and he's definitely a wild card.
Some Democrats are trying to cancel Hasan Piker, and that could have huge consequences for the Democratic Party. He's been accused of making anti-Semitic comments, calling Orthodox Jews inbred, and for defending Hamas. Piker denies he's anti-Semitic, saying that his criticisms are focused solely on the Israeli government and Zionism, not Jewish people as a whole. But the centrist think tank Third Way sent a memo urging Democratic leaders to distance themselves from left-wing voices like Piker. They even called him anti-American, saying that he's...
I like that TikTokers have a better style guide than virtually every mainstream legacy publisher, because like this guy literally says centrist think tank. Every legacy publisher refers to Third Way as a left-leaning think tank. It's not true. It's a centrist think tank. It's a center-right think tank.
No different from ultra-right-wing streamers like Nick Fuentes.
Hasan Piker doesn't actually belong in the pro-democracy coalition. He's an illiberal guy. He's a China, Russia sympathizer who hates women, hates Israel. Like, he's all the toxic things.
At the end of the day, the real problem that is being presented here is Israel. They don't like that there are loud, outspoken anti-Zionist voices that Democratic politicians are hearing from. And they want to desperately gatekeep who their politicians speak to and listen to. They're actively trying to turn someone like myself into a toxic person within the party. The only thing that is correct about this assessment is that I am vulgar. But that's just who I am. I'm a vulgar person, and I think think that's still infinitely better than being a civil war criminal. Being a civil person that defends war crimes or defends war criminals is, in my opinion, far worse than being a vulgar person that is on the side of justice and on the side of truth.
Does this man look bad for the party?
Every single dollar that is spent on a bomb is stolen from each and every one of you, because that's a dollar that they spend blowing up a school overseas instead of building schools in your neighborhoods.
You want to know the worst possible outcome for 2028? Tucker Carlson runs on an anti-Israel platform, and the Democrats put forward a pro-liberal Zionist, pro-defending America's military might candidate. Tucker Carlson wins by Ronald Reagan numbers. The Democratic Party is done. The next wave of fascism is here. That's what I'm afraid of. Tucker Carlson versus Gavin Newsom is unlimited Tucker Carlson victory. This is why I've been trying to urge Democrats to take a stronger stance against Israel. You cannot have a guy like Tucker Carlson lead the conversation on Israel. The Democrats, as a national party, have to universally oppose Israel. If you don't do that, a guy like Tucker Carlson, who has been leading the conversation for normies on the issue of Israel, will come out and destroy you.
What is Piker really about? He's a very articulate, well-read, intellectual, good-looking, manly star of the far-left media ecosphere. When the left said, we need our own Joe Rogan, here's a charismatic, masculine, progressive media star. Is that not the left's Joe Rogan? As if that's what the left needs. Piker's on the far left, like he's a fan of Bernie, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. He's for Medicare for all, taxing the wealthy, free public transit, affordable housing, radical lefty stuff. He thinks Iran should have a nuclear weapon because that would keep other countries from attacking it.
I think they should have nukes. If they had nukes, it would be like North Korea. Every country in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, where a separate world power could actually protect other countries under their own autonomous nuclear umbrella, you gotta build nukes. That's it. You have to build nukes. If Iran had nukes, then the region would be much more stable. Iranian population would be safer right now, okay? They wouldn't be getting fucking bombed. Israel would not even be able to do half of the shit that it's doing in the region. That is precisely the reason why Israel never wanted Iran to get nukes.
He's a Marxist-adjacent democratic socialist, but none of that is why anyone is attacking him. Piker is at the heart of a fight about what direction the Democratic Party is going to take in the near future, because Piker represents the rapidly rising pro-Palestinian left, a faction that could become a kingmaker within the Democratic Party, because today, 2/3 of Democratic voters are pro-Palestinian. But
is this guy
most Democratic...
No, he's not. He's not an op.
Elected officials...
What are you talking about? He's showing full context of my statements. Why would that be an op? My ops... You can tell when my ops are my ops because they don't show, no matter how like crazy something might seem, even with the Iran statement, right? They would never show the full context of what I'm talking about.
Pro-Israel. We are in a battle over who the Democratic Party is going to be, and Piker is at the heart of that as one of the loudest, most pro-Palestinian voices out there. He's pro-Palestinian in a way that's shocking to some people. Piker has said that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. That is not wrong. Israel's decades of genocide, murder, apartheid against Palestinians is far worse.
Israel is an apartheid state.
Piker has said he has no issue with Hezbollah. Again, this is shocking to people who don't know a ton about the situation, but Hezbollah was created in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. It exists to protect Lebanon from Israel. Hezbollah would not exist if Israel had not repeatedly attacked Lebanon. They are defenders of a small nation that cannot protect itself against an Israeli army that is funded by the U.S. People are horrified by Piker saying these things about Hamas and Hezbollah, partly because they hear a sanitized version of who Israel is.
Many people have just never encountered my worldview in America.
As Piker said on Pod Save America, Israel creates October 7th for Palestine all the time.
I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time because I'm looking at the situation as a paramilitary organization that has like a political party as well, a Politburo as well, that is entirely comprised not as an alien force, but of orphaned children that have, had their parents killed by an apartheid state that has been dominating the lives of Palestinians for 80 years at this point. And they've done a genocide at this point as well. But like it started off with the Nakba and has only evolved as technology has gotten better to become more heinous. Gaza is this hermetically sealed area that many people correctly point to as the world's largest open-air prison before October 7. I think that Hamas's tactics, which I oppose at times, right, are secondary to this conversation because it's like placing a lot of emphasis on the Nat Turner rebellion instead of talking about the much larger, much more consequential, much bigger harm that chattel slavery was to black people, to like sell black people and to rape them and treat them as though they weren't human. I think that's a far larger systemic force that is going to make the Nat Turner rebellion look inconsequential in comparison to the greater harm. What Hamas has done, especially when there has been an October 7 times 1,000, if not more than 1,000 at this point, in the hands of Israel against the Palestinian population in its entirety. I mean, they're doing an October 7 to Lebanon right now as we speak.
People hear Hamas and Hezbollah and they say things like, violence is the problem. No one should be violent. And that drives me crazy. The central problem is not violence. The real problem is injustice. The reason why you have violence is because you have injustice, oppression, genocide, apartheid, and the intentional prevention of a Palestinian state, thus keeping the Palestinian people suffering in cruel captivity. Oppressed people have a moral and a legal right to fight back.
It's kind of unbelievable that such a high-profile mainstream political figure like Toure is straight up not only saying like, look at all the defensible things that Hasan has said, but also on top of that, like actively saying like, militancies have a right to resist militarily against occupied force, against a force that's occupying their lands, their territory, killing them. Doesn't he go on like MSNBC and stuff? Like that's usually... It's kind of cool.
But Piker is shocking to some because Americans have been fed a narrative that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and they're a victim surrounded by enemies all around them, valiantly fighting back. It's like they want people to see Israel as like a white person who's moved into a rough black neighborhood and they're constantly being attacked by their neighbors because they're wild.
That's a really, I'm going to steal that analogy. That's a good one. So does Mehdi, to be fair. No, Mehdi does not. What are you talking about? Mehdi famously does not defend militant resistance. There's no metric, no category of barbarism by which Hamas could be considered more terroristic than the IDF. The atrocities committed by the IDF in just the month after October 7 dwarf those committed by Hamas in its entirety of its 40-year existence. There is no comparison. It's true. Toure is an OG hip-hop journalist. He's interviewed a lot of great people. Yeah. That's a great take.
Brown people. Yeah.
It's not realizing that he's not the only one who read Wretched of the Earth. Okay,
No.
calm down.
Israel is a settler colonialist project that's captured native people and taken their land and attacked the neighboring.
It's not about the knowledge, chatter. Many people have the knowledge. It's about the courage to say the truth. Many people that have the knowledge would much rather, deny the truth, would much rather refuse to say the truth, especially if they have a foot in with mainstream publications. That's the difference.
In countries because they view perpetual war as good for them politically. They also dream of expanding the borders of Israel. The image of Israel as the most aggressive nation in the Middle East, practicing apartheid, committing genocide, that can be hard to grapple with if you've grown up in the American news media's Israeli-centric bubble.
Israel is an apartheid state.
Piker's comments on Palestine and Israel are shocking to people who don't know the true story of what's going on. But he's not wrong. Piker says Judaism does not equal Zionism.
It actually serves a very anti-Semitic purpose when you tie Judaism falsely to an apartheid regime doing a genocide. You think in the interim period it might be an adequate defense. You might be able to even silence some critics. But all you are doing is falsely smearing the Jewish population. For the record, it doesn't even work anymore. This was like early on. With the crimes of a nation state that does not have the Jewish population's best interest in mind. Guys, it's because I don't have a fucking beard, okay? Jesus Christ. Why do you guys are literally babies, okay? You know how, this chat reminds me of those videos of like father shaves his beard for the first time and watch what the baby does next. Okay? Literally. That's you. Okay? That's you. Every time you see a different length of facial hair, you go, wow, you look so different. A bunch of babies with no object permanence, and I'm the father.
He says Palestinians are not shown as human in Western media.
They refuse to show Palestinians as humans, and they have very successfully been able to dehumanize them. There are voices in Israel, there are voices out there who see it, who see the brutality, who see the endless humiliation that Palestine...
Yeah, they made fun. Remember when Destiny and all of the fucking psychopaths, many of which are now noticeably quiet about the issue of Israel. Have you guys noticed that? I mean, not Destiny, he's still pro-Israel, but so remember when everyone fucking made fun of me for crying during this leftovers video where they were like, how many centrist, apolitical, drama farming dipshits made fun of me for this for months on end.
Palestinian people have endured. And I stand with them, and I don't care. I will always stand with them, even if there is a moment of violent retaliation. Okay? They have nothing.
He says Israel is practicing collective punishment.
You said Israel has a right to defend itself.
But they didn't even do it when it happened. They went back like a year to accuse you of faking it at the time. Yeah. Yeah, they said I was faking it. They said I was like a bitch for crying. A lot of these clips are right after October 7th that Tori is using, by the way.
Absolutely zero people think that this is a ridiculous statement. However, how Israel is defending itself is collective punishment. Collective punishment in the form of depriving 2.2 million people of electricity, of water, of food.
He says Israel is an apartheid state.
Israel is falling out of favor because many Americans and many people in the Western world are now finally seeing the truth that Israel is an apartheid state that is built around an ethno-supremacist ideology and that Israel is doing a live-streamed genocide. This is the reason why Israel has fallen out of favor and has become a pariah state on the global stage.
He says Israel could stop the genocide right now.
Please explain how the Democrats can stop the genocide right now. It's this, okay? It's this. This is a telephone, okay? You pick up the telephone and you call up Benjamin Netanyahu and you say, hey, cut it out. No more weapons. Click.
And
the reason why America is so invested in Israel is because it is a permanent destabilizing factor in a resource-rich region.
there is now a coordinated campaign to smear this man's name and make him seem too toxic to be in polite democratic society.
If the name Hasan Piker just came across your timeline for the first time, it's probably because there has been a coordinated centrist smear campaign against this man for being right about Israel. Hasan has become a more prominent figure on the left in recent years. This has led centrist Democrats and their billionaire donors to accurately assess that Hasan is a threat to their grip on power.
This is not coworker Ludwig. This is friend Ludwig.
They failed to stop
This is Ludwig if he wasn't evil.
Zoran Mamdani from becoming mayor of New York. So now they're trying to make sure that his success can't be
This is
repeated
Friendwig.
elsewhere. They dislike Hasan because Hasan is not a politician. He cannot be bought and paid for by the donor class. And he is entirely supported by his own follower base, meaning the only way they can take him down is by making him radioactive to leftist candidates. So don't fall for it.
We are told that this campaign is coming from moderate Dems and the centrist group Third Way.
Budwig. Yeah, that was Budwig, not Chudwig.
But I think it's actually fueled by the pro-Israel lobby, the likes of AIPAC and groups like it. They want to demonize Piker and make him seem too toxic for prime time, and thus to silence him. Not because anyone thinks he's going to run for office, but because he is an influential voice in progressive media at a moment when the Democratic Party
thank you for 10.
might be at a tipping point over Israel and Palestine. Over the last 5 years, Democratic voters have become extremely pro-Palestinian. We now have an NBC poll saying 67% of Dems sympathize more with Palestinians than with Israelis. Gallup found 59% of Dems sympathize more with Palestinians. 76% of Dem voters now support an independent Palestinian state. Meanwhile, Democratic elected leadership remains extremely pro-Israel, in part because the pro-Israel lobby supports those who support Israel and attacks politicians who dare call a genocide a genocide. So we have a Democratic Party that's in the wilderness and trying to find itself and is deeply divided on the issue of Israel and Palestine. So will the party continue to drift in the direction that the elected officials and the pro-Israel...
Ludwig isn't evil. He's cowardly. You shouldn't suggest someone is evil even if you're joking. Oh my God, calm down. It's a very common fucking meme on the internet. When people say like, Markiplier is not evil Hasan. It's a joke, man. It's not. I'm not being serious. I like that you actually hit him with a more serious criticism than what I was doing. I was joking. You're now actually biting criticism territory in your unbelievably woke statement. I was joking. You're being serious.
lobby wants? Will Dems nominate a moderate like Gavin Newsom who won't call it a genocide? Or will the party slide in the direction that the voters want and become more pro-Palestinian and look maybe to a candidate like AOC who's unafraid to call genocide what it is? AOC may seem like a long shot to some, but in a Democratic Party where being pro-Palestinian is a crucial voting issue, like an issue that could make or break who voters choose, do not rule out AOC. But as the pro-Palestinian left rises in the form of AOC and Zohran Mamdani and millions of Democratic voters, The pro-Israel lobby wants to silence them. They can't have the pro-Palestinian left become an important voice, so they're trying to silence Piker.
People still bite the funeral bait so hard. I mean, who cares?
Now.
Who gives a shit?
The attacks on him are not because he's too wild. His comments are fairly common on the pro-Palestinian left. It's because a specific pro-Israel faction of the Democratic Party does not want him to be heard. When Democrats say Piker is bad for the party, the question is, bad for what party? Bad for the party that Democratic voters want, or bad for the party that AIPAC and the donor class wants? The Democratic voter base has become pro-Palestinian, and the Israel lobby is pushing back, trying to squash their influence. But if the Democratic Party is going to represent Democratic voters, it has to be pro-Palestinian. Piker speaks for Democratic voters on this issue. Will Dems listen to their base and respond to what their people want, or find a way to sabotage themselves again? Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and comment all the things. I'll be back tomorrow.
We're going to tell Rowan that he is going to get to meet Hasan tomorrow. So Rowan is a big fan. We're going to get him that handshake.
What is it for, said meeting?
The budget.
Love. Okay.
That was a great video by Tora, by the way. That was a banger. I've never seen such a clear defense of my positions. That was dope.
I love.
We're gonna tell.
Anyway, this is
the budget.
This is the Shoykot video that came out. What the fuck?
Love. Okay. Rowan.
Yeah.
So tomorrow we're gonna walk over to Beit Rima at like 8ish.
It's not happening anymore. Yeah.
No, you're gonna meet Hasan.
Wait, really? Wait, what?
You're gonna meet Hasan.
Yo, give me a fucking hug, man! Yo! Hey! Ain't no fucking way! Let's go! Let's go!
Mesophones are gonna get triggered into oblivion.
Wait, what? Wait, is it actually?
No, it's not April.
Can't do that to me, man. You guys can't do that
No,
to me.
it's April Reels. It's happening.
Call him as HasanAbi head. Why are y'all talking shit? You do the same ass bullshit, okay?
Oh my god. Yeah, you're gonna be on trouble. Yo, you're Hasan, right? Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Yo, kind of nervous. We're gonna meet Hasan Piker. Pretty excited. I got him a little souvenir, you know, so he remembers San Francisco, our home. I'm here with Hasan, my favorite streamer.
What's up, man?
What's up? Can I get a photo with you?
Yeah, sure.
Can I do a photo with you and then a photo with you in Shoykot?
Oh yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
This is a video.
I also, really quick, I actually got you a gift.
Wait,
a souvenir.
You got me a gift?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's something small.
I was like, oh, I should have got him.
Yeah, you're the rich guy. What the hell?
I got my campaign staff.
Serendipity, unexpected cards and gifts.
Just something small. I got you a coaster for San Francisco, so you remember our city.
Okay.
And also you can put your Diet Dr. Peppers on it. You know,
Okay,
just in
thank you
case
so
it gets
much.
full. Yeah,
Very-
of course.
Very thoughtful of you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
And you got a little note in here. Too.
Yeah, read that later, or else it's embarrassing.
I'm not gonna
you know?
read it
Yeah,
out loud here. Let's grab some food. We're actually gonna go upstairs to their spot to eat dinner, and then
Okay.
just
Hell
shoot the
yeah.
shit.
All right, let's do it.
Chef Samir. Beit Rima, we have 2 locations. One is here in the Bose Triangle.
You talk like you're surprised you have fans. I am. What is this poll? Poll. What the fuck is the poll? Does Hasan nail the social interaction? Well, I voted yes. But of course everyone's going to vote no because they're fucking assholes. Okay.
So yeah, this was the original location. And that's it. We've been open since before COVID, 2019.
It's Palestinian.
Palestinian owned, yeah. Inspired cuisine.
I'm very excited.
Yeah.
All right.
A lot of people also forget that I did this after like a 9-hour broadcast. And on top of that, I did the whole like University of San Francisco Law School speech that I did. So
we start with the Fatu salad.
We'll get a full review.
God damn. Yeah, this is gonna be an ASMR video.
It's like a mukbang, right?
It's so funny because the number one criticism from my fans always is like, why are you eating on camera? And now I'm not even live and I'm still eating on camera. How are you gonna win some of these people over?
Talking to them for the first part, you know, and then I think it's like actually explaining what I think.
I'm a BCBA. If you need someone to build your social skills program, what the fuck are you guys talking about, man? My social skills are fine.
We could do, and why I'm running in the first place, because it's not enough and
Oh my
seat or like
God,
for
bro.
anybody to just go there and be like a safe progressive vote or a safe blue vote. Like I think the real opportunity right now is there's this massive change moment. There's a bunch of popular outrage, and we could channel that into an actual political revolution, the stuff that Bernie was talking about in 2016. But that means, you know, primering and replacing a bunch of corporate Democrats. It means going in there and being willing to like risk your
Check
career.
the poll
You guys
results.
saw
Yeah. Oh, I'm shocked. 60% said, no, I didn't nail the social interaction. And 40% said, yes, I did.
Works. You go to DC and leadership will dangle all these carrots in front of you to say, hey, if you go along with us, you'll.
Love on the Spectrum season 2 came out and everyone in your TikTok comments are spamming he nailed that social interaction. Wait, what do you mean? Isn't the he nailed that social interaction coming from, wasn't that Caleb Heron? Or is that actually from Love on the Spectrum? I thought Caleb Heron invented that. Yeah. It wasn't?
You'll get X, Y, Z. You'll get this committee seat. You'll, you know, in 30 years, you'll get to be chair of something. And that's why nothing changes. And like, I like that.
Yeah, my chat is way too fucking neuroatypical to be issuing judgments like this, okay? A lot of you are click-clacking away at your keyboards in a dark bedroom right now, terrified of any sort of social interaction with anyone that's not your mommy, and you're out here talking big shit. That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's such a waste. Like that, nothing's going to change if we do that. We're just going to end up with the same Democratic.
It's not judgment, it's peer reviews.
Party. We're going to get, you know, King Vance in 2032, and we'll have 40 years of authoritarianism and dystopia. People are so ready for this. Like we're living in the moment where this is possible. So it would just kill me if like we have this moment and we completely miss it. That'd be wild.
Might look like I'm focusing on the food, but I'm listening, okay?
I don't doubt your ability to focus on a million things.
Yeah,
while
I don't know how it's gonna read on camera. It's gonna probably look like I'm hounding this food, just freaking pounding the falafels.
We'll make an edit. Just you.
Yeah. This is far better than I thought it was gonna be. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Damn, this
like
is
a fried
coming right
pita
off the
chicken on
bone. Oh my God.
Like, are you feeling the same?
Oh, that's fucking embarrassing. That is fucking embarrassing, dude. God, I'm such a fucking fat ass, dude. I literally got the O face. My dog has more manners. I'm over here nutting. I said, damn, shit came off the bone. Ah! That's crazy. That is, oh God, that's fucked up. That is fucked up.
Thing right now around just like the moment, right?
Yes, I see it every day when I go out to protests, even when I go to the No Kings rallies, when I went out to Minneapolis, when I saw, 60-year-olds, 70-year-olds out in the streets doing neighborhood watch, teachers, nurses, retirees. Everyone has that same exact resentment. And I say resentment because they are resentful. They are very angry, not just at Donald Trump, but they're very angry at do-nothing Democrats. They're very angry at business as usual politics in general.
Yeah.
And for the first time ever, I think the Democrats who normally vote along not their own personal convictions, but along like what the electability argument favors, a calculation that the television has basically told them. They're now saying, we do believe that a Bernie-crat would be the true electable candidate.
Yeah, they're becoming more risk-taking. Like, I feel like there's this...
But it's not a risk.
I agree it's not a risk. It's a risk not to do this, but, you know, for the average mainstream Democrat, they felt like Bernie was a risk, right? They felt like doing this kind of politics is a risk, which is sort of funny because, you know, I spent time in, like, Tennessee and in Texas, and in some ways, like, the populist stuff.
You can tell the guy's hopelessly looking at the food that's left and calculating how much he can get before you finish it. Look, he is his eyesight. Oh, oh no. Y'all are fucked up, dude. That is messed up. Why are you calling me out like this, man?
Is easier to get across in the Republican Party. Like, it doesn't surprise me that Trump did their version of populism before the Democrats did, right? You know, I've been trying to talk to candidates who are also running all around the country, and people, it seems different. Like, when I was doing Justice Democrats, like, most of the candidates we were talking to who weren't candidates we had recruited were still kind of in their mode of, like, you know, how can you help me? How can you raise money? It was just fine. That's the stuff you gotta do in the campaign. But now some of the people I talk to, they really want to know what to do. Like, what are we gonna do when we're in Congress? And I'm hoping that like, we gotta build a relationship before we go in, because I saw how, like, when you go in there, if you try to do it after you get elected, leadership picks you apart, they lie, they do everything they can to make that not work.
No eye contact at all with Shoyka, bro. Buddy, have you noticed? That's not autism, okay? That's because I was literally locked in on the food. And I was eating like my life depended on it. I was eating like I would never have food ever again, that I had never had food before that moment. And there's not a single moment where I'm not looking at either what's going in my mouth or what's coming next. Okay? Yeah, I was looking at, the only times where I was not looking directly at my fork was when I was thinking about what I was gonna put in my mouth next.
But I haven't had as many in-depth conversations as probably you had. Look at that.
Oh my God.
At this time.
Shaka, this is you.
Thank you.
And then...
You see, I'm copping a peek at what his food looks like,
Shaka,
too.
this is you.
Look. No manners. I told you. The only time I'm such a fucking little piggy, dude. I was looking at his food. Oh no. Oh God. Fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. I in the moment, I'm not even kidding. In the moment, I was thinking, like, you think it's fucked up if I asked to try his food? Oh. Oh. Are you gonna eat that?
And then...
I gave a second look. Look, it wasn't enough. I did another drive-by. Look, while I'm putting the food in my mouth. Oh, that's so fucked up. Oh my God, I can't ever do that. I can't ever do a video like this ever again. Oh my God, that's fucked up.
Lamb shank. And then I brought 2 chicken skewers also.
Can't believe I haven't had that before.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right on. Thank you guys.
Thank you. I wanted to get this because it said Gazan. I'm Turkish. We have almost identical food. I mean, Palestine was under the Ottoman Empire's protectorate for the longest time. So our food and our shared cultures is very similar.
Foreign policy is always such a tough thing to forefront in like domestic politics. But now this war in Iran is...
Look. Look. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's explaining stuff to me. And I'm looking at more food. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh God. Oh no. Someone said, bro, you're the new Anthony Bourdain. No, motherfucker, I can't be. Because it's clear that I don't have the composure and the self-restraint to be able to conduct myself in an appropriate manner when we're doing videos like this.
Friend of mine, and everyone knows how much money we're blowing on it. And it's just like, and everything and like the price of gas is going up, which is making it very front and center for people.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, I think there's this huge opportunity to get a bunch of people elected who are just going to break this bipartisan consensus for war in DC, because people actually care about it right now, which is not a normal thing. It's like the one potential silver lining out of all of it.
It came out in the New York Times report earlier today that...
Stop looking at the food. 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 Oh my God. Oh my God. I never stop. I never break eye contact with the food.
Trump actually wants to expand the military budget to $1.5 trillion. And he
immediately one look and then back to the food. Like, it's not going anywhere. Hasan, it's not going anywhere. The food is right there in front of you, man. Stop trying to make a calculated decision on whether or not you need to eat more. Oh, that's
is
so
going to go to the midterms with that message that, like, we just need to expand the military budget and we need to do austerity here, which is psychotic. I mean, I genuinely think, like, if I were to invent a secret agent that wants to undermine American imperialism, it would look like Donald Trump. It would do the things that Donald Trump is doing.
That is one of the conspiracy theories about it, right?
Like, be like super vulgar about it, you know, say the quiet part out loud all the time. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go kill people for oil. Also, none of those revenues are gonna come back to you, actually. It's gonna go to all my best friends because we're all corrupt. We're all super corrupt and we love manipulating the market. And I'm gonna keep manipulating the market. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm gonna sell a shit coin. First thing I'm gonna do before I become president. And it's unbelievable. Like, I mean, he still has a cult, which, to give him credit, like, that's impressive.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Hey.
It was
Delicious.
incredible.
So good.
Everybody come visit Bay Rima 138 Church in the Bose Triangle. Come see us.
This food is delicious. It's so good. It's my favorite spot in the city.
God bless you guys, man, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
And you, great work.
Oh, thank you.
I watch you all the time. So.
Hell yeah.
You have
Hasan Piker freakouts. Whoa, what the hell? Hasan Piker freakout backfires spectacularly on Secular Talk. ADL's a full-blown meltdown over Hasan. There's another one. Also on Secular Talk. But we got the Mother Jones interview. I gotta watch.
Fascist forces in this country are screaming from the rooftops, and they chose
the issue of Israel to attack me on, which is the most like base uniting position. Oh, here was the Emerson clip, by the way. Let's see. How did Abdul El-Sayed's appearance with Hasan Piker impact his Michigan Senate chances? Pollster explains.
In recent months over statements and actions in relation to his campaign. Most recently, he has received criticism over his decision to campaign with political commentator Hasan Piker. But based on the numbers that we're seeing out of this poll here, it doesn't really seem like that's impacting him in a negative way at all.
No, it does not. So what I will say is that he has built the support with voters who are under the age of 50 broadly. Now, that is going to be important, and we do think that this is going to be a younger electorate. But with that said, older voters are almost always going to be a more surefire bet in a primary electorate. So all things considered, I would really rather be McMorrow and gaining some of those older voters rather than being completely dependent on younger voters who aren't necessarily going to turn out in higher numbers. We do expect that they will be higher than in years past, but we don't know that they're going to be enough to put El-Sayed over the top. But to your point, we absolutely do not see any sort of backlash as of yet to his campaigning with Hasan Piker.
Yeah, they're right. They're right. Older voters are the most reliable voters. Let's be real. Come on, how many old people that you know? How many old people you know? They vote like is their passion, bro. They vote like it's the only thing keeping them alive. Like they cling on to voting. They cling on to the capacity to vote more than they cling on to life at times. They love voting, and they fucking oftentimes love voting for the worst candidates, right? I mean, they fucking love to vote for like whoever is going to ensure that their grandchildren never get to retire and will probably die in a hellfire damnation that the world will turn into because of the anthropogenic climate change decisions that they voted into office. So, we got to get those olds on board, and you got to play a role in that too. You got to get your olds in your life to turn around and what is this? You got to get those olds in your life to turn around and go vote for Abdul El-Sayed. I'm going to stop you right there. Millennials with the highest turnout demographic for Zoran. We can do this. No, we still need the olds too. I saw a 107-year-old woman talking about always voting for Trump. We need a cutoff. I agree. They took a 90-10 issue and chose to be on the 10% side of this 90-10 issue. I had just woken up, as you can tell.
Hasan Piker's name has been everywhere lately. Not for winning an election, not for passing legislation, not for doing anything really, except for yapping. And depending on who you ask, he's either one of the most dangerous voices in American politics or one of the most honest. Hasan is among one of the biggest voices on the American left. His megaphone is a Twitch stream where he spends about 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, breaking down political news to an audience that skews young and male. And if you listen to him long enough, you can see why. He's blunt, if not crass. He toes the line between relatable and aspirational. He's deeply influential, and of course, he's controversial.
This is a thug. This is an extremist. This is an advocate for terrorism.
Which is
wait, Karl Rove? What the fuck?
Why some factions of the Democratic Party have been beefing with him for the last.
Bro, Fox News has done so much coverage on me. I didn't even know Karl Rove talked about me. Karl Rove called me a fucking thug. I mean, I am thug life, but like that's crazy. That's crazy that Jesus Christ.
Last few weeks, pointing to off-color comments he's made over the years. I sat down with Hasan Piker to talk about exactly that. We talked about why Fox News can't stop covering him, the ideological battles inside the Democratic Party, what he really thinks about Israel, and what, if anything, the Democrats could do to earn his vote in 2028. This is my chat.
Yeah, bro. Actually, low Kirk and honor. If a Fox News commentator calls you a thug, that's an automatic invite to the cookout, right? Like that's because we all know what that's a substitute for, like word wise. Like maybe half an invite.
With Hasan Piker, enjoy. Hasan Piker, thank you so much for making.
This is an unfucking believable photo that they somehow edited to. What the hell? What the hell? Oh my God. Oh my God. Bro, looking like Kevin Jones. They made you look a little zesty. Bro, this is like my worst haters would not have done this to me.
Taking the time.
Thank you for having me. This is exciting. I'm a big fan of your work.
Oh, thank you.
Very excited to be on.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Well, I guess this is an interesting way to start, which is that you talk a lot, man. Like you talk like respectfully, right? You talk, it's the job. But I wonder, what do you think has contributed the most to your kind of current position in the national media spotlight? If I were to kind of give you a few options, I think obviously the out of context clip economy is an option here. Maybe you talk about Israel and Palestine and progressive things and conservative things. But what would you say has kind of put you?
New form of censorship is making you look less hot. Michael Parenti didn't consider this. True. That's how you disparage critics of Empire.
The discourse.
I mean, it's hard to figure out exactly what is the highest offense because I have an anti-imperialist framework. I'm socialist. These are not exactly ideas that a lot of people are fond of hearing, especially, corporate-backed mainstream institutions. And then my position on Israel, of course, is also very frustrating for a lot of people. But I would say that the fact that I speak on a contentious format that is very interactive on polarizing issues from a perspective that is of the left, a perspective that many Americans are either unfamiliar with or taught to be antagonistic towards, combine all of that. And of course, you're going to have an inevitability such as this.
I guess on a personal level, how are you processing like the onslaught of criticism? I mean, we'll get into the politics of it all in a bit, but I'm curious how you're doing personally. This isn't the first one, but this one's been maybe a bit different. Would you agree?
Talking politics is my passion. HaZZZ. Yeah, bro. That was for LA Times. I had slept for like 2 hours the night prior, and I was up at that was like 6 a.m. or something, LA time. All right.
Yeah, but it's been different, not in a negative way. It's actually been quite positive.
Yeah, chat has been on my ass today, bro. Y'all are on my ass. Oh, Hasan, why are you so fat? Oh, Hasan, why do you look so old with your beard? Oh, Hasan, why do you sound so sleepy? The fuck is this?
Find these last couple of weeks. I mean, I find it strange that it's been going on for the past couple of weeks. Nothing goes on for more than 4 days in America. In our current news cycle, this has been the most resilient thing, and I think it's partially because, I'm live all the time, so I'm obviously going to give Fox News more ammo every single day, as they have been. They've been updating the RNC research department is constant.
Hasan Piker will kill billions if we let him. That's fucking awesome. I mean, yeah. True.
Constantly posting new clips of me every day. I even joked about it at the Yale Union last night where I was like, today we're going to talk about the resolution to end the American empire. And then tomorrow your grandparents are going to hear about it on Fox News, which is literally happening right now. So I guess that's a big part of it as well. Maybe some Republicans think this is a great opportunity to tie someone that they consider to be radical to the Democratic Party so they can attack the Democratic Party. And then there's plenty of right-wing forces in the Democratic Party who also recognize that there's an ideological battle within the party itself
the idea that we talk about with like big tent or, you know, who's in the tent and whatnot, all this stuff actually is a pretty basic spiritual fight that the Democrats have conducted, and the centrists have successfully defeated the left flank over and over again up until recently. That's the heart of it.
Could you name that spiritual fight? Like, what are the two sides of that fight?
This dude really watching himself? True. What is this? Twitter lib talking about how global is an intifada from the river to the sea? Blank slate. When you're legitimizing, globalizing the intifada and running a movement to delegitimize the Jewish state, it becomes personal to all Jewish voters. There are around 300,000 Jewish voters in PA, 100K in Michigan, 50K, 30K, 125K GA, 85K Arizona. They matter in states that matter too. He's not Jewish, for anyone wondering. Wait. Just a quick question. Are you Jewish? No, but my first preschool was at a Jewish community center. Winky face. He said, I'm Jewish. Like George Santos. All right, dude, I'm actually tired as fuck, though. I'm not going to lie. Although I started this process of watching myself, and I do recommend you guys watch this on Mother Jones. It's been out for 3 hours, and it's only got 1,000 views. Go show us some love. I have an event that I must attend later in the day, so I'm doing half day Hossie time, 6 hours 20 minutes. You already know what's up, but I'll be back tomorrow. As always. You want to watch the new Avatar? Let me know if you need a link. Is it because we made fun of you? No. What? If I quit the stream because my chat made fun of me, I wouldn't ever stream ever again. All right, everybody. Love you all. Like I said, I got an event to go to tonight. But I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in. I'll sell people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you, just you wait. Just you wait.